Please take your seats. The program will begin in 10 minutes. Please silence all cell phones. Thank you. Please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please silence all cell phones. Thank you. please take your seats. The program will now begin.
Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, how we doing this morning? That's more like it. We're in industrial rhythm. We're here right from New York City, and right now I want to have a little fun. You guys want to have a little fun with me or what? Now, most of you have drumsticks, and for those of you who don't have drumsticks, you can clap along, okay? For those of you watching via satellite, you can clap along as well. So let's see here. I have two groups. We're going to have a group number one here. We're going to have a group number two here. Each group is going to have their own group leader. Each group will play their own group rhythm. Group number one, give it up to Irv. That was okay. Let's see how we do. Group number two, let me hear it for Vince. Oh, yeah. Let's try that one more time. Group number one, let me hear it for Irv. And group number two. All right, I love it. I love it. Group number one, we're going to start playing a simple rhythm. Now, as soon as you get it, join right on in. Ready? 1, 2, ready, go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. In the back, come on. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Very good. Come on. One more time. and stop. You guys aced it. I loved it. Group number 2, here's your rhythm. 1, 2, 3, ba ba ba. 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 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. And stop. All right, let's put this together. But only if you guys are ready. And if only if you guys are ready to let everyone around the world we're ready. Group number 1, you guys ready? Yeah. Group number 2, you guys are ready? Yeah. Ready? 1, 2, ready, go. 1, 2, 3, ba, 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 come on. Faster. Bop, bop, bop. Come on, 1, 2, 3. Faster! Faster! All right, give us a nice round of applause. Yeah! And stop. That was beautiful. But let's see how we all do collectively. Here we go. Come on, everybody. Beat them up. Let's get a little quieter. Dynamics. Dynamics. Very good. We were doing so well together. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's go. Woo! There we go. Oh yeah.
Welcome to SmartCon 2022. Let's give a warm welcome to the co-founder of Chainlink Labs, Sergey Nazarov.
Hi, everyone. I'm very excited to see all of you here, and even more excited about all the great things we'll be achieving here at the conference and in the days, weeks, months, and years to come from everything that's happening here. So thank you for coming. I think it's pretty clear that our industry has reached a certain critical mass, whereas before it was considered a niche industry that wasn't taken seriously. Now, after passing $2.5 trillion relatively recently, and now being at about $1 trillion in total value, it's something that many people agree is the way the world will work going forward. For me, this way of the world working was always about creating a world that was mathematically guaranteed. And what that means for me, and hopefully for us, is that it's a world driven by cryptographic systems, cryptographic guarantees, and mathematics. That is in stark contrast to the world that we live in today, where basically institutions can make promises that they don't have to keep. That is our fundamental problem with a lot of the way that society works, and it's been my fundamental problem with the way that a lot of society works for a long time. Regardless of if it's a news institution, a financial institution, or really any institution, we should live in a world where the commitments made to us are mathematically enforced. And this is the more reliable, fair, and transparent way for the world to work. This is what our industry has always been about for me, and this is what I think more and more people are realizing as the industry takes over larger and larger parts of society and the global economy. When you hear people talking about building a world by truth at this conference, this is what they mean. They mean a world powered by mathematical guarantees, cryptography, and encrypted systems that make sure that things happen. Things don't have to happen because somebody promised you. They have to happen because that is how the system works and forces them to happen. That is the new direction for the world that we are all building here together. The funny thing about all of this is that when you really think about it, this is already starting to take hold in various aspects of our daily lives. So if you look at things like messaging systems, in terms of people communicating via text messages, and you think 10 or 15 years into the past, you'll see that 10 or 15 years ago, nobody really cared very much about the security or privacy of their messages. They would just send unencrypted messages about any number of topics, risky topics, bad topics, good topics, but nobody really knew what end-to-end encryption was for messages. Now, fast forward 10 or 15 years into the future, and all of us know what end-to-end encrypted messaging is. And the average consumer out on the street also knows what it is after over 6 billion encrypted messaging app downloads. The reason for that is that the systems that provided messaging capabilities basically lost the trust and lost the trust relationship with their users, mainly all of you. And they lost that trust relationship by misusing the information that you sent through their systems, by selling it to others, and by manipulating it for their own purposes. This is a trust relationship problem that we're all familiar with, and that we've all made a decision to solve by switching to systems that are cryptographically guaranteed. This is really what end-to-end encryption is for messaging. It's a cryptographically guaranteed version of messaging that doesn't rely on brands or institutions making you promises, but relies on mathematics enforcing the relationships that you want to have with the messaging system. This is the fundamental transition that I and many of the people in our industry believe will happen for the rest of the world. And the factors for this transition to occur are at all-time highs. So if you look at the amount of faith that people have in news systems, whether they're search engines, news sites, or social media, you'll see that that is an all-time low. So basically, the news, social media, and even search engines are becoming trusted less and less to provide reliable information. If you look at people's faith and the sentiment around all financial brands, even some of the biggest ones in the world, you'll see that that is also at an all-time low. This is the environment in which cryptographic guarantees become extremely useful and valuable. Because cryptographic guarantees are how you get out of a world where you have to rely on people's word and a brand that says it will follow through, even though it doesn't have to follow through. So the same scenario that we saw in messaging, where a diminishing amount of trust in the brands and institutions that created messaging being at an all-time low, leading to the adoption of cryptographic guarantees in the form of end-to-end encrypted messaging, is now playing out again for information and for the financial system. That is what this industry is about. That is what this conference is about. That is what all of our work here together really is about, is it's about giving people this cryptographically guaranteed alternative. So how do we provide that cryptographically guaranteed alternative? This is really what Web3 applications are all about, and this is what the property of trust minimization is about. If I were to boil down the uniqueness of Web3 applications to one thing, I would call them trust minimized. Basically, these are applications that you don't need to take their word for it. These applications are cryptographically guaranteed to follow through on their commitments, regardless of anybody else's decisions. Just in the way that you control a private key, and that private key controls a token, that is a trust minimized application. And that trust minimization is going to be extended to everything. So our body of work with Chainlink is to create the infrastructure and the services and systems that allow the world's developers to build the applications that bring this change in how the world works to all of us. I think there are some very useful lessons for us to learn from how the web has evolved in terms of predicting how our industry has evolved. And part of the reason for that is this is already how our industry is evolving. Generally speaking, when new technologies appear, they commonly become smaller and smaller parts that are then combined into more advanced systems. So if you look at the web, you'll see a stage where everything was monolithic. There were large single systems that didn't even communicate with other systems. They were closed systems, and this was really the beginning of the web. These systems didn't interact with each other. They had very specific purposes, and those very specific purposes were all they really did. Kind of similar to having choose a single chain with only a single set of things you can do. Then we moved on to a service-oriented architecture in the web where you actually pulled apart parts of those big monolithic systems and you made them into little separate parts that could be combined into more advanced applications. This is where the web applications of the 2000s came from. It's from this innovation in how you build web applications and web systems. If you look at how web applications and web systems are built today, they're built through something called microservices. Microservices are basically hundreds of little small individual specific services that are stringed together to create the complex applications that you're used to, such as Amazon e-commerce, Netflix, Uber, and any number of things that basically touch your lives in a very meaningful way. This is the historic evolution that led to the web creating these highly advanced, highly useful, highly in-demand applications. And this is the same transition that the Web3 world is going through now. The only difference is it's happening twice as fast if you look at the rate at which this evolution is happening, which isn't surprising based on the speed of our industry. So the Web3 world also began in a monolithic state where you had a number of chains that I can count on my two hands. And you could only really use those chains and their systems. You couldn't really do anything else. You couldn't connect to other chains. You couldn't connect to other services. There were no oracles. And so you began with a very monolithic structure where whatever you built was whatever the chain would let you build. Now, with the help of Chainlink Oracle networks and our innovations in creating these external services, we've arrived at a world where there are multiple services that can be combined with on-chain state. This creates DeFi, right? So DeFi is an example of a service-oriented architecture application because it's composed of both on-chain state and multiple separate external services that are connected to that state. So this is where we are now, with CCIP being the next evolution of this, where you create a simple kind of messaging layer to allow more and more of those services to get consumed in a simpler and simpler way. We are now going to be transitioning to a microservices world where there are going to be thousands and tens of thousands of different specific services, either as a specific contract or as specific Oracle networks that can be combined into really advanced applications. And this is the world where you combine multiple contracts across multiple chains into one application, where you combine hundreds of different Oracle networks into one application. And that's when applications reach the level of usefulness, complexity, scalability, and privacy-preserving usability that we all have come to expect from Web 2. The world that this historic transition will lead us to is basically a world where more value is provided. And fundamentally, what all of this will do is it will allow Web 3 applications to initially reach parity on every dimension with Web 2, but then go beyond Web 2, because if I were to offer you any Web 2 application at the same cost, speed, and usability, but I were to give it to you in a highly reliable way where it couldn't be manipulated and it couldn't change its behavior and take your money or do whatever the hell it wanted to do because some guy somewhere decided, why would you ever choose the less reliable Web 2 application? You would never choose it. You would always choose the more reliable one. I've been talking about this with people for over a decade. Well, not exactly a decade, a little less on this point, but the point is, for as long as I've been explaining this to people, I haven't really seen a single person that says, give me the risk. I would love the risk. It just doesn't happen. So we just need to get this entire industry to the point where we're at parity with Web 2, and then this whole place will have a feature that Web 2 could never have. And then it'll all just transition, because frankly, the world is not going in a more trusting direction. It's going in a less trusting direction. So this is the dynamic we're really kind of involved in here. The dynamic I just mentioned with service-oriented architecture is well underway. Here's an example of an application called Synthetix, which is a composition of multiple Chainlink services and on-chain state. In this case, it's Chainlink automation and Chainlink price feeds. Here's another example on a separate chain that is about lending. It uses Chainlink price feeds and the random number generation capabilities of the protocol. So it's using two services, and it has on-chain state on another chain. Here's a third application that is on yet another separate chain, which is using three services. It's getting random numbers, it's getting price data, and it's getting automation. So we are clearly in the stage of development where service-oriented architecture has taken hold, and the more services that appear, the more advanced these applications tend to become. That is really the body of work that we are involved in working on Chainlink. It's providing more and more services to allow those applications to become more advanced and to allow them to provide greater value to consumers, institutions, everybody. And that is what drives our industry forward and continues to reinvent it to new heights. We're very proud to have done this with over 1,000 Oracle networks already. So you can think of that as over 1,000 distinct services being launched that provided distinct value to applications. Generally speaking, this is in and of itself a large scalability achievement. Because if you look at other blockchain systems and decentralized infrastructure, they are trying to scale to 10 or 20 copies of themselves, right? They're trying to make 10 or 20 versions of their chain that they eventually will call app chains. You can call them side chains. In like 14, they were called child chains. This is like a repeating concept, but this repeating concept for chains has only been achieved at the level of 10, 20 chains being replicated for any one environment. We have been able to replicate over 1,000 Oracle networks. So that speaks to the scalability properties of Oracle networks and their ability to meet the demand for services for all of these more advanced applications. This scaling in the ability to provide Oracle networks has allowed us massive scaling in the amount of data. This amount of data is basically what gave rise to DeFi. If these 4 billion, big difference, 4 billion and over 200 million data points were not on chain, DeFi would not be anywhere close to where it is today in terms of the value it secures, the markets it involves, and the chains that it's on. So this initial scaling of Oracle networks as a Web3 services mechanism was initially applied to data, and that allowed data to scale as a resource, and the scaling of data as a resource allowed DeFi to scale as an application, right? This is the pattern that we want to repeat and scale. This is what we want to do. We want to scale this up for DeFi, well past 4 billion data points, well past 200 billion secured, well past all these big numbers that we've had, and put some more zeros on there. And then we want to repeat this same dynamic for all other industries. The gaming industry, the insurance industry, the advertising industry, the global trade industry. If you think of an industry and people don't trust each other in there, and there's a digital dynamic where people are using the internet, then you can assume that 90% of that industry can eventually be in one of these graphics. Initially, this has led to 1,500 projects in the Chainlink ecosystem. I would say this puts us towards the very top of ecosystems. And part of the reason for this is that Chainlink is currently working across about 15 chains. So Chainlink is one of the few systems that can work across chains and provide all of this value across different blockchain environments. So realistically, this number could grow far beyond any one blockchain environment, because this number will include all blockchain environments. Where we've been so far is data. That's what's driven all of this growth. It's a very good place to be because you can't build applications without data. Data tells applications what to do. Very important, right? You can't really make the Uber application without knowing where the driver is and where the rider is, as a simple example. You can't make financial applications without market data. We've since expanded what data is available through the Chainlink network to proof of reserve, soon now identity data and weather and a bunch of other types of data. This dynamic is well underway, and there is anywhere between 60 to 90% market share of all data-driven apps, dApps in the blockchain industry going through Chainlink. So this is the first initial place where Oracle network consensus has been applied. But it is by no means where it will end or where it'll live and stay. We've since then expanded to off-chain computation. Off-chain computation is basically the ability to use an Oracle network as a small committee that does a very specific computation. So you can, instead of taking a blockchain and trying to rejigger the blockchain to do something that it wasn't meant to do, you can just make your own committee about your specific computation that you need, that needs to be trust minimized, but that blockchains can't do. Initially, we expanded this to be about random numbers because that was a highly demanded computation, and the random number generation capabilities of Chainlink are now the industry standard for gaming and many other use cases that rely on randomness. Since then, we've expanded to automation, which are really kind of simple computations, but that automation system is now developing into a more general compute state. And beyond that, there's all kinds of very specific but extremely important and valuable computations like fair sequencing that go to the core of how systems in our industry work. The next category of what the Chainlink network will do, and these will, I think, be the three main categories of what Chainlink as a Web3 services platform does, will be cross-chain. Cross-chain is basically the same computational problem as providing data. You want to take some data from over here, you want to come to reliable, ungameable, fraud-proof consensus somewhere in the middle, and then you want to get it over there in order for that data to do something, right? That sounds really familiar. That's what the cross-chain problem is, right? Except they want to do it for tokens, and they want to do it for messages. So considering that we have the most value-securing, best track record, no external security breaches throughout the life of the protocol since production, system for transmitting commands and information, things moving across chains, it's just information. It's not some new magical information. It's just information, but it's about tokens, and it's about some commands. And so I think the security we've been able to create for all these other things is extremely applicable to cross-chain. We are definitely taking our time on getting that right, because it is not difficult to make a bridge. It is difficult to make a bridge that will actually secure value reliably to the tune of billions of dollars. And that's what we're doing. The architecture that all of this will result in is this more advanced architecture, well, where you're going to have applications in Web3 built on multiple chains using multiple Oracle networks composed into one application, right? If you think about Web2 applications, you don't know, like, do you know what cloud Uber runs on? Do you know what services or what cloud Netflix uses? No, you don't. You also don't super duper care, right? You just care that you get your show and you get your ride and you get your stuff delivered. That's all you care, right? Great. That's where everything's going. So where everything's going is I'm going to build my application in the best environment for what the environment needs to do for me, and then I'm going to need all these services to connect it all up and do all this other computation that environment can't do for me, and that's it. And that's just going to be how the more advanced things are built. So this is the architecture we want. We don't want everybody going bananas over any one specific thing. We just want really reliable, really great Web3 applications, and then the hundreds of trillions of dollars that will be reformatted into this reliable state will make everything happening now look like, you know, like the very, very early days of something pretty amazing. So this architecture is the future of what we all want to arrive at. This architecture results in a hyper-connected world where multiple applications can use each other as services. There's multiple blockchains being used to make one application. There's multiple app chains being used even to make one application. And there's multiple Oracle networks as separate Web3 services being used to make one application. This is where the world's going. So this is the world that we're driving forward. It's a world of more advanced Web3 applications that can do much more, that can be highly reliable, and that can capture a greater amount of the world's value. Our role in this, and our role as the Chainlink community, is to continue to build extensions of the protocol, extensions of Chainlink, that allow more and more of these services to become useful. One good example is proof of reserves. Proof of reserves is a simple but very powerful addition to what Chainlink does, where it can prove the state of assets. So if you've heard of stable coins or commodity coins or real-world asset coins, those coins are usually connected to something off-chain. And in the spirit of cryptographic truth, you probably want to know what the state of that thing off-chain is, right? Or you also want to know what the state of the thing on the other chain is, which, once again, is just information. So proof of reserves can prove what's going on with the stuff, basically, right? The assets that, if they're not there, cause these massive solvency crises, right? So it's a really great system that if you're building a stable coin, if you're building a commodity coin, if you're building any kind of real-world asset coin, we have a lot of great work we've done in it, and I invite you to go to this session and learn more about it. It's going to definitely improve everyone's ability to rely on real-world assets and cross-chain tokens, and it's going to inject more cryptographic truth into all of these systems, allowing them to provide more value and capture more value into our industry. That's what we're all doing. We're building systems and infrastructure that are reinventing the world by being useful and capturing more value into our industry. Another system that we're continuing to create greater and greater progress and versions of is verifiable randomness. As I said earlier, verifiable randomness has become the industry standard within blockchain gaming, NFT generation, and various other sectors. The interesting thing about the verifiable randomness function is we actually now have Web2 systems that want to use this source of randomness because it is so reliable that they cannot generate or they cannot find a source of randomness that is as reliable as the verifiable randomness that we're able to generate in this decentralized way. So it's not even just about Web3 systems coming to life. It's actually the ability for Web2 systems to become trust minimized to whatever degree that they deem necessary to attract more users. And in my mind, a trust minimized Web2 system at a certain point crosses the threshold to become a Web3 application. If you'd like to learn more about how randomness is evolving, if it's useful to your application, if it's useful from a security point of view, or random numbers for gaming or fraud proofing something point of view, we have great sessions here at the conference where you can learn more. We've made a lot of progress, and I think it's a service that's going to really define how randomness is generated to create security. Another great extension to the protocol is Chainlink automation. Chainlink automation is really extending the compute capabilities of the protocol. And this is quite necessary because I don't know if you know this, but smart contracts don't have the ability to know what time it is. So automation is kind of a critical factor, even though they're called smart contracts. They do a lot of great things, and they store state, and they make that state transparent, and they make that state private key controlled. That's awesome. It's super duper cool. But the problem is they don't do a lot of other computation that we need in order to build those more advanced applications. So this is why there's a huge amount of users now using Chainlink automation to do certain basic things like tell the application what time it is, but also to do more advanced computations that the developer either can't do or doesn't want to do on chain for cost or privacy reasons. If you're a developer building more advanced Web3 applications, I encourage you to go to the talk about this. We're making great strides and adding more and more features to allow you to build more and more advanced Web3 applications to change the face of our industry. We're also continuing to improve the core protocol. The core protocol at the center of Chainlink is really about consensus. This core protocol has to do with something called off-chain reporting, the OCR mechanism. The OCR mechanism is something we're continuing to improve, from a 1.0 version, which created 90% gain in efficiency of networks, to now the 2.0 version, and then subsequent versions. This is really about consensus and how Chainlink works at its core. If you're interested in the lower level details of Chainlink and how that's evolving, I invite you to come to this talk where we've made a lot of progress and have a lot of thoughtful points of view on how consensus in Oracle networks should evolve and is evolving already. Another key part of the protocol that we're expanding at the core level is CCIP. CCIP is the cross-chain interoperability protocol. It seeks to do what TCP/IP did for the internet by connecting many disparate networks into basically a single network through the ability to communicate. CCIP is about communication. It's fundamentally a messaging system and a messaging protocol to send communications and information across different chain environments. And one piece of information is tokens. But if you actually build a messaging system, you can do much more than tokens. You can do cool things like tell the other thing what to do with the tokens at the same time when you send the tokens. It's a very useful feature. And then there's more and more great capabilities that come from simply allowing things to communicate. So this is a core communications protocol which seeks to do the same thing for blockchains that TCP/IP did for the internet, basically creating that critical connectivity where computation ends up in the place where it's served best. If you'd like to learn more about this, I invite you to come to the talks on the topic. It's something we've made a lot of progress on and something that we're taking our time with to make sure we get it right. Our goal, once again, is to create a secure system that can handle billions, tens of billions, and eventually hundreds of billions of dollars in value flowing through it at any one time. It isn't just to ship a bridge and hope for the best. Other people can do that. We're not going to do that. We're going to take our time and validate it and audit it and do every other thing under the sun that we can realistically do. And we're very excited about the prospects of creating a capability for communicating between chains. We're working on this with some great folks, and if you're interested in cross-chain, I highly recommend you go to this talk and the other ones on CCIP. Another key part of the core protocol that we're looking to expand on is privacy. So it's really interesting how everybody is used to privacy, and when you take it away, they don't like that. So that's what Web3 does a lot of the time, is it just says, hey, you don't need privacy, don't worry about it. Basically, that doesn't work. And it also doesn't work for a lot of the data that applications need. So what Deco does is it creates privacy. It allows data to remain private off-chain while proving the state of the data on-chain, and even allows some private computations. So Deco is the privacy-preserving part of the Chainlink protocol, which will actually turn Oracle networks into these smaller privacy-preserving computational environments. So if you want privacy in your application, you don't have to get it from a blockchain. You can actually get it from an Oracle network, whether it's about data or, in some cases, more advanced computations. This is a really interesting topic. It's going to go a little bit deeper into zero-knowledge proofs, and I recommend that you go to this talk. It's initially going to be looking at identity, because identity is a category of information that heavily depends on privacy. If you're interested in identity, I also highly recommend you go to this talk. Identity is pretty important for integrating the next wave of users into blockchain apps. So, if that's what you believe, you should go to this talk. One of the final large additions that we're going to be trying to make at the core level and then also turn into a service is fair sequencing. Fair sequencing is a notion of basically fraud-proofing blockchain transactions by ordering them in ways that people can't steal, which is, I know confusing, which is why we have a talk in it that I'll show you in a minute. But basically, fair sequencing services initially will be applied to eliminating minor extractable value, at least reducing it to a very large degree through better methods. That's basically the goal. There's going to be some fascinating talks on this at the conference, specifically from Ari, our chief scientist, sometime today. I encourage you to go to the talk and hear about fair sequencing services. Fair sequencing is really at the core of the trust assumptions of many applications, and we think that if we're able to get it right in an Oracle network format, it'll be a valuable service to restore trust and faith in many of the applications that rely on, not becoming the HFT Wall Street 2.0 of the world, but becoming something better. That's what fair sequencing is really seeking to give the blockchain industry. And I think there will be a large amount of apps that find that attractive. All of these services, and there are many others that I don't have time to cover at the conference, and you should also go look at them. All of these services fundamentally create an infrastructure and an environment for the world's value to transition into the blockchain format, to be refactored into the reliable format, into the we can't screw you format, right? That's what all of this is about. It's about taking all of this value out of people's control and putting it in cryptographically guaranteed systems. The amount of value right now is hovering at about $1 trillion, which is much better when I started, when we were like in the tens of millions or something. So I'm thrilled no matter which direction this goes. But frankly, what I think is going to happen is that all of the world's value will be made reliable. If you have a reason why you wouldn't want the Web2 application to be more reliable, I really want to hear it. I'm very open to feedback, and I want people's dissenting views and opinions to make a stronger point of view of my own. But unless you can explain to me or yourself why you don't want a more reliable version of whatever you're relying on today, then assuming that we can get the costs and the usability to the same place that Web 2 is for Web 3, then this is pretty much the amount of value, all the world's value, that is going to be reformatted. Now, I know I'm just a guy in a plaid shirt, like in a room, talking about stuff. So, okay, that's cool. I'm so bad at predicting what will cause that, but okay. I had no idea that would happen. Okay, in any case, there are a number of, was it the shirt? Or what it was the room? Which of those factors? I'm like you. Okay, great. That actually makes sense. Thank you. You are also guys in shirts and rooms. That's true. That's a fair point. We are very similar in this way. So, in many other ways, I'm sure. But, sorry. Just to get back to the point. So the point really is that I'm not the only person saying this. There's independent sources with a lot of people doing research, such as the World Economic Forum, Boston Consulting Group, and many other consultancies that have come to conclusions such as this one. In their worldview, just in the capital markets alone, so that isn't including gaming, insurance, advertising, global trade, or any other industry you could think of that's in a digital form today, just in capital markets alone, there's $867 trillion worth of value that is set to be disrupted and that can be reformatted into the Web3 format. If we look at what this means for the Web3 industry, we really just have to consider what portion of that value will be turned into Web3 revenue, right? So this isn't even the amount of value that'll be secured. We're basically saying that all 867 trillion, we're assuming that 867 trillion just from the capital markets industry will be disrupted or reformatted or reinvented or revolutionized or whatever word we want to use into this Web3 format. And that's already well underway through the custody solutions, the banks, and everybody saying, yeah, I want to move tokens around. So what percentage of that then flows to applications? So if we take a conservative estimate and we look at the 1 to 2% that other technology makes, you basically get to 9 trillion to 17 trillion in app revenue, Web3 app revenue during the course of this disruption, just from capital markets alone. Then the question for us that's more relevant to our body of work is what portion of that flows into infrastructure? If you look at the comparables for that, you'll find that the range is around 3%, and that leads to 260 billion to 520 billion in value flowing to paying for infrastructure. This is well within the range of what people pay for infrastructure generally. This is the growth projection for cloud computing in public cloud. So this isn't even all infrastructure. This is just cloud revenue that is set to grow to over 2 trillion in a number of years. So all we're really saying, if we assume these conversion rates for revenue and for infrastructure, is that a small portion of that blue-purple bar over there will end up being paid for creating trust-minimized infrastructure and apps. And that portion is relatively small. A portion of that value will then flow to decentralized Oracle networks as a key piece of infrastructure. We're estimating that conservatively in the 33% range. Could be more, could be less, but that's what we're estimating at the moment, creating a range of $86 billion to $171 billion worth of value flowing into decentralized Oracle networks generally. If you look at where Chainlink is today, Chainlink is at over 60% of all Oracle network computations for decentralized apps. And on certain verticals, it's at 70 to over 90%. So our goal with Chainlink is to make the security standard that everybody uses to do these Oracle network computations. And I'm very, very happy and proud and thankful to be able to say that we've already achieved that to the tune of what defines a standard at over 60%. And this number fluctuates, between over 50% and sometimes over 70%. And this is just for the market in general. This is also borne out by the amount of value that's transacted by Chainlink enabling it. This is a metric that we're introducing here at the conference called Transaction Value Enabled. Transaction Value Enabled basically measures how much value an infrastructure is responsible for helping transact. In the month of August of this year alone, over $512 billion worth of value was enabled by Chainlink Oracle systems, which already puts Oracle network infrastructure well on the path to securing large amounts of value and having a very real economy. So far, cumulatively, there's over $6 trillion worth of transactional value that Chainlink has enabled. And we are on track to cross 7 trillion this year, and very likely also to go past 8 trillion this year in transaction value enabled. This brings us to a kind of tipping point for the Chainlink system and the Chainlink economy, because once there's this much transactional value in a system, there is a need to basically create an economic framework to allow that value to flow into the system, to allow it to securely scale. This is why I'm very proud to announce here at the conference that we're going to be launching Economics 2.0. Economics 2.0 for Chainlink is a way for it to scale its expansion and its security across multiple chains, across multiple services to thousands and thousands of more dApps. It's composed of 3 primary aspects at the beginning, namely the ability to capture revenue, the ability to reduce costs, and staking. Okay, that one I could foresee that one. That one makes sense. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for your excitement and support. I appreciate it. Yeah. All of this is based on value flowing into our industry. And instead of arguing about who's right and who's wrong, I think we should just all get together and make our industry really, really critical to how the world works. And that's going to result in a lot of value flowing into these trust-minimized Web3 applications. Our goal is to provide all those services. And basically, it's very simple. The Chainlink network now needs to capture revenue and provide more and more services in an increasingly secure state. And there need to be protocol improvements and programs built around accelerating this capture of revenue, accelerating the creation of more services, accelerating the expansion of Chainlink to more chains in a secure manner. And this will lead to that cryptographically guaranteed society we just discussed, which is really what we're all going towards, in my opinion. The first part of the Chainlink Economics 2.0 system that we'll be talking about and also announcing here at the conference is something called Chainlink Build. Chainlink Build, I just realized this, but Chainlink Build builds on a long history of us helping enable some of the world's top DeFi protocols. So protocols like Aave were able to launch with Chainlink. Synthetix was able to grow to new heights. Trader Joe on another chain called Avalanche was also able to launch. There's a huge list of DeFi applications and other applications that are able to launch because they get access to high-quality Chainlink services, tech support, and various other technical resources. Chainlink Build is made to allow these early-stage teams, these kind of pre-revenue to mid-stage teams, to grow and get access to the best Chainlink services by allocating a significant portion of their total token supply to paying for the highest quality of Chainlink services. So what this is meant to do is that regardless of where the market is, it could be up, could be down, could be in the middle, we fundamentally believe in Web3, and we believe in Web3 applications and DeFi and all of these systems, and our goal is to enable all of these developers to build the next generation of systems. And in pursuit of this goal, we're making it easier and easier for different groups at different stages of their development to pay. So the rates that we've been seeing for the build program so far are somewhere in the 3 to 5% range of the total token supply of folks that are in the build program and going on to use these Chainlink services. So the build program is there to enable the growth of the next generation of DeFi and other apps by allowing them to pay in a resource they abundantly have. Namely their total token supply. Larger protocols will be participating in revenue sharing. Revenue sharing is just the Chainlink network being paid a portion of the revenue in those larger protocols for the security it provides. And this works well because as the security demands of the protocol scale, their revenue scales, and therefore the fees paid to the Chainlink network scales in a way that supports them and supports their security. This is the revenue capture side of Economics 2.0, which is being announced here and is just coming out in its early versions. Chainlink Scale is about cost reduction. So the Chainlink Scale program also builds on a great history of Oracle networks coming into various blockchain environments and creating a great kind of environment, basically, a great ecosystem for developers to build applications. There's a long history of when an Oracle network goes into and becomes live on a blockchain, that is when a certain type of application can be built. And once again, this is not just some idea I have. This is something proven out by facts and data, where the chains that Chainlink networks launch on tend to rapidly increase their TVL, rapidly increase their developer activity, rapidly increase the amount of applications they build, which goes to the sentiment that I mentioned before, where our goal is to generate more and more great applications to reinvent our industry. Blockchains value this, and because they value it, many of them are becoming more and more inclined and gracious enough to enable more and more Oracle networks to go live on their system. The way they're doing this is they're basically reducing the on-chain costs of Oracles to near zero for providing those services. So basically, the Chainlink Scale program makes it so that chains can reduce the cost of providing an Oracle network down by anywhere from 50% to 99% plus, making the providing of Oracle networks very, very low cost. That'll massively increase the amount of Oracle networks and help the Chainlink network scale without having to rub up against the high costs of on-chain fees. And this will increase the amount of data and services available on those chains, which has a very clear correlation to increasing the amount of apps built on those chains. And that has a clear correlation with increasing the amount of value that our industry provides, which also has a pretty clear correlation with the amount of value that flows into our industry. So if you all add it all back together, we're kind of just building all the great applications faster. That's what we want to do, right? So the scale program eliminates costs, so more services are available to do all of that. All of these systems together, the revenue capture side of Economics 2.0, scale to reduce costs, and staking are the initial early experimental version of Economics 2.0. It's in the beta stages, and it's something we plan to learn a lot from. Oracle networks are unique and very different from blockchains, so we have a lot of work to do and we have a lot of learning to do. But we're at a place where these three parts of the Economics 2.0 system can effectively interact together and can give us a lot of clarity on how the Chainlink protocol should develop from here. We are also very happy to say that staking is on track to launch this December, and that folks will be able to check their early access eligibility as of this coming Monday. Early access eligibility is focused on people's activity towards the protocol, and it's something that folks can access this coming Monday to check what portion of the initial staking pool they can gain access to based on certain very clear conditions. We also expect that as staking security becomes more in demand, the staked supply will continue to increase. I want to thank everybody who's spent countless hours working on this conference. I want to thank everybody in our community who's supported us for many years, and for all the developers that we've been working with to make Chainlink a success. I'm obviously immensely grateful to our users who collaborate with us and tell us what we should build and how we should build it so we can enable them to build the future of our industry. I'm extremely grateful to all the people that are building teams in the Chainlink ecosystem. And I'm going to be seeing many of you and talking with many of you in person. And I'm really, really looking forward to hearing your ideas about how we can do even more to make the Chainlink ecosystem a place that reinvents the entire Web3 industry. We are really, though, all doing all of this for developers and for teams that are building Web3 applications. So if you're building a Web3 application, I highly encourage you to go and talk to other Chainlink Labs team members and other team members in the Chainlink community. There's a lot of booths in the other half of this conference where you can meet folks representing these various services and parts of the Chainlink protocol. We're very excited to hear your feedback about what we can be doing better, or what services or what improvements you need for the services to build that more advanced application that's going to reinvent our industry. We're very excited to be working with all of you, and I'm personally very grateful to be part of an industry that's going to be having such a large impact on the rest of the world. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and I'm excited to be speaking with many of you throughout. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. Wasn't that incredible, everyone? Let's give it up one more time. Thank you, Sergey.
Awesome. Yes, welcome to SmartCon 2022 by Chainlink. We are so happy to be here with you guys in New York City. Such fun.
And GM to the thousands of you live streaming from YouTube. I'm Zaji, marketing manager here at Chainlink Labs.
And I'm Zubin. I'm a developer advocate at Chainlink Labs, and we'll be your main stage host for this conference.
We have 2 days of jam-packed sessions ahead of us, and the in-person conference is officially sold out.
That's awesome. There are more than 150 speakers covering everything in blockchain, from DeFi to development to deco, and that's only the Ds.
And for those of you that are here in person, there are 5 breakout rooms. We're in Aristotle now. There's also Descartes, Plato, Rand, and Socrates. All of our rooms are named after famous philosophers. Philosophers are lovers of wisdom, and so are we. Zubin, who's your favorite philosopher?
That would have to be Socrates, and one of our breakout rooms is actually named after him. What about you, Zaji?
It's definitely going to be Plato because he offers us food for thought.
Speaking of food, after lunch, we'll begin sessions in all of those breakout rooms. And for those of you on YouTube, you'll have a live feed to all of the sessions on main stage throughout day 1, so stay with us.
And for those of you in New York, we have a week full of a ton of side events happening throughout the week. I'm personally excited for SmartCon at Sunset happening tonight, sponsored by BNB Chain. And tomorrow, we have the closing party at 6 p.m. happening at the Museum of Ice Cream, sponsored by ZK Sync. You can check out all of the details for these conferences and the events at smartcon.chain.link/events.
Yes. And also, we hosted some amazing developer workshops yesterday already. And I'm super pumped for the Hacker House, the Chainlink Hacker House that happens this Friday for an exclusive group of developers of all skill levels. And if you have any questions about anything, we have an Ask Me Anything desk located on the ground level.
And there are fun experiences throughout the venue, such as a live mural creation, DJ Dustin, and also the most collaborative NFT. Check out our exhibit space and Great Hall to see these in action.
And you can also get these really fun conversation starter pins if you want at the merch table. We encourage you to wear them to connect with each other.
Personally, I selected the GM and plaid shirt pins.
Of course, and I picked up the developer pins, of course.
Here's another fun fact at SmartCon. There's actually the key to SmartCon, which is an optional underground treasure hunt. There are seven keys that, if solved successfully, will lead seekers to a grand prize.
It's very mysterious. I love it. You can also find all of the sessions that matter to you on the mobile app. You can also get help with the mobile app at the Ask Me Anything desk I mentioned.
And if you have any feedback on the sessions, we also have surveys in the mobile app. So we definitely want to hear from you.
And of course, Wi-Fi, super important, is available in the conference area for attendees. Use the network name Chainlink-guest, and the password is SmartCon 2022, all lowercase.
And before we get started, we want to give a special shout out to all of our sponsors. Thank you especially to Bridge Tower Capital, Tron, and ZK Sync for their gold level of support. We also want to thank all of our silver and bronze level sponsors.
All right, are you all ready for the next talk? I definitely am, so pumped.
Yes, so next up we have a really, really special session for everyone here today.
We've got 5 presenters, okay? 5 in this session. We've got Kemal Moujahid, Chief Product Officer at Chainlink Labs. We've got Stephen Fluin, the Head of Developer Relations at Chainlink Labs. We've got Michael Lee from Coinbase, Roy Confino from the Lemonade Foundation, and Gando from CF Benchmarks.
They're going to be talking about how Chainlink can enable the Web3 economy and developers. So first, we'll welcome on stage Kemal.
I believe we're living in a unique moment in time. When we look back in 10 years, it'll be very clear how special this moment is. Until now, there was a big limitation on how things could be built. They needed to be centralized, which means that central entities could change the rules of the game at any time, any way they wanted. Developers, you had a huge dependency on central platform. Creators would only get a fraction of the value they generate. And anyone who was trying to challenge the status quo would risk getting shut down. But Web3 changes everything. For the first time ever, you can build an app that can't be shut down. You can create an app that is provably fair to your users. And you can guarantee access globally. Which means, for the first time ever, you can build a lending, borrowing platform for the unbanked. Now, think about it. That wasn't possible before. But now anyone, anywhere in the world can build it. You can build an insurance product that pays out fairly. Not one of these that you have to read into the fine print to discover you can't get paid, or something that sends you to fight with the claims department. Something that pays out fairly. You can create a lottery that cannot be rigged. Think about it. And it can coordinate global initiatives like actions for climate change. Now, this is a huge deal. One of these shifts that only happen once in a lifetime. We're talking about multi-trillion-dollar markets. We're talking about an opportunity to build a world we would much rather live in. And a huge payoff, of course, for those who create it. And like every systemic change, the earlier you get in, the higher the payoff. And this revolution is unstoppable, and it's already happening. Like until now, you had to trust everyone you interact with, every app, every service, every institution. Now, trust is good, but having to trust everyone you interact with no proof, that's a problem. Trust minimization solved this problem by giving you proof. Once people understand they can have proof, they're not going to go back. Like take DocuSign, for example. People aren't coming back to paper. First time they got a DocuSign, they said, okay, yeah, that's what I want. And the next time someone sent them a paper to sign it, they say, no, I want a DocuSign. Send me a DocuSign. It's going to be the same thing for this. Once people know they can have proof for the apps they're interacting with, they're not coming back. People are going to demand that things that they use are provably fair. They're going to say, prove it. And this revolution is happening right now. A massive amount of investment and talent is going into Web3. All big tech, all finance, everyone's trying to get in. The technology is ready. The building blocks are ready. If you're a builder, this is the moment to join. You will make this happen. The drivers of this revolution will be builders like you. I really think more than ever before, this is the time of the builders. Builders have the power to reshape the world. With only a laptop and internet connections, you can build something that can impact billions of lives. But there's still a big limitation to building Web3. And that's Web3 is not connected. And what do I mean by that? Well, first, chains can't connect to the external world. Take data, for example. Chains can't connect to external data. And when we could connect chains with external data in a trust-minimized way, the whole field of DeFi took off. Now, the second limitation is that chains aren't suited for all kinds of computation. So, for example, smart contracts don't have automation. So if you need automation, and chances are that you do need it, well, you're on your own to build it. And then there's a whole field of AI, for example. And with my background, I know a little bit about it. And all this progress that's happening in AI is not accessible to chains. And then the third problem is that chains can't talk to other chains. And as we've seen during Sergey's talk, this is a huge problem because you have these assets as a developer that you want to move from one chain to the other, or you just want to be able to have smart contracts communicate with each other. So the way that you would build apps like you would do on Web 2 with composing things with each other is not possible to do natively on Web 3. And with the explosion of L1s and L2s and subnets and app chains, well, this is a big problem. Now, you can't build a modern Web3 app without connecting those pieces together. This is very important to understand. Early apps were simple smart contracts, but any modern Web3 app that you see around you is composed of those multiple pieces, multiple smart contracts on multiple chains, and multiple Web2 resources. And this makes this lack of connection a huge blocker for developers. So how do you connect Web3? Well, this is where Chainlink comes in. We've invented a decentralized Oracle-based consensus method that solves the connection problem while preserving trust minimization for your apps. And this is a decentralized, community-based approach which gets better the more developers use it, which means, especially with the launch of staking and economics 2.0, we've built this virtuous cycle. More usage drive more security and efficiency, which attracts more usage, and so on. And as we've seen, if we want to truly unlock Web3, we have to connect it. This is really the next evolution, from smart contracts to hybrid smart contracts to fully connected web apps. And this is how ecosystems really take off. This is how the community can build on top of the best components that the community has already built. And you can build on a global scale, only limited by your imagination, really. Thanks to you, Chainlink now has more than 1,000 Oracle networks, processed 8 million calls of randomness, and has one of the largest Web3 developer community. And we're really building a platform to help you address your 3 biggest needs: data, compute, and cross-chain. And we're going to dive into each one of them. So let's start with data. Chainlink is the leader in bringing data on-chain, with over $6 trillion of value enabled and 4 billion data points on-chain. Now, these are big numbers, but they're really important because every new dollar, every extra dollar enabled, every extra data point delivered on-chain, the whole system becomes more secure and more efficient. Chainlink is now deployed on 15 chains, and this is really what we mean by providing data at scale. And doing this at scale is hard because you need to bring this data in a trust-minimized way. In the Web3 world, you can't just make an API call to get your data because this creates a single point of failure and defeats the trust minimization of your whole app. With Chainlink, you get the right data every single time in a trust-minimized way. And as a result, Chainlink is now the industry standard, powering all DeFi and beyond. Now, we have built this standard with you, all of us together. So I really want to take a moment to thank all of you and everyone watching on Livestream for building this standard with us. Thank you. And we're excited to take things to new heights with you. Now look at this picture. Speaking of new heights, we're just getting started. There's so much more data being created in the world, and only a tiny fraction of it is brought on chain. Look at all this value waiting to be unlocked. And to do this, we're creating a whole suite of products, some of which I'm excited to announce today. Let's dive in. Let's start with the NFT space. The next chapter for NFTs is to be used as assets for lending and borrowing, as well as derivatives. This will demultiply the market and the opportunities in that space. But to unlock this, we need secure, reliable data for NFTs. NFT floor pricing feeds solve this problem by providing the risk-averse price for any given collection. Now, determining this price is far from trivial. So today, I'm excited to announce that we've partnered with Coinbase to bring you the highest quality data. And I'd like to welcome on stage Michael Lee, VP of Data at Coinbase, to tell you more about it.
Please take your seats for this presentation.
Thank you, Kemal. Hello, everyone. Hello. All right. Hope everyone is having a lot of fun at SmartCon for both audience in the room and also a lot of people I know on the live stream as well. My name is Michael Lee. I'm the VP of Data at Coinbase. I'm super, super excited to be here announcing our partnership with Chainlink on NFT floor pricing fees. Coinbase is building an open financial system for the world. We make crypto simpler for individuals and businesses, no matter how they interact with crypto. Coinbase builds solutions for 3 major audiences. Coinbase Retail, which is an easy-to-use custodied offering for retail customers, including trading, advanced trading, earn, BIP marketplace, NFTs, etc. Coinbase Institutional, which are high-touch services for institutions and high-net-worth individuals and families. and Coinbase Cloud, which is a suite of APIs, services, and infrastructure for developers and businesses who want to build Web3 products. Coinbase has offerings across NFT space as well, spanning from product for end users and product for developers. For end users, we want to provide everyone who want to interact with NFTs. We offer a wallet to store NFTs and a marketplace that you can buy and sell NFTs. For developers, we offer Coinbase Pay SDK, NFT DApp Starter Kit, and NFT API for you to launch your NFT projects. We aim to build a whole suite of products to allow building and interacting with NFTs easier for everyone than ever. The NFT floor pricing fees we're launching is powered by the NFT API served through Coinbase Cloud. We decided to partner with Chainlink because Chainlink is the leader in providing Web3 data to the masses. Today, we don't have a high quality and reliable NFT floor pricing fees, but with this partnership, we're looking to enable growth and liquidity of the NFT market and allow developers to deploy unique smart contracts across DeFi use cases with an optimal liquidity profile. In order to do that, in order to everyone to consume the NFT data with confidence, a top priority for us has been to ensure the data feeds are dependable and reliable for the rapid growth this space has been experiencing. So 3 things. Number 1, quality data. The data feeds are built on on-chain NFT transactions from major NFT marketplaces, resistant to outliers and data manipulation, and transparent for auditing. Number 2, scientific modeling. We applied rigorous machine learning models to estimate top NFT collection floor prices instead of just simple historical averaging. Third, scalable computing. We build a whole infrastructure that can scale, that can scan and generate analytics for more than 30,000 NFT collections, more than 65 million NFT tokens, and more than 25 million NFT transactions every 15 minutes. So as you can see, we're doing all the hard work so everyone can leverage this data at ease. Digging into a little bit the algorithm itself, as you can see that at any given point, the NFT collection prices is a bell-shaped curve. What we do is we scan every NFT transaction for the collection across all major marketplaces. Then we remove all outliers so that we can reduce noises. Then we apply the most state-of-the-art machine learning algorithms to estimate the floor prices for the NFT collection. Then we update that estimates whenever there's new NFT collections come on chain so that you always have the latest data all the time. We look forward to seeing several major use cases empowered by this effort. Lending and borrowing, which can power on-chain financial applications such as decentralized lending markets, where Web3 users can collateralize their NFTs. Index creation, we can utilize weighted market cap indices consisting of the top NFT collection floor prices to track the market performance for the overall NFT market. Prediction markets, we want to accelerate NFT prediction markets by allowing exchange-traded markets to connect financial incentives to the trading outcomes of NFT token pairs. And lastly, DNFTs. We will enable a whole new class of dynamic NFTs by changing the appearance and the functionality of trades based on conditional logic connected to the floor price of an NFT collection. So looking forward, we will expand our machine learning modeling coverage to more collections to generate more actionable NFT metrics and expand to more DeFi metrics as well. And we don't stop there. In fact, we'll open source all the machine learning models behind the scene, as well as the infrastructure behind the scene as well. So everyone can check how the model works, everyone can challenge how the model can work better, and be a part of the community. That's what we believe that Web3 data product should be built. So we have 2 sessions later today that will dig into the details. Welcome everyone to join us for the conversations. With this, I'll pass it back to Kemal. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you, Michael. So you can already try these feeds today on testnet, and they will be coming on mainnet late October. All right, now let's talk about interest rates. Interest rates are critical to unlocking the derivatives market, which is orders of magnitude larger than its underlying market. The problem today is that interest rates are fragmented, and there's no real industry standard on interest rate, which is really holding back crypto's potential. So we need a trusted interest rate, widely accepted across the industry, and this is why we've decided to partner with CF Benchmark, and Gando, head of product at CF Benchmarks, is here with us to share more. Gando?
Thank you very much, Kemal. Delighted to be here. Good morning, New York. Good morning and afternoon, people on YouTube. Never would have thought that interest rates would be as topical as they are these days. They seem to be in the news every single day. So my name is Gando. I'm head of product at CF Benchmarks. CF Benchmarks exists to help raise investor confidence in the crypto space. We do so by benchmarking investment products and providing measures of markets. You may know our Bitcoin reference rate, the BRR, which helps settle the CME futures for Bitcoin, or our digital asset classification structure, which provides a taxonomy and a framework for crypto investing. In my role, I try to look around the corner, see where crypto's headed, and try to see how we can help it unlock its potential. And so when it comes to DeFi, you don't need me to tell you how much potential there is. We're just scratching the surface, and we're just getting started. And I mean, look at kind of where the crypto markets are relative to some of the bigger markets in the world in terms of financial markets. But I think crypto and DeFi are still missing something, and that's what I want to talk to you about today. The world, on aggregate, has $300 trillion of debt. And just for a little bit of context, debt is how you can have one person undertake a limited risk for a limited return, as opposed to equity, where somebody has to take all the upside and all the downside. So it plays a really important role in helping an ecosystem grow efficiently. Global debt at $300 trillion and no sign of slowing down. It continues to grow. It's probably going to grow for the coming years as well. All of that debt is benchmarked to an interest rate of some kind. You have government debt, like sovereign bonds. You have corporate debt. And you have consumer debt, like the credit cards in all of our pockets today. That debt is also spread globally from Miami to Macau and across industries from manufacturing to tourism to healthcare. And a lot of it is benchmarked to the US dollar interest rate benchmarks, like Fed funds or T-bills, as you may have heard. And I think crypto is no different. For the ecosystem to grow and for the debt markets to grow in a healthy manner, they need a benchmark interest rate curve from which things can be priced. As far as we're concerned, we think such a benchmark needs to abide by our principles of 3 Rs. It needs to be representative of economic reality, a true reflection of what's happening in the market at any one point in time. It needs to be replicable by any and all market participants to facilitate hedging and risk management. And it needs to be highly resistant to manipulation to maintain the integrity of the markets as they grow. It also needs to exist in a Web3 connected layer that's highly secure. And that's why we're delighted to have partnered up with the market leader in this space, Chainlink, to bring you this interest rate curve for Bitcoin. This partnership leverages our expertise building benchmarks and Chainlink's unique capability to power DeFi smart contracts on-chain. We're pulling in thousands of inputs every day from DeFi protocols, from derivatives markets, like futures and perps and so on, as well as OTC activity, so institutional borrowing and lending from each other. And we're bringing all of this together to give you a yield curve for Bitcoin, a measure of the time value of Bitcoin. Transactions can then be priced as a spread to that curve, which facilitates transparency for users, so they understand what risk they're taking on and for what reward. And it makes it easier for users to dissect. If I am getting a return that is 30% above the benchmark, I must be taking on some risk that is maybe a bit opaque to justify this incremental return. So it gives that transparency to users. And it also helps unlock risk management solutions at scale. So if you're involved in Bitcoin borrowing or lending activity, or if you're involved in derivatives markets for Bitcoin, like futures and options, integrating this curve into your product suite can be essential. So we're going to be diving deeper in a session this afternoon. If you'd like to learn more, please join us. And if you just can't wait to learn more, scan this QR code now. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Gando. OK, so now let's talk about proof of reserve, which is a product that allows you to provide automatic audits of any asset's collateralization. So this is really useful in three main use cases. First, real-world assets are getting tokenized. Gold, real estate, commodities, currencies. That's $46 trillion of value, and only 0.04% that's tokenized right now. And one of the biggest blockers in this tokenization is being able to prove that the asset is collateralized. Another very important application for proof of reserve is the security of liquidity bridges. Liquidity bridges are very useful, but they also need a lot of security. And so to increase the bridge security, you need to be able to automatically audit their liquidity. And finally, stablecoins need more transparency to fully take off. And for that, they also need to be able to prove that they're collateralized. Now, all these three problems can be solved by proof of reserve. And the way this works is it provides your smart contract with the data they need to calculate the true collateralization of any asset backed by cross-chain or off-chain reserves. And we've made great progress since we've launched this product a year ago. Now Cash is now using proof of reserve to bring gold on chain, and Aave is using proof of reserve to increase the security of their bridge. And to talk about how stablecoins use proof of reserve, we're going to listen to Raphael, co-founder of ArcBlock. Now let's take a look.
Hello, SmartCon 2022. Great to see you all. Great to have you all here. My name is Raphael Kosman. I am the co-founder of ArchBlock, formerly known as Trust Token, and we are the creators of the TrueUSD stablecoin, which is a $1 billion fiat-backed stablecoin, as well as the True5 protocol for uncollateralized lending on the blockchain. And I'm here to tell you about a very exciting application that we've developed in partnership with Chainlink, which is about being able to prove on-chain the reserves of products like stablecoins, and some very exciting new features that we are launching as part of the TrueUSD stablecoin itself that leverage proof of reserve to a whole new level. So at a high level, TrueUSD, it's a fiat-backed stablecoin, about 1 billion tokens in circulation, backed by about $1 billion being held by our banking partners. Very, very simple model. You can wire in money, get stablecoin. You can send in stablecoin, get a wire with fiat money. Now, we have always worked from the beginning. When we launched TrueUSD in 2017, we have worked very hard to make TrueUSD the most trustworthy, transparent, and verifiable stablecoin that we could. And that is what led to our partnership with Chainlink around proof of reserve. So what we did with them is we brought in a third-party auditor, top 25 US accounting firm called Armanino, who does real-time attestations 24/7 of the bank accounts that are backing the TrueUSD stablecoin. They examine those bank accounts, make sure that the funds in them match or exceed the number of tokens on chain. And then what we did with Chainlink is take that data and actually put that on chain through their Oracle network. And that is the core of the proof of reserve product. It allows DeFi protocols and other dApps on the blockchain to directly query Chainlink's Oracle network and see the reserves backing TrueUSD and other stablecoins. But what we are now doing, what we've been working for many months on and are about to ship, is a whole new level to the proof of reserve system, where we integrate proof of reserve directly into the TrueUSD smart contract in a very innovative way. We are making it such that the TrueUSD smart contract will actually refuse to mint any tokens unless the proof of reserve system already says that those tokens have collateral backing them. So that adds a whole new check and balance on the TrueUSD minting process, such that the holders of TrueUSD and DeFi protocols that are integrating TrueUSD really know that every TrueUSD that's minted is fully 100% backed, and they aren't even just trusting us, they're now trusting a third-party Oracle network that also has to approve that those funds are there. So that's the core of the product. It's something that we're very excited about and we think is very timely, given some of the recent disasters that have happened with major stablecoins that weren't built in as straightforward, trustworthy, and transparent way. We think this is a very important time for us to be investing in this kind of technology and pushing the industry forward to have products, stablecoins especially, that people can really trust. So that's something we're very excited about. It's something the team at Chainlink is very excited about. And I hope that you all here can find even more exciting applications for the Chainlink Oracle network, for the proof of reserve system, and for all the ways that we can bring more trust and verifiability on chain. So I'm Raphael Kosman, we're Archblock. Thank you all for being here at SmartCon and have a wonderful rest of the conference.
Isn't that awesome? So with proof of reserve, we can make Web3 more secure altogether. And please check out these talks if you want to learn more. Okay, so until now, we've talked about bringing a lot of kind of data on chain, but what about your own data? Bringing your own data is a huge ask from our developers. We see it in hackathons, we hear it from you, and we've listened. You can already use any API to connect to more data sources, but we're going to radically improve it by enabling any developer to fetch any Web2 data in a fully decentralized and trust-minimized way. And we really believe that this will unlock all sorts of new use cases in parametric insurance, sports, real estate. And mainly, we're really excited to see what you're going to come up with. So come visit us at the Chainlink booth to learn more about this. Now, bringing your own data is great, but what if you have privacy-sensitive data? These are valid concerns which are really blocking this data to be used on chain. Now, Deco liberates this data by ensuring its provenance, keeping parts of the data private, and interfacing easily with legacy systems. So say you want to prove that you live in a given state, or you want your user to prove that they live in a given state without revealing their address. Let's say that you want to prove that you're over 18, but you don't want to disclose your birth date. Or you want to prove something about your risk profile or about your bank account. Deco is the technology that unlocks all these use cases. So if you're interested, I really encourage you to hear more from Dalia Malki, our Chief Research Officer, and the Burada team. Okay, this wraps our data section. Now, again, getting back to this picture, this has every New bridge unlocks new land. What we're working on is unlocking this massive amount of data. And all the products we've seen is really about helping you do that. OK, so now let's talk about the second pillar, compute. Now, for any Web2 developer, the notion that you're going to use a cloud to accelerate your development is pretty natural. But in Web3, it's still not the case. And this is what we want to solve. We want to help you accelerate your development process. And the first area that we want to help you with is randomness. Now, why randomness? Well, chains can't natively generate true randomness. But randomness is really at the heart of massive markets. And actually, it's all around us. You know, when you buy a lottery ticket, when you play a game, or when you're waiting for an NFT drop, you're exposed to randomness. Now, how do you know that this randomness is truly random? How do you know that other players don't have access to the results before they play? How do you know it's fair? And as a builder, how can you give the guarantee to your users that your service is fair? Now, this is where Chainlink VRF comes in. And VRF solves this problem by giving you a provably fair outcome with a simple API call. So in short, like if a lottery is powered by VRF, then you have proof that it can't be rigged. VRF has been growing very fast in gaming and NFTs, and we're so pleased to be working with so many of you already. And with VRF v2, we've made it faster and cheaper and a more scalable solution. So go check out these great talks to learn more about randomness. Now, another important developer need is automation. Now, smart contracts don't provide automation. So if you need automation, you either have to push a button or get creative, or run your own scripts on AWS. Now, let's all agree this is not a great thing for trust minimization. So as you consider solutions, the most important thing to think about is reliability. Let's say you're implementing a limit order. Do you really want to be wondering if it went through, if someone forgot to push the button, or the little woodpecker stopped working, or if your script died? If you have a game, do you want to be wondering whether your game round started or not? Or if you have a dynamic NFT, do you want to be wondering if the metadata updated? Now, this is why you want to use Chainlink. Chainlink is the leader in reliable automation. We bring our expertise in security, reliability, and scale. So as a developer, this means you know your jobs will execute on time, reliably. Now, one of our users, RoboVault, says it best. So I'm quoting, "Before Chainlink automation, I had night sweats, worrying about my custom bot lending transactions reliably. I now sleep like a baby." I love this quote. So we launched our service, Chainlink Keepers, a year ago, and we've seen huge demand. And we realized the vision for this product is much larger than we originally imagined. So as of today, we're renaming it to Chainlink Automation to fully reflect our ambitions in this space. Now, the heart of it, Chainlink Automation really helps you save time and money. If you're building a Web3 app, chances are that you need automation. And you probably are building it yourself. You need to build it in a decentralized way. You probably need to maintain it, to monitor it, to scale it when your service is taken off. Now, why would you be wasting your engineers' time on that? Leave the automation to Chainlink and focus on building the unique parts of your app. And we're going to be continuously expanding our capabilities to let you fetch your own Web2 data, to leverage log events, and even let you add your own custom compute as part of your automation. So if you want to learn more, I really encourage you to attend these sessions. And finally, let's talk about a couple things coming next. First, we're investing heavily in OCR2, which will make all our services faster and cheaper. OCR2 is an evolution of our battle-tested OCR1, and with OCR2, only one oracle needs to transmit the report, which drastically reduces chain congestion and costs. And OCR2 will power all the Chainlink services we covered, which is going to make the whole service a lot faster and cheaper. But really, the vision here is to let you run any kind of computation that you want in a trust-minimized way, just like you would on any cloud. So if you'd like to learn more, make sure to listen to Lorenz, our head of R&D. Another exciting technology that we're working on is fair sequencing services. Now, fair sequencing services solves a huge problem in our industry, MEV attacks. And so FSS will provide state-of-the-art solutions to solve this problem with minimum rewrites of existing infrastructure. And so make sure to listen to Ari Juels, our chief scientist, to learn more about FSS. OK, so now let's talk about our third pillar, cross-chain. Now, as we know, we live in a multi-chain world, and the diversity just keeps increasing. As a developer, what this means is that you need to be able to transfer assets across chain, but really to make smart contracts from different chains interoperate with each other. And we know cross-chain bridging is a huge need. Trading assets across many chains, using an asset as a collateral to use an app on a different chain, enabling governance across chain. But really, at a high level, it's about your ability as developers to be able to mix and match different components for what they are. Some components are great for storing value. Other components are great because they're faster, they're cheaper. But the problem is that security is a critical feature of any solution here. Now, out of all the value lost this year, 70% came from bridges alone. And it's a very hard problem to solve. And we've already heard a lot from Sergey on our unique approach. Now, what I'll say is that we're building CCIP with those two goals. First, we want it to be developer-friendly and flexible, because we realize there's so many use cases out there. But we really want to make it highly, 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 highly secure. And so these are the two goals that we're working on. And so what next? Well, without revealing too much, you should totally tune in these talks to hear from Synthetix and Swift, as well from Lorenz. OK, so we've covered the Chainlink platform and the three pillars: data, compute, cross-chain. And the benefit of the platform is all these products that we covered really work great together. So you can combine them to build amazing things, just like PancakeSwap and Trader Joe and Synthetix that are now using multiple products to power their Web3 app. OK, now we're going to talk about the most important thing of what we're building, and that's our community. The reason why I love working on developer platform is that I love enabling builders. And when builders form a community, well, nothing stops a community of builders. And now I'll pass it on to Stephen Fluin, our head of developer relations.
About 2 weeks ago, I was sitting in my comfy office chair in front of my computer. It was a little bit past 1 a.m. in the morning my time, and I was throwing popcorn kernels into my mouth. This was the night of the Ethereum merge. I was hanging out, spending it with my 1,000 closest friends on a YouTube live stream. And I was struck by this moment, because obviously it took really, really great technology for the Ethereum merge to be pulled off successfully. But more than great technology, it took a huge community of thousands and thousands of developers out there coming together from different organizations with different incentives, different motivations in order to make this happen. Developer communities are essential to almost everything that we do. This is why we believe that Chainlink is the standard. This is why we are open source. We want to build with the community. And when I think about developer communities, when Chainlink Labs thinks about developer communities, we really think about it in two ways. First, we want to find the way to make each and every one of you successful. And second, we want to make sure that we're empathizing. We want to make sure that we're listening to what you are caring about so that we can represent those needs onto the team, to make sure that we're building the tools and products and services that are going to solve your problems. And so we're going to talk a little bit about some of the things we've heard today and some of the things that we're going to be doing about that. So first up in terms of listening, this is a graph of the number of GitHub repositories using Chainlink. This is actually a very important signal for us because the number of people that are sharing their source code openly using Chainlink as a proof point. This is verifiable, right? This is truth. This is public information that's available to everybody. And when we look at the numbers, we are very, very happy with what we see. If you look over the last year, the number of repositories, these are projects that are using Chainlink, has quadrupled. Every 6 months, the number of repositories is doubling. And this is huge, right? This is a proof point of the huge amount of community adoption, and not just adoption, but people sharing, doing it in a way that other people can take advantage of it, building a network, building this community. And I'm actually very happy to announce that this week at SmartCon, we've passed a major milestone. We've now hit over 15,000 repositories. So give yourselves a round of applause. You are inspiring the next generation of developers. One of the favorite things that my team does is we put on a hackathon twice a year. And we love poring over both the winners, the participants, every submission we take a look at. Because really when you look at hackathons, when you look at this moment that developers are given, this opportunity to look out and see what the futures of our industry is, we feel like that's where hackathons really shine. Whether it's music licensing via NFTs, whether it's making DAOs easier, making DeFi easier, we look to our hackathons as a fantastic way to get started. And this is one of the core places that communities come together. We love to hear about teams that have come together to do a hackathon project for the first time, and then they get funding. They spun up into a company, and they go further and further and further. We build better together. What Chainlink is accomplishing could not be done by the Chainlink Labs team alone. We have to acknowledge that there's an entire ecosystem out there. And there's problems in that ecosystem. One of the problems that exists out there is testnets. When you are trying to build a really great production application, you want to develop it first. You want to make sure that it's going to be good, so you ship to testnets. But in the past, that developer experience has actually been pretty terrible, right? Different testnets for different tools. There was no consistency. And so one of the things that we've been working on over the past few months is actually putting together a coalition of folks. And this coalition of folks brings together a bunch of the developer experience providers in the ecosystem, everyone from Alchemy, Ethereum Foundation, The Graph, OpenSea. And we asked the question, how can we do better? How can we create better end-to-end developer experiences so that when someone builds a project, they can actually test it. They can use all of the tools that are available to them in a fantastic way. And so one of the first things that this testnet coalition decided was, hey, it seems like Gurley is the next testnet. Now, I know there's a lot of debate around pronunciation, so I'm just going to call it Gurley testnet. And spelling it with the umlaut is basically impossible. But we're going to get past that and then really acknowledge that because we've all worked together as a community to decide that this is going to be the testnet we're going to use for the foreseeable future, I can now have this magical end-to-end experience. I can build an NFT. I can visualize it on the graph. I can then publish it and see what does it actually look like in a marketplace like OpenSea. I can leverage things like randomness and automation from Chainlink. And then I can interact with that NFT via Alchemy, all on the same testnet to make sure that everyone that's going to use that in production has a proven experience. So this is really just the start of what we see as this reaching our open arms across the ecosystem. And so figuring out what testnet to be using as an ecosystem, as a community is essential. But we're trying to go further. What are the other questions that we could be asking ourselves about developer experience? And how can we expand that coalition to make it even stronger so that more developers are being successful? And so if you're actually interested in joining that conversation, we've got a link here that you can join and try and be part of that coalition or apply to be a part of that coalition. We are building a future powered by cryptographic truth, and this is really, really important to us. But when you are a new developer entering the space, this can be very, very hard. This can be difficult. What I say is that joining as a blockchain developer is actually harder now than it was 2 years ago. right? 3 years ago, there wasn't as much choice. There weren't as many options. There weren't as many tools. But today, I have to make choices over and over and over. And it can feel like I'm banging my head against a wall. But we want to solve this. We want to make this better. And so one of the exciting things we want to announce is that we've been investing a lot of time and energy with the community on a new site called blockchain.education. Blockchain.education is really designed to not just answer the how do I build with Chainlink, but why should I become a blockchain developer? I talk to a lot of Web2 developers who have very interesting things to say about the crypto and blockchain industries. But we feel like if we can answer these questions of why are we here? Why are we in the room right now? Because everyone here as builders in this ecosystem, you're in the right place, right? We've heard from Sergey, we've heard from Kemal about how exciting the future is and how bright the future is. But a lot of people don't know about this. And so blockchain education is really designed to help us fix some of that. So this is a site that we've been working on with the community, and it really is designed for you to share and help people understand this journey. And one of the things that we've done is we've actually mapped out the journey from everything from learning, finding, developing, but then also acknowledging that, hey, to actually go to production, to be successful in this industry, you have to manage your smart contracts. You have to manage your deployments. You have to manage what chains you're on. You have to worry about auditing and security. And so we're trying to be a hub and provide a lot of the resources out there that help you be successful. Another way that we're trying to help developers more and really fix this entry problem for folks is we're actually launching a new YouTube channel soon. And so I'll share the name here today, and then in the coming weeks you'll see more about this. But we're actually launching a chain dev YouTube channel. And what's really exciting about this is that it's not just more tutorials, it's not just more documentation, but it's really solving some of the bigger questions that you have about the ecosystem and trying to keep up, right? Because one of the hardest things for all of us is just keeping up with the rapid pace of innovation. And so really trying to go beyond just tutorials, although there is going to be code, there is going to be lots of live coding repositories you can clone and try out, but really answering those bigger questions. And really, I want to focus on inviting everyone here and everyone online to be a part of this developer community. And so we have a really fun event going on tomorrow, Thursday. It's called, we call it Developer Speedrunning. And so it's an exhibition of some of the best developers solving problems on the fly, where you can learn from them and see how do they actually think about this problem? What tools do they choose? What problems do they encounter, and how do they resolve? How do they respond to those? And this is an opportunity for us all to learn. And if you're at the conference today and you actually want to participate, go and talk to Andre at the Chainlink booth today between 12 and 2, because he'll be talking to developers and trying to find the best people who will be showing off their skill sets tomorrow. I also want to invite folks to join the Hacker House on Friday. So if you want to check out that link as well, it's going to be a fantastic place and a fantastic time for developers to come together, form new teams, learn how to be successful. So I really do want to focus on making sure that everyone here feels empowered to join us and creating the future together. So up next, I want to introduce Roy from the Lemonade Foundation, and he's going to really exemplify this idea of community by talking a little bit about some of the projects we've been working on together.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for your time. So I'm Roy from the Lemonade Foundation. The Lemonade Foundation is the nonprofit arm of Lemonade, the insurance company. And our job is to build exponential tech to solve real-world problems. And I want to tell you today about our first project. It's called the Lemonade Crypto Climate Coalition. And it's the first Web3 organization built from the ground up to help protect subsistence farmers from climate risk. And I'll tell you a bit more about that in a minute, but before I do that, I want to start with an observation and a prediction. And my observation is that we're all here because we believe in the power of blockchain to bring about dramatic, fundamental, maybe historic changes to the way that our society operates together. But I think until now, that potential has not been unleashed and hasn't come to bear on the people that really need it the most: the underloved, the unbanked, the uninsured. And my prediction is that insurance is going to be the bridgehead that allows for that potential to come to bear on the real world. And I'll tell you a bit about why I think that, and I hope by the end of the talk you'll agree with me. So in the 13 years since the Bitcoin white paper, blockchain has come a long, long way. It's done amazing things. But I think the question remains, has it really influenced the people who need it the most? And this is something that we've been thinking about a lot at the Lemonade Foundation, right? How can we use blockchain to affect change in the real world? And one of the problems that we've been thinking about a lot is climate change. Maybe you've heard about it. And Lemonade is also very concerned about climate change. We're the first insurance company that has forsworn investing in fossil fuels. Unfortunately, climate change is intensifying. And that means that there are more droughts and more floods, and those droughts and floods are predominantly affecting the developing world. And in the developing world, we have 500 million smallholder farms. These farms support 2 billion people. That's almost a quarter of the world's population. These people are subsistence farmers. They live off what they grow. And that means that for them, a drought can be literally life-threatening. Unfortunately, today, smallholder farmers bear the risk of that on their own, right? In sub-Saharan Africa, for example, where I grew up in Kenya, insurance is basically unavailable. 3% have access to it, but nobody buys it, basically. And we believe that blockchain has the potential to pool that risk together. And if you take blockchain and insurance and data and connect them together, you can basically solve the core problem that has inhibited the scale of insurance in the developing world for crop services, and that is cost, and I'll explain. So providing insurance in the developing world is very, very problematic from a cost perspective. Underwriting is a very costly endeavor. Even if you do have an underwriting model, an actuarial model, distribution is basically impossible because distribution for traditional companies is done through brokers and agents, and those don't exist in the developing world. And even if you did find a way to distribute it, claim handling would still be impossible or unachievable because basically the premium that you would be paying or collecting, it would cost more to process the claim than to actually pay out the premium. So for a traditional insurance company, providing this type of insurance in the developing world is impossible. That's why the Lemonade Crypto Climate Coalition has been formed. So we've been fortunate to put together a group of companies, including Chainlink, from the Web3 space, from traditional insurance like Hanover Re, some of the most important companies in the space that have come together to work to solve this core problem, this cost problem. And the way that we're going to do it is by using a DAO instead of a traditional corporate structure, by using smart contracts instead of policy documents, by using an Oracle Chainlink instead of claim adjusters. And when we build that infrastructure on the blockchain, basically you can take something that's unsustainable and make it infinitely scalable because the blockchain can reach Peru or Papua New Guinea as easily as it can reach rural Kenya. And on top of all that, we're also providing this at cost and not as a profit-seeking endeavor. Specifically, crop data is a great use case for this, and that's because crop data can be objectively measured. It can be instantly reported through an Oracle-like Chainlink to the blockchain, and it can automatically trigger, again, using Chainlink, it can automatically trigger claims. That means we don't need claims adjusters anymore. Oh, and by the way, I forgot, who the hell trusts their insurance company, right? So I think one of the interesting things that we can do here, one of the opportunities, is going from a model that's distrusted to a model that's trustless. it doesn't mean the actors don't trust each other. It just means that the actors don't have to trust each other. Because everything is on-chain, everything is verifiable, everyone can just look and see what happened, right? There's no bureaucracy in the background that you have to trust. It's verifiably true. And just because it's on-chain, it also doesn't mean it has to be complicated. So this is M-Pesa in Kenya. We're going to be using the same exact user interface that farmers in the developing world are used to for banking applications, USSD menus just like this one. They're going to be buying insurance directly from their feature phone. The money is going to be parked on-chain. And then when we trigger a claim through Chainlink, that money is going to go directly back onto their phone. So basically from the farmer's perspective, nothing needs to change. We don't need to do any market education. We're super excited about the fact that we're going to be launching a pilot very soon, sometime in this quarter. And once we launch that pilot, we're going to be using next year to scale. As I said in the beginning, I think if we're able to use the potential of blockchain to affect change in the real world and help these people, these 2 billion people who live off what they grow, if we can help them, these underinsured, these unbanked people, if we can make their life a bit better, that's something that I personally am super excited about. We're super excited about in the coalition. Making change on a global scale like this and something that's so important is something that we're very passionate about. And if you are too, I encourage you to drop us a line. We'd love your involvement as developers, investors, whatever it is. Thank you very much. Now it's time to build.
Thank you, Roy. I really love this story. It shows how Web3 can have this incredible impact on society. Okay, so we've seen a lot. We've seen a lot of great tools. We've heard about our awesome community. So what now? Well, often something that we hear is, that sounds amazing, but I don't know where to start. First, it's really important to realize every business will have a Web3 strategy. Just like every business now has an internet strategy, a mobile strategy, a cloud strategy, an AI strategy. So whether you're launching a startup or you're running a billion-dollar business, you need a Web3 strategy. And it's going to happen progressively. Businesses didn't move all their operations on the internet right away. In fact, Web3 will be a spectrum from just selling your data on Web3 to putting whole parts of your infrastructure on Web3 to starting full Web3 native. But the first step that you're going to take, the most important thing, you're going to think about the most important thing that needs to be provably fair to your users, and you're going to put it on-chain. For example, if you're building a lottery, the most important part should be randomness. So a great way to get started again is to ask yourself which part of your app needs to be provably fair, and start with that. And with Chainlink, you can connect it all together. And remember, your users will demand that your service is provably fair. They'll say, prove it. Now, how can you prove it? Well, today, we're launching badges that you can put on your apps to show that they're provably fair. We want to build this world together. If you're a Chainlink user, go to chain.link/proveit to get the badge and help us spread the word. It's build time. If you see something around you that's not fair, fix it. Make it fair. Rebuild it the way it should be. I really think it's never been a better time to be a builder. I really think we'll look back in 10 years and realize this was the time of builders. And as a builder, Web3 is the opportunity of a lifetime. And it's happening now. You know, I've seen this personally in messaging. I've seen this in AI. I've seen amazing things happen, but we really want to get in at the right time. And this is the moment. This is the moment where the building blocks are ready, the technology is ready, but not everyone is seeing the full opportunity. So you can help us shape this new world. You know, it's all greenfield with so much potential. So come and let us grab this time together. Thank you.
All right, everybody, can I ask for everyone's attention? We've got an awesome talk coming up, so I'm going to ask all of you to grab a seat. If you need to get something to eat, great, but grab a seat, settle down, and let's really pay attention because it's going to be a wonderful, wonderful conversation. But it's also really important, I get it, for you guys to mingle and meet people. If you'd like to have a conversation, by all means, you can do it outside, grab something to eat and have it outside. But you know, if you're ready to take your seats, we'll get started with the next conversation. Because next up, like I said, I promise it's going to be a fantastic conversation. We have Kain Warwick, the founder of the DeFi platform Synthetix. And I strongly encourage you guys to check out a really inspiring video about Kain. You can watch the short documentary that we made about him at chain.link/block-stories. Okay, you're going to love it. It's a really great piece of work. Now, Kain is going to be interviewed today by Dan Roberts, who's the editor-in-chief of Decrypt. So, welcome to the stage, Dan and Kain.
All righty. All right. Governance. Time to govern. I hope everyone files back into the room because Kain is a DeFi god that I think a lot of people in this room know well, follow him on Twitter. So this is the talk to hear. We got a lot of people filing back in, which is great. I hope also if you're in the room, quick plug, if you are in the crypto world, I hope you know Decrypt and read us for all your news. So let's get started this way. You know, even though this is an audience of probably DeFi degens, people who know Synthetix, I never want to assume. We got some TradFi types. We probably have some marketing folks and people newish to crypto. So just give everyone the Synthetix 101. How does Synthetix work? How would a regular person use it?
Yeah, so you know, Synthetix started out as a stablecoin. In 2018, we realized that like a single US dollar denominated stablecoin is probably not going to be something that's going to be able to compete with like USDC or even DAI at the time. And so we pivoted and we moved to this platform that supported not just a dollar-denominated stablecoin, but stablecoins in like multiple denominations. So we have like a Bitcoin stablecoin, an ETH stablecoin, and a bunch of other assets. And so for the average person, what can you do with it? You can go to either Ethereum or Optimism, and you can hold a token that lets you, say, track the price of Bitcoin.
And we have to talk a lot about stablecoins and get into that because stablecoins have become kind of a hot and controversial topic. But next question, let's give a nod to our hosts here at Chainlink. How does Synthetix use and integrate Chainlink? Because there's a real connection there.
Yeah, so the connection is very deep. It goes back to like mainnet, basically, right? Like we were the first people to integrate Chainlink. And the reason why we did that was that back when we started Haven, the stablecoin project, there wasn't really an Oracle solution that was out there that was in production. And so we kind of didn't have a choice, but it was still a bad idea. We probably shouldn't have done it. We actually built our own Oracle. And so for, I think, probably like a year, maybe almost 18 months, we ran our own Oracle, which was an absolute nightmare. It was literally, you couldn't sleep at night. It was terrible. And then we, in 2019, met the Chainlink team, and we'd been looking, for a solution to kind of move away from this, independently run Oracle that we were maintaining. And we spoke to them for about, I think, like 3 months or 6 months, and started this collaboration where we basically worked together with them to kind of get the Oracle network onto mainnet, and we're the first ones to integrate it. We built a bunch of aggregation contracts for Synthetix for all of the Forex currencies. And then I think about 6 months later, we migrated the entire thing. So, at that point, we had like maybe 15 or 20 different assets that Chainlink was supporting for us, which, that day, I still remember it very vividly. I think a lot of the Synthetix OGs remember it very vividly, that it was just like this sigh of relief of like, thank God someone else is managing this for us. And it's been amazing since then. Obviously, we work really closely with Chainlink to get onto like Optimism, which is a layer 2 scaling network that we also support. So yeah, it's a very deep and long-standing relationship. And there's some other cool stuff like CCIP and various other things that we work really closely with Chainlink to kind of continue to innovate on.
How many assets now on Synthetix are tradable?
It's a good question.
A lot more than 20.
Yeah, I think like it might be even like 40, but there's also different flavors as well, right? So you have like spot assets, you have futures, you've got assets that allow you to take like a short position, and then on top of that, you have now probably like 8 or 10 protocols that have built like as like another layer on top of Synthetix. So that supports like options and options vaults. There's some other stuff like pari-mutual markets. So there's a ton of different assets within like the Synthetix ecosystem that are supported now by Chainlink and
When we're talking about options trading, kind of relatively sophisticated trading mechanisms for people and investors. I mean, we have to talk about the current bear market, right? I mean, and it's a time when some people are still managing to make money somehow, but kind of everything is down bad. And not just in the crypto world. I mean, especially today, if you have followed the news, there's a lot going on in the global economy, non-crypto. But focusing on our world, I mean, we are kind of deep in a crypto winter. How has that affected Synthetix, either user onboarding, volumes, your kind of sentiment and temperature about the space right now?
I mean, Synthetix came out of the last bear market, right? Like, we were, I think, one of the protocols that made a bunch of changes in early 2019 that kind of kicked off the whole DeFi summer thing. So, we started yield farming with Uniswap, which was, I think, one of the kind of early composability, experiments that worked really well. And, then the staking rewards contract is, I think, still probably the most used contract, in DeFi. So I think for us, we look at a bear market as an opportunity to just slow down, really think about things, and this is why governance is important as well, right? Governance just gets thrown out the window during a bull market, right? It's no one cares. It's like, let's just try and move as quickly as possible, do the dumbest possible things.
Only.
Exactly, and so all of that stuff that is really critical, but takes a lot of kind of thoughtfulness and experimentation, just gets blown away. And so in a bear market, you kind of sit there and go, okay, let's take stock of what's happened over the last 18 months. There's a whole bunch of really amazing things that have happened, that have been built, but most people in the room, including myself, are not even aware of all the stuff that happened over the last 18 months, right? And so in a bear market, you have a chance to kind of do some more research, slow things down, and really focus on the kind of fundamental aspects, and governance is one of those things that I think there's a bunch of other things, but I think governance is one of those things that hopefully in this bear market, we will come out of with a much better platform.
Yeah, let's get into governance in more depth. And a good place to start is actually exactly a year ago, you're at a different conference, and you said that it's kind of like an undiscussed secret in the industry that the governance mechanisms we have are pretty terrible. You said DeFi governance pretty terrible.
Yeah.
1 year later, do you feel like that's changed? Has it gotten any better? I mean, certainly it's something we talk about more, but it's not the easiest thing to just fix, especially when people just, like you said, launch the token, when token, up only, and then oops, we lost our shirts because a lot of these projects and companies were just way out over their skis and thought it would only be a bull market forever.
I think governance is actually worse today, unfortunately, a year later, which is maybe a bit of a controversial take, but the issue is that, again, the incentives are misaligned in a bull market, right? The incentives are there to, do things like governance theater, et cetera. And, the tools that were developed, Snapshot's a great example, right? So, you have this issue where I'd say the vast majority of DeFi protocols, or even Web3, more general Web3 protocols, are governed by multisigs. And multisigs are very problematic because they're this discretionary component that exists within a protocol where you might have like 4, 5, maybe if you're lucky, 10 people that are usually unelected, that are the ones that are actually making the changes to the protocol. And so Snapshot, this is like the perfect bull market solution to this problem, right? It's like, let's not actually go and solve the underlying issue of multisigs controlling all these things. Let's put this really nice shiny veneer on top of it so it looks good and looks all legitimate.
Pretty UX.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's make sure everyone knows what Snapshot is. That's what DAOs use for voting.
So Snapshot basically is a signaling mechanism, right? So, if we're all in here and we want to like agree on what, some decision that we want to make, right? You go to Snapshot and you vote with your tokens and it sends a signal. But where does the signal go? The signal goes ideally to the multisig, right? But the multisig is not responsible at all to that signal. The multisig could say, no, we're not going to do this, right? And so you have this like core within a lot of DeFi that is discretionary, and then you've got this like shiny UX of like, hey, we're all voting and it's cool and we're all doing the right thing.
We're doing crypto.
We're doing crypto, exactly. We're doing crypto governance, congratulations. And so I think that like actually finding a way for the signal to be directly connected. And there are certain things out there like the compound governance module, but we really haven't invested as an industry, like I say we collectively have not invested the time or effort over the last 18 months to actually fix this problem. And so my strong hope is out of this bear market we will get much more robust solutions so that we can get rid of this multi-sig problem and come out into the next bull market with a much more reasonable governance framework.
So you think governance has actually gotten worse in the past year, but the bear market might help?
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, so let's just continue with the bear market. Great.
Yeah.
I hope it lasts longer. When we talk about, you use the phrase governance theater, and I've certainly heard the phrase decentralization theater as well. What are examples of governance theater? I mean, we talked about the problems with Snapshot, but are there recent kind of news moments when it was like, nope, that is not really quite what we were trying to accomplish here?
I mean, I think you see governance theater pops up in a bunch of different ways, right? Where you have a system that looks like it's being controlled by token holders, but actually is being controlled by like a small group of unelected people or unaccountable people, right? And so like ultimately what governance theater comes down to is you have some discretion where there's like some system within a protocol where the token holders cannot control it, right? And so like this comes up a lot in treasuries, right? So you have treasuries that are controlled by 2 or 3 people potentially in a project, especially if they're a non, and the token holders are saying, well, hang on a second, like how are we actually distributing these resources? We've got this big treasury, we want to allocate resources, we want to have some say in how these resources are allocated, and yet weird decisions are being made and we have no like recourse to actually stop it. And so instead of saying, okay, let's find a way to work out what token holders want, instead you come up with like some convoluted scheme which makes it look legitimate, and like you have a bunch of like proposals and a nice website and all of these things. All of that is like governance theater, right? At the crux of the matter is like, how do we ensure that token holders, the people who own the project, the people who control the project, the people who should be making the decisions, are able to very clearly express their preferences as to what should happen within the project. Like that is what decentralized governance is, and anytime you break that, you're basically creating some kind of governance theater.
And that's especially problematic because in many cases, the allure of being in a DAO is this ideal of join the group and you have a say, you have a vote. However many tokens you have, you actually have a voice in influencing the decisions of the DAO. But of course, in many cases, it's really 5 people who founded it have most of the tokens, and thus most of the voting power.
Yeah, and so, there's obviously like plutocratic issues as well, right? So Maker is probably the best example, and I feel bad because I always use Maker as like the counterexample of governance, but like Andreessen controls on some very, real sense Maker governance, right? And so this has a chilling effect. If you have a bunch of people who deeply care about a project and are really engaged, and then there's one stakeholder that for whatever some historical reason 7 years ago they put a bunch of money into the thing and have 15% of the token supply or whatever, collectively all of the people in a Discord cannot actually override the decision of this one party, right? And so it ends up being the situation where people go, well, why am I even bothering to vote, right? Like, we already have this issue.
Sounds like real life.
Well, like we have this issue in democracy where people are like, oh, what's the point? Like, I'm one marginal vote, right? If there's some person who had 15 million votes, that makes it even crazier, right? You're like, so I've got one marginal vote, but then there's one person running around who has 15 million votes. Like, why am I bothering to do this, right? It just exacerbates the problem significantly.
Yeah, it's, the other time that this comes up, it comes up involving like bad actors, right? Which is, we've written about this at Decrypt, and these tend to be the examples that get a lot of play because regular folks, I've told myself to stop using the word normies, which is an industry term for non-crypto people. It feels like we should stop using that word. But non-crypto natives, tend to see these stories and they get amplified. For example, ENS, the Ethereum Name Service DAO, voting out a pretty prominent member because of an offensive tweet. Regardless of what you think of the tweet. You mentioned MakerDAO. There was an example where MakerDAO basically voted as a DAO to get rid of its entire marketing social media team because people didn't think they were doing a good enough job. And yet, as I always say about DAOs, I think we talked about this last week at Mainnet a little bit, it's kind of a misnomer. I mean, they're not decentralized when they first start, which is no one's fault, but someone has to create the DAO. It can't just appear and be decentralized. And then the A in DAO, well, they're not autonomous. They're not running on smart contracts. They're running from human beings voting. And so, how is that something that we can fix when it comes to dealing with the gray area of judgment calls about members?
I think, it's just that we didn't really understand what we were actually doing. Like, we kind of defined this DAO thing, right? Like, if you go back to the DAO, right? That was like the first, I guess, real-world example of like a large-scale system, right? And obviously, it didn't end that well. But I don't think that's like necessarily like something that invalidates DAOs as a concept. But I think when you imagine, and this happens in crypto all the time, it happens in all kinds of industries. You start off with this ideal and this system that you imagine, like this is what it's going to look like, and then the real world has a way of just being very different to what you expect, right? And so, we start off with all these assumptions and expectations or whatever, and then the world invalidates them, and it takes a while sometimes for us to like realign what our expectations are. And so I think like what a DAO is very different to like what a lot of us expected a DAO would be, and that's okay because we were wrong. And like what a DAO can be and what it will eventually be still like ultimately embodies this idea that decentralized governance is a better way of making decisions than centralized governance, right?
You still feel that way?
I still feel that way. I deeply feel that way. I just think that like it's a hard problem and it's a bit path dependent and you kind of go the wrong direction and you make, so the more like iteration and experimentation we have, the better off we'll be, right? But we will eventually get to a point, I think, where we've got the right frameworks in place, we've got the right thought processes, and collectively we all understand how to actually approach this problem, and we will be able to outcompete a centralized hierarchical organization. Like I genuinely believe that that is what will happen, but it's just not going to happen in 20 minutes. Like it's going to take time.
How long will it take, and do people in crypto have the patience to wait around to see it work? Well, especially, it's an industry that there's so much, vitriol and skepticism that, and then, something like Terra happens, the collapse of Terra, and it allows people who already say, all of crypto is a house of cards, it's a scam, it's a fraud, to point and say, see?
I mean, the irony there is Terra was completely centralized. It was all governance theater. Like, there was no actual governance in Terra at all, right? And so, I think that it doesn't invalidate decentralized governance. It actually validates the thesis that centralized governance is bad, right? It was just a company, I mean, not even, it was like one person as a dictator running.
Two.
And like, oh, yeah, sure. But like, it's like kind of this situation where like, we understand that individual people do not make good decisions, right? But then there's agency as well, right? So you need people who are responsible, and you don't want this kind of diffusion of responsibility. So you need to find a middle ground between having some unelected dictator control everything and having just, you know, like pure direct token voting, right? Like there's some middle ground there, and with the right systems in place, I think that the decision making that you can get out of a community that's highly engaged, that has a process and a platform to be able to express their preferences, can do a better job, make less mistakes. It might be slower, but that's okay. Like, you know, you say, people, do we have the patience, right? In a bear market, we have the patience. The people who are still here in a bear market have the patience. I mean, if you don't, like, I don't know what to tell you. You should get more patience. If you don't, like, work on your patience, right? But like, we're all still here, right? And we can, if it takes us 2 years to figure this out, it takes us 2 years. In a bull market, no one has any patience, right? If this was a year ago, I'd be like, you honestly, do whatever you want, like go on YOLO shitcoins. But like, literally, like here now, the people in this room, we should be thinking about solving this problem. Like, this is a problem that is solvable. We can do it.
Man, this is really fun. We're really getting into the heart of it now. I mean, you know, one tension that I think we see is, you know, in a way, it sounds like you're describing the wisdom of crowds, right? It shouldn't just be one person, and you get, you know, one leader who's just off making their own decisions, and it's better when it's a group. At the same time, in crypto, every project, every protocol still has the one person who's like the face of it. You know, I mean, you're the face of Synthetix. I mean, Sergey is the person first associated with Chainlink, Vitalik and Ethereum, and that's okay. I mean, you know, Shapeshift, if people are kind of OGs and remember Shapeshift, I mean, they became a DAO instead of a company. It's still, you know, Eric Voorhees is first associated with Shapeshift. And are there, you know, is that something that you think might change? I mean, in some ways, just companies are the same. You know, Amazon named a new CEO. It's still Jeff Bezos' company. Bob Iger is still, you know, the helm of Disney, even though he's not the CEO. Is that something that, you know, is problematic in any way when it comes to governance?
Look, I mean, you know, the Jeff Bezos example, I think, is one of my favorites, right? Because if you've followed Amazon closely at all, you know about the situation with this Fire Phone, right? Which was like the most idiotic product maybe ever invented by humans, right? And it was like his baby, and like literally this thing has like weird infrared sensors all over it and stuff, and he just got like too obsessive and like went down a rabbit hole. And in a hierarchical organization where there is someone who has ultimately total control of decisions, if they really care about making a bad decision, they can get that bad decision through, right? Through almost anything, right? And so Jeff Bezos was able to like push through this terrible decision, and there were really, you know, there was no way to stop him, right? And the same thing is true for like a lot of startup founders in Web2 that have these like, you know, dual equity structures where they've got like, you know, crazy voting rights, and like their kids you know, for 100 generations will control the company or like whatever.
Change their whole company name to Meta.
Yeah, like whatever it is, right? Stuff like that. But like, but like legitimately, that is not the same thing. Like, I do not have control over Synthetix. Like you say like, oh, I'm the face of it, but like, in a very real sense, like Jeff Bezos still has control. You know, all of these people still have control. Mark Zuckerberg still has control of the entire company and can do almost anything that he wants. I can't. Like, regularly, I'm told, honestly, this is a bad idea, we're not doing it, right? Like, it happens to me, like, on a weekly basis where I'm like, here's a proposal, and everyone's like, sorry, we're not doing that. Like, I can't actually push through something, and that's good, because I make dumb decisions all the time. If I was allowed to just decide every single thing in Synthetix, it would be chaos. Like, the amount of bad decisions that have been blocked that I would have otherwise done. So, and this is the point, like, one person cannot possibly be as effective in, like, working through something as complex as a DeFi protocol or a Web3 protocol or whatever, as a group of highly engaged owners that have like a sense of meaningful control. It's just not possible.
Yeah.
At least that's my thesis, right? Like, that's the decentralized governance thesis.
Yeah, that's great. You get told no.
Yeah,
that's great.
Of course.
Sticking with DAOs, you know, and I know I'm talking, you know, we're kind of talking about the parts of DeFi and crypto that end up amplified and get kind of louder than beyond just the still very niche, you know, DeFi space, which, you know, by the way, I'm always saying, it's a large amount of money. It was a large amount of money at the market peak, still a relatively small number of actual, you know, traders and users, something like 2 million or 3 million. But, you know, another example of that is it felt to me like there was a DAO moment where everyone was launching DAOs. Everything was a DAO. It was like, oh, we'll make a DAO. Constitution DAO was probably the most prominent example. Everyone in the room remembers a DAO said we're going to buy a physical copy of the US Constitution. Didn't work. They got outbid, ironically, by someone who virulently hates crypto. Couldn't write it any better. But you know, then there was a Dune DAO, Spice DAO, and they said we bought a copy of the Jodorowsky Dune Bible. We're going to do all kinds of stuff. It was like, oh, turns out you don't own the IP. You can't make it. And it feels like that moment passed a little bit. I mean, I was at I can't remember which conference it was, but like 8 months ago, and someone was saying, you know, we're actually in fewer DAOs now. Like someone prominent, I think it was someone from Gitcoin, was saying, yeah, I used to be in like 20 DAOs. And then at some point you realize you can't give your time and your work to many more than 3 or 4 of these things. Do you feel that way, that people had a sort of frenzy about joining DAOs, and then it was like, wait a minute, and it kind of cooled?
I mean, that is the story of every single thing that's ever happened in crypto. Like, literally, someone does something, and it's interesting, and then people are like, let's take this to, like, its like ultimate extreme until we have pure chaos, and then it all collapses, and then we're like, okay, what did we do? Yeah. Like, that is every single thing that's ever happened in crypto. That's the mechanism by which we learn things, right? And so, yeah, of course, like, there were like hundreds of DAOs popping up because people were like, oh, this is a cool thing to do for that, whatever it was, 3-month period or something, right? You know, I think it's the same thing with yield farming. Like, yield farming started, and it was cool, and then people just, I mean, then you had, like, vegetable coins, and then it was, like, every single, and then we ran out of emojis. It was like, we need, like, how do we get more emojis here? Because we have none left, right? So, like, you know, the idea that you have this, like, very low barrier to entry, right, in terms of what you can do and how you can coordinate people is, I think, the thing that allows us to discover very rapidly and iterate and experiment within crypto and learn lessons. We don't always learn them, you know, as effectively as you might like, right? But like, we typically will, over a long enough time horizon, learn lessons. And I think a bunch of people learned a lot of stuff about how we do decentralized coordination out of those DAO experiments, out of Constitution DAO and you know, all these things. And some of those DAOs that started are still working, and some of them are kind of dead and whatever. And I think one of the learnings is, yeah, you probably can't be in 100 DAOs. You can't be an active member in 100 DAOs. That's not possible, right? And that's a good thing for all of us to be aware of.
We only have time for a couple more questions, but just real quick, who in this room is a member of a DAO? At least one DAO, raise your hand. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, maybe a year ago it would have been a lot more hands than that. I want to get your take, because we are talking about, you know, governance, and especially worrying about, you know, how the tokens are classified, have to hit regulation while we're up here. And actually, just last week we had news very relevant to this conversation, which is the CFTC basically suing a DAO. And you know, the question for DAO governance token holders was like, wait a minute, if this is a security, can they go after every member of the DAO? For what you're doing, how are you thinking about regulation, especially as kind of the rhetoric has, I would say, amped up lately, especially from the SEC?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the SEC wants to regulate everything, not just crypto, right? Like, they literally, you know, like, Gensler pretty obviously is saying, like, any financial instrument of any kind, like, I want to regulate it. And there's other regulators that are like, excuse me, like, we have jurisdiction over this, like, there's precedent here. So I think that the fact that there is this, like, kind of jostling for position between different regulatory bodies is a really interesting situation. And you know, some regulators in different jurisdictions are more or less permissive and open. And you know, I guess for me, like, my take on the current situation is that there was a period where it felt like the kind of sufficiently decentralized, you know, discussion, right? Like what happened with Ethereum back in, you know, like the idea that something could be sufficiently decentralized as to kind of fall outside of like SEC, that it feels like we're trying to reel that back in now.
Or they are. Yeah.
Or they are, right? Yeah, exactly. Like the regulators are trying to reel that back in. I don't know if they can. Like, I genuinely don't know if they can. It's going to be an interesting kind of battle, I guess, over the next, you know, whatever, like year, 2 years to see what happens.
Yeah, it is. Gosh, there's so much more to talk about, but this has been really good. Really interesting to hear the optimism about what's going to happen with governance in the bear market. I think that's a nice takeaway. Can we give Kain a round of applause? Awesome. Good fun, man.
Thank you.
That was incredible, guys. That was really good. Excellent. Thank you, Dan and Kain. I was hooked on every word. I was sitting there just like, that was incredible. Okay, so now we've got lunch and lightning talks. That's the time in the calendar now. So for the lightning talks, they're all going to be pretty short 2-minute talks by attendees of SmartCon. And you can check them out downstairs in the Socrates breakout room on level 0. For lunch, guys, we're in Manhattan. Tons of options around here. For a quick and easy lunch, I recommend going down to the neighboring Essex Market and Market Line. I was there yesterday. Really good, quite eclectic, really good food. It's an indoor public market, so I recommend that. For those of you who are returning to this room, Aristotle, we'll see you 15 minutes from now, 5-0, okay, 12:50. We'll see you there. And you're not going to want to miss this because it's an incredible, incredible talk called Bridging Traditional Finance and DeFi, right? So you don't want to miss it. It's a must-see talk. And we've got, Swift, DTCC, BNY Mellon. So don't miss it. Have a great lunch and see you in 15 minutes at 12:50.
please take your seats. The program will now begin.
Hi everyone, welcome back from lunch. Thank you so much for coming back and for being here today. If you want to have any side conversations, please take them outside for the following session, and really happy to be here. So now we have a panel discussion called Bridging Traditional Finance with DeFi with Jonathan Ehrenfeld-Soleil, Strategy Director at Swift, Stephen Prosperi from DTCC, and Victor O'Laughlin from BNY Mellon to discuss how interoperability will drive the success of digital assets and capital markets. Joining them will be Sergey Nazarov, co-founder of Chainlink. Please welcome everyone.
Great. Thank you for joining us for this panel. It's very exciting to have so many people from the capital markets that are actually pushing the limit of what's possible here with us. Jonathan, Stephen, and Victor, I want to thank you for being on this panel and sharing your insights with us. Thank you. Very excited to hear your views on DeFi and tokenization, a whole bunch of awesome topics. I think just to kick this off, we're going to begin talking about cross-chain. And in regards to that, just to set the stage, I'm very happy to announce that we are working on an initial proof of concept together with Swift on the use of CCIP. In the capital markets to enable communications and movement of tokens between a number of different institutions in a way that'll accelerate the adoption of DLT, blockchains, and benefit various institutions all over the capital markets. In that regard, I think we'll just start discussing cross-chain, and I'd be thrilled to hear Jonathan's views on the importance of cross-chain and how communication between chains and institutions in a multi-chain world could look and work.
Yeah, so thank you, Sergey, and thank you for the invite. Let me start maybe because I know not everybody is aware about Swift, but I will try to explain it very quickly. So Swift is a cooperative, is an international cooperative. We run perhaps the biggest network in financial services today for capital markets, for payments, for FX, for trade. We are headquartered in Belgium, although we have sort of operations everywhere. And we have around 11,000 banks that are connected to Swift today. They exchange financial information in the most secure, reliable, and scalable way. All right, so that's one just to frame it that. The second piece is that the POC that we're doing, it's the end of a long story, right? I think 5 or 7 years ago was the first time Swift and Chainlink started working together. You were actually one of the first startups that we bet on. You won the startup challenge that we used to have a long time ago. And then even before blockchain was something that financial services had in their minds, I don't think at the time nobody was doing anything on blockchain, on financial services. Swift and Chainlink worked together on the first POC that we did on bond issuance and redemption. It was quite successful. And that was maybe the first steps of this sort of love story between Swift and Chainlink, which continues today. Now, why we want to continue to work together? I think there's two factors that I want to explain. So the first factor is there is undeniable interest from institutional investors into digital assets, whether these are stable coins, CBDCs, or anything that you can tokenize on capital market space. So that could be equities, bonds, or anything else. So those institutional investors, they want to have access to these assets at the same time that they have access to traditional assets. And that means that a asset manager, for example, wants to use the same custodian they use today, and those custodians probably want to use the same sub-custodians to settle at the same infrastructures that they do today. And that, in theory, means that they want to use a network that can connect to all of these capabilities, and that's where Swift comes into play. So that's the first factor. You have institutional investors saying, hey, Swift, we want you to be the network to connect to that. Now, in reality, connecting to this network for digital asset doesn't mean connecting to new, same infrastructures. It means that you have to bridge the gap between these infrastructures that have been there for ages and all of these new blockchains that are going to provide these services, whether it's issuance, clearing, trading, settlement of tokenized assets. And there are going to be many of them. There's already a few of them. Some of them are private. Some of them are Ethereum-based. Some of them are in anything that you can, any fabric that you can imagine, right? So Swift doesn't always have the potential to go and try to connect to all of them, right? Because if we bet on 10 this year and those 10 disappear, then we are losing investment in that. And it's the same for the banks. So this is where CCIP comes into place, right? So it's the perfect example of if you have this interoperability network and you have Swift that is using this interoperability network, we connect to 11,000 banks. You connect today to 15 Chainlinks, to 15 blockchains, but you can connect to way more. That's the bet that we're putting on you guys, and we're trying to encourage you to do more. Then you have these two infrastructures that are secure, that are reliable, that are scalable, that can actually work so that you can buy an asset whatever you want and you can transact it in whatever country and serve institutions such as Bank of New York Mellon or DTCC to actually do that cross-border. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you for that thoughtful explanation. I think that's right. I think people don't fully understand that Swift has the largest private key infrastructure in the whole banking industry. There is no reason to get rid of that private key infrastructure that already securely signs transactions to move around trillions of dollars in value. That's the existing integration that's extremely important around Swift, together with its messaging and routing and all the standards that it creates. All of those standards can simply have an addition made to them that says blockchain stuff. And then blockchain stuff needs to go somewhere. And instead of being very specific and going to hundreds of different chains and having all the complexity of going to hundreds of chains baked in, you can just have blockchain stuff go to a global standard like CCIP that can distribute that to hundreds of these chains efficiently. So just like we don't want to build private key infrastructure for the 11,000 banks of the world because that's already done, Swift doesn't necessarily want to build an integration with every single chain on the planet because that's a body of work that we're focused on. So in that sense, I think it's a great collaboration and partnership, and it has been great working with them. Jonathan is right that it's been a long road together, working through a lot of things that we haven't always been able to be super public about, but this proof of concept is something we're going to be talking about more and including more and more folks from the banking, capital markets, and institutional side of financial markets to make a big collaboration around. So thank you, Jonathan and Swift, for working with us. I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
I also missed a step when I introduced Jonathan that I didn't give him a chance to fully explain what Swift was. So I'm just going to correct that with Stephen and Victor. Stephen, please tell us about the DTCC and the immensely important role it plays in the global financial system. And then if you could share your views on how cross-chain and a multi-chain world would evolve from your point of view.
Sure, thanks, and great to be here. So Stephen Prosperi, I work at DTCC, which is a post-trade market infrastructure provider. Our core business is providing clearance and settlement services for US securities markets and post some pretty big numbers. I think last year We process $2.4 quadrillion worth of securities. We often get asked if that's a real number, and it is in fact a real number. And it represents basically all broker-to-broker trades of equities, corporate debt, treasuries in the US markets. So naturally, we're very focused on blockchain and the opportunities it can present in the kind of industry where we sit in the industry. And kind of getting back to the question, cross-chain interoperability, we think it's very important. From day one of our exploration in this space, about 6 or so years now, we've kind of felt it important that there won't be one blockchain to rule them all. There will be multiple out there. The currencies will live across different chains, and other assets of value represented through tokens will live across different chains. So very similar to the role that we play in traditional markets of bringing all of those together, and similar to Swift in some ways in that nature, being connected to all the banks and broker-dealers to provide services, whether it's clearing services, settlement services, a lot of those same aspects, they'll transform, they'll look a little bit different, but fundamentally are very similar, I think, in a digital asset world. So in most of the initiatives that we take on, we look at how can this plug into multiple blockchains, and how can things coming down the pike like CCIP be used to help us kind of maintain that view, and again, to not build something that's already built, and to not have to stand up infrastructure to support 100 blockchains. If we can support one piece that can then plug into those 100 blockchains today, maybe 200 blockchains tomorrow.
Great, makes sense. I think that's just the common sentiment that I'm seeing, is that the complexity of integrating with chains and the rapid rate at which they're changing, they're releasing new versions, one chain disappears, another chain reappears. I mean, it's really not a problem that I think larger institutions need to solve. I think it's a problem that crypto-focused infrastructure like Chainlink should be focused on solving, and it's a problem that we're eagerly taking on and making sure that we have good solutions so that the capital markets can interact with blockchains efficiently, and more value can get on blockchains and become cryptographically guaranteed and highly reliable. So I think that's the goal that we all have, whether we work in the capital markets or in the public blockchain world. I think at the end of the day, we just want a more reliable, more secure global financial system. So Victor, I would really love to hear your views, and excited to hear about Bank of New York Mellon as well, and your views on cross-chain and what a multi-chain world looks like from your point of view.
Yeah, it's really great to be here. A lot of energy in the room. So thanks for the invite. It's good to contribute. So BNY Mellon, Bank of New York Mellon, is founded in 1784 by Alexander Hamilton. So it was the first treasurer of the United States. So anyone seen Hamilton at Broadway, they're talking about the founder of our company. First stock traded on the stock exchange, first loan to the US government. So a lot of history, and that's very much embedded in our culture and our company, and we continue to stay relevant because we innovate and want to continue to stay engaged and grow, right, and innovate. We service 20% of the world's investable assets, so that's twice the US GDP in terms of custody. We clear and settle 10 trillion a day in US government securities or treasury securities. 2 trillion in payments, and we have wealth management and a strong distribution franchise in Pershing, which is, it's essentially servicing broker-dealers and registered investment advisors. Now, where I sit, I'm the head of the enterprise tokenization in the bank, and so I have a view of what's going on across all different lines of business, and I see sort of this interoperability, play happening, not only connecting banks and others to each other, because essentially I think what historically financial institutions haven't done well is connect, right? And so what's happened is we all have sort of our own like islands, and we try to operate the best way that we can, but there's always some sort of fear or nervousness around what happens if I connect more broadly into the market, what happens to my market share, what happens to my business. It's a complicated question. And we see sort of blockchains and Chainlink and others not only connecting infrastructure to each other, market infrastructure like banks like DTCC or Swift, but even within banks, right? Because you have multiple systems, you have essentially multiple lines of business, and they've kind of grown up independent of each other, and so there's a lot of integration that needs to happen within banks. And so BNY Mellon is very much focused on building a centralized digital asset platform, connecting our individual lines of business and the different quote-unquote rails we have, but also interested in connecting more broadly to the likes of DTCC, Swift, and perhaps one day Chainlink.
Great, thank you. I think you folks have a real level of insight about how tokenization is being approached in capital markets because you're on the forefront of dealing with people that want to do that at some level of scale rather than at the pilot or proof of concept size. So I think it'd be interesting to hear how each of you is seeing tokenization as a dynamic take hold in the capital markets. What are you seeing with people adopting tokenization? What are you seeing with tokenization becoming the way that capital markets want to interact? Jonathan, I'll let you start. What are your views on tokenization in the capital markets?
Well, it's definitely here. It is not going to go away. I mean, we have adapted all of our messaging standards so that we can make sure that we can cater for the information that is needed for tokenized assets. It's different granularity on the fractionalization of these assets. There's different ways to identify these assets. The fact that they are not holding safekeeping accounts, but they are holding wallets. So there's a whole implementation that needs to be done in financial messaging standards for this to happen, and this is something that is already live. So that already means that if a full network is actually changing the languages to make sure that we can cater for these assets, it's not going to go away. We don't invest a dime unless we know it's something that is long-term. So they're not going to go away, and I think for the capital markets industry, it's not necessarily crypto where we see the big take-up or now or in the long term. It's more on the digital security, so tokenization of equity or bonds, or therefore anything that it's actually linked to the cash leg of that, which could be CBDCs, stable coins, or anything on that realm, but not necessarily crypto for now.
Makes sense. Stephen, what are your views?
Yeah, agree with a lot of what Jonathan just said. I'll kind of lay it out like this. Going back a couple years, around 2018 at DTCC, we were looking at the concept of public blockchain and kind of on the back of the ICO boom. At the time, a lot of the large financial institutions were maybe not fully recognizing public blockchains, were opting to go private. I think that narrative changed a little bit. But we decided to lean into it, and we put together something we called Project Whitney and looked at what does it mean to tokenize a security from our perspective of market infrastructure provider. We learned a whole lot from doing that, and we engaged with kind of all walks of industry participants, custodians, broker-dealers, exchanges, and all of that informed efforts that we're doing right now under the name of DSM, Digital Securities Management, which is focused on private market securities, and that kind of is the way we're thinking about tokenization right now. Not specific to just private markets, but I'll say greenfield areas that don't have infrastructure coverage today for a couple reasons. That's not to say that public markets infrastructure is perfect across the board, but fundamentally there is infrastructure there. There is ways to transact with it. There's this whole kind of wide range of assets, whether it's forms of real estate, in tangible things like art, as well as pre-IPO equity, that are sort of ripe for some efficient infrastructure. And if we are kind of at this crossroads where we can try to go bolt it onto the existing infrastructure or leverage this new technology and some of the capabilities that can come with it, we're going to opt to go the new route there. So that's where we see a lot of the attention right now in capital markets, is focusing on those areas that are ripe for infrastructure. And then I'd say solutions that make them tokens more usable by large financial institutions. So that means not just the concept of self-custody in a wallet, but how do you bake them into our existing kind of tax and legal frameworks? There are pension funds out there and things like that have requirements to use a qualified custodian, and they already have, to Jonathan's point earlier, existing relationships there, and it's hard for them to break off and go to a new provider. So we look at it as how can the solutions that we build and the solutions that we're interested in kind of working with take all of the best parts of this new technology and kind of bridge over to pieces of the existing world right now to really realize the maximum benefit, I'd say.
Wow, that's really interesting. So it's really those infrastructure, underdeveloped in terms of infrastructure sectors where you don't have the better infrastructure already existing for transacting digitally that you see some of this taking hold.
Yeah, and I mean, I think kind of all markets will have a target on them at some point, but there are a lot of, to be honest, barriers in place. So kind of the area is, what are those new assets? And then we can start the conversation. And I know we talked about this just before we came up here, but just looking at the fact that there's about $1 trillion worth of assets on the kind of digital asset crypto side of the world, and $100 trillion worth of securities in the existing. And we have to start working on that path of how do those become digital, right? Because we can't just kind of only work on one path. There needs to be that bridge there between traditional and digital.
Yep, sounds right. Thank you. Victor, would be thrilled to hear your views, considering you're head of tokenization. I'm sure you have some very astute views. Please share them with us.
Yeah, by default, I'm definitely bullish on tokenization. Enough so that the bank thought it was important to have someone just in charge of this in BNY Mellon to help ensure that we do it correctly. It is table stakes, I think, over time for us and for anyone who's involved in the capital markets. You know, we're not taking sort of a greenfield approach to tokenization like DTCC, though I think that's an admirable thing to do. Focus on a new asset class, see if you can create that infrastructure. And I think given DTCC's role, that's a real sweet spot for them. We're actually looking at tokenizing all different types of assets internally. And really, tokenization for me is an enabler for interoperability. It's really about standardizing, right? And so if you, just as we were talking about, you know, the 1 trillion and the 100 trillion, like that needs to converge and operate in the same environment. And if you can't do that, then clients of ours, we have broker dealers, investment managers, the largest, you know, financial institutions in the world. They don't want to segregate and manage their assets in different pools. They want to have one client experience. They want to be able to utilize those assets efficiently, hopefully in very similar ways. And where it's dissimilar, they want a common, they want all of that to be solved for in the background, right? Just like Chainlink's going to be solving the interoperability issues. So for us, I see it as a way for us to connect BNY Mellon to other market infrastructure, to be able to mobilize assets across different settlement systems globally in a seamless manner. And why is that important? Well, banks, other asset owners, et cetera, they put a lot of capital, a lot of assets in accounts just to facilitate the movement of things in the world, right? And so it's sort of the grease against the wheel to be able to move things. You have to sort of what they call overfund. You have to put a treasury in to take a treasury out. Now they do that all over the place, and there's billions of capital allocated just to support mobility of assets, for example. But if you're able to do it atomically, and you're able to do it in an interoperable way, you can swap assets, and you don't have to have that same capital buffer, they call it, to be able to facilitate movement. So what do we use tokenization for in the bank? Well, we're tokenizing treasuries internally, experimenting with that. We think that there's an opportunity for us to connect more broadly and mobilize those assets to places where they need them. Generally, volatility in the market creates uncertainty, which in the case of collateral, you need to move collateral to different locations, just like you've had a margin call for a crypto trade, for example, and it's gone the way you didn't want it to go. You have to place more collateral. Same things happen all in capital markets. The other thing around tokenization is that it really helps with 24/7. It's like the infrastructure that can always stay up, right? And the crypto markets have really pushed the financial markets to think about that. And we need to be able to support our clients in any time zone, in any location. And so by tokenizing an asset, there's things that you can do to that asset from a settlement and clearance perspective that helps create efficiency, like settling it instantaneously T0 instead of like Europe, which is T+2. You can accelerate transactions. And so we think that's also a big opportunity.
Great. Yeah, makes sense. I think the always-on dynamic is kind of here to stay at this point. Yep. And folks are going to be expecting that more and more. For the sake of time, I think we have time for maybe one last category of questions around DeFi. And it's really around how do you view DeFi, and do you foresee a regulated form of DeFi emerging? Jonathan, what are your thoughts?
So you need DeFi if you want to grasp the full benefits of tokenization and everything that we have spoken about, right? The same way you need Web3 to actually have that verifiable truth that you were mentioning in your introduction this morning, right? Which is, you know, something that we also believe. Cryptography has been there forever, and Swift is at the center of that. Now, I wonder, and maybe we can see the reaction of the audience today, because you guys know better than we do, but is regulated DeFi really DeFi? That's something I wonder every day. You see the reaction already? Usually you get boos for opinions, but anyways, you see, so it's something that we have to, as part of being the incumbents in DeFi, infrastructures like Swift, banks, etc., we have to be humble to understand that DeFi is a space where, in some cases, we're not going to be welcome. So if we're not welcome, then is it DeFi too? But I do believe that if financial services want to go into DeFi mode, there needs to be some sort of regulated DeFi. Whether we call it DeFi, that's another question.
Makes sense. I just want to say, I welcome all of you to DeFi. All of you, and all of the massive amount of value that you just said, I welcome all that shit to DeFi too. You're very welcome. We're very happy to have you here. You know, I hope you and DeFi can become like this.
Especially Steven's quadrillion, right?
Everybody. We are very happy to welcome you. You're very welcome. Let me just make that clear from the DeFi side of things. So Steven, what are your views on DeFi and you know, the possibility of regulated DeFi and DeFi's interaction with, you know, larger financial systems?
Yeah, I struggle to use the word regulated DeFi. I guess if you ask the regulators, they would say, well, we already do regulate it, or at least you're already bound by regulations. But I think the area that we need to push towards is something that gets financial institutions comfortable with using DeFi. That's a way less sexy name and doesn't roll off the tongue as well. But ultimately, that's what they need to get involved. And we've heard kind of permission DeFi, which also has, but at the end of the day, we need institutions to feel like they're not going to get busted on KYC, AML, that they know who they're transacting with. And I think ultimately that's very important to the DeFi ecosystem. The more liquidity, more kind of everything that makes a healthy functioning market. I think DeFi markets are different in terms of how you interact, but they are fundamentally markets. And back in the days when we were trading pieces of paper to electronic to digital assets, kind of the core characteristics of the market remain intact. And I think in order to really achieve what's possible there, the institutions will need to find a way to get involved. So things like decentralized identity can be a big tool to help get to that point. And I think kind of some trust verifiers there may start to look like either regulatory bodies or kind of financial utilities. But I think that's what will open up the space and get them comfortable, and kind of looking forward to that step, and happy to accept your invitation into DeFi at that point.
Sounds good. So kind of compliant DeFi. That's what you're seeing people interested in, is the power of DeFi, but in a compliant way.
Yep.
Makes perfect sense. Victor, what are your views on?
Yeah, I'll echo some of what was said. I mean, ultimately, KYC and AML is extremely important to banks, right? And we got to make sure where the money is coming from, especially if it's financing something that we're doing internally for BNY Mellon, for example. Given our role in treasury market, we're highly, highly regulated. But ultimately, I see a huge value proposition of DeFi. I think if you can forecast an ample amount of liquidity in some of these protocols, it's a diversified pool of funding, right? And sometimes when you think about counterparty diversification, that's a super beneficial aspect of liquidity and capital, as opposed to being a one-on-one relationship with a particular counterparty. You hit credit limits and you have to manage risk associated with that individual entity. But if you're looking at a group of entities or multiple providers of cash or securities, there may be some risk management benefits to that, in my opinion. And where I think DeFi could benefit is really around intraday liquidity, where liquidity is needed to sort of grease the wheels in an existing financial institution. Or, for example, if you're lending or borrowing assets or cash, I think some of the more vanilla types of transactions that take place between counterparties and financial institutions would be a great first step. And then as things get more esoteric and more complex, that's probably gets solved at a later stage just because of the complexity of the smart contracts and such. But I do think once regulators are comfortable, absolutely banks will be there, will have to be there, and there'll be a portion of their activity with their counterparties that I think will slowly shift over into these DeFi protocols.
Makes sense. I appreciate the thoughtful view. I think I'm of the same view that, once everyone's comfortable, there's so much value in DeFi that it's going to be a little bit inescapable, just like tokenization is now inescapable as a dynamic because your users, your clients, they're asking about it, right? And that's really what drives your relationship with markets, is what your users and clients ask for. So I'm thrilled we've had this amazing and insightful conversation. Jonathan, Steve, and Victor, really want to thank you for coming to the conference and sharing your well-informed views with us. I think we've learned a lot, and really looking forward to finding ways to collaborate and finding ways for all of you to become part of DeFi.
Right on.
All right, great to see you. Thank you.
Just a quick announcement. I know you've had a lot to digest, not just lunch, but that incredible conversation. So take 10 minutes, grab some pins, grab some swag, get a plaid shirt, whatever you like. We'll see you back here at 1:40, okay? Awesome, thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good break. Grab something to drink, grab something to nibble on. We've got a lot coming up ahead as well. And yeah, please, everyone, just settle down, sit. We've got some interesting people coming on that you're going to want to listen to for sure. Now, next up, and I know we've covered a lot today, right? There's more to come. Next up, we have a fireside chat with Emin, the co-founder and CEO of Ava Labs. Joining him on stage will be Sergey Nazarov again. So, welcome to the stage, Emin and Sergey. So they didn't do this. So they didn't do the summary.
Great, thank you. Hi again, everyone. Long time no see. So I'm thrilled to be here with Emin, who I've known for many years and who is the creator of Avalanche, one of the most widely used chains and one of the fastest growing ones for DeFi and other applications. I also wanted to congratulate Emin on the recent 2-year anniversary of Avalanche, which is an important kind of milestone. And it's obviously developed a lot in the last 2 years. I've heard a lot of great things about Avalanche from developers and users and a whole bunch of different folks. I think one of the most interesting technical developments is subnets, and then there's a few others. Emin, I'm kind of going to leave it to you to explain subnets to us and give us a sense of how those are developing and any other big innovations in the Avalanche ecosystem.
Sure, gladly. So it's been about 2 years since Avalanche has come online, since our big mainnet event. And in that time, I think we managed to prove to the world that we have a genuinely new step up in terms of consensus protocols. We have by far the fastest chain when it comes to time to finality. And we have one of the most compelling architectures for people to build upon. That's an architecture based not only on a fast L1, but also the ability for people to create their application-specific blockchains. We call those things subnets. So if you have a demanding application, and you have a token that you would like to use for staking, for fees, for rewards, etc., then you can actually spin up your own blockchain where that thing executes according to your own virtual machine. You can actually introduce new virtual machines into the world. And then you can do whatever you like in that universe. It's entirely yours. Your fees are isolated from other activity on chain. So at the same time, unlike an L2 vision, where L2s are very diverse and different from each other, in this universe, there's actually unity of assets, a unity of architecture. So these subnets are all under one common umbrella, and it's easy to get in from the main chain to the subnets and vice versa. The APIs are unified. So that's the subnet architecture, and I'm thrilled about the opportunities this has presented. For example, when we had congestion on our main chain, we managed to essentially split out the incredibly successful games which were creating a lot of load and driving DeFi prices up, to their own subnets. And we've proven to the world that this is the architecture that truly scales. We don't need fancy new inventions. We have something that works, and it's been proven to work for multiple use cases. I think we're up to some number of subnets now, with many dozens in preparation on testnet. So I'm really thrilled about where we are with the subnet vision, and I'm looking forward to more people who might want to launch their own blockchains on top of underneath this architecture.
Yeah, that's definitely very interesting. So basically, you're seeing more and more essentially app chains coming online and Avalanche, and you feel that that's the scalability approach. That's the future of our entire industry, is that every app will essentially have its own chain. Is that right?
Every demanding app should at some point or rather, there is a typical sort of progress for apps. If they become successful, they end up putting a lot of load on the underlying system. Or if they share a system with other successful apps, they end up facing high fees. The way to isolate yourself from those is to create your own blockchain, and that's exactly what we provide with subnets.
Got it. Makes sense. Yeah, I think it makes sense as a scalability approach also. I think at the end of the day, these applications will have so much load, whether it's gaming or DeFi or any number of other categories, that you're just going to see hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of app chains coming into existence to properly power the scalability. And those app chains definitely need a scalable way to interact with each other, and they need a scalable way to come into existence.
Absolutely.
So the whole app chain thesis definitely adds up. I wanted to also get your feedback and kind of maybe partly switch topics to how you see oracles and the role that you feel oracles play in making these app chains successful and making applications successful on Avalanche generally.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's one that we often come back to every time I chat with you. And let me reiterate what I told you when I first met you. And as soon as I spoke to Sergey, I forget how many years ago it was, as soon as I spoke to him at a tiny little research conference, and it was way before Chainlink, I think it was a gleam in your eye at that point, I realized, hey, this is going to be a huge, huge area. The interface between blockchains and the real world, which is bridged by oracles, is going to be one of the critical stumbling blocks, if not done well, a critical vulnerability, if not done well, and a huge enabler, if done well. And so our cooperation and partnership with Chainlink has been an immense boost to us in terms of getting Avalanche DeFi off the ground. About 2 years ago, we barely, exactly 2 years ago, I think we were maybe a week old or so. So we were just a nascent tiny chain. Now, Avalanche DeFi is one of the biggest DeFis. At some point, I think we were the number 3 in terms of TVL, or number 3 in terms of TVL on chain. And right now also we have a very, very healthy economy, a very healthy DeFi ecosystem, entirely enabled by oracles and in no small part due to Chainlink.
Great, makes sense. Thank you. We recently also jointly announced that Avalanche is participating in the Scale program, which seeks to get even more Oracle networks and various services onto the Avalanche system in a scalable, cost-efficient way. I think it's a great program because it gets even more great services into the Avalanche ecosystem so people can build even more advanced applications, but also wanted to hear your views on the Scale partnership and program and how you feel it can benefit Avalanche.
Sure. I'm thrilled about the Scale partnership that we've announced and are about to launch. And the core idea behind Scale is to increase the number and quality of oracles available to our applications. So this is a game of enabling as many other people to do whatever they like and to create as much value as they can. So for a platform provider like me, it's very, very straightforward. Allow other people to get to wherever they want to go. That's what we're in the business of. Now, one of the key things for that is having high-quality oracles and having enough choice among them to be able to allow people to make informed decisions and to match their security needs. To that end, as I mentioned, our cooperation with Chainlink has been incredibly successful. Scale now takes it up to the next level by increasing both quantity and quality. I'm especially excited about the new diverse oracles that we're about to bring online, like the VRF ones, et cetera, that bring new cryptographic abilities and different sources of information onto the chains. One thing I should mention, unlike many other chains that try to compete with the dollar, unlike many other chains that try to build a computer in the sky, we are different at Avalanche. We are here to digitize all of the world's assets. And to digitize the world's assets, there needs to be a tight coupling between what happens on chain and the real world. So our reliance, our connection to oracles has always been of utmost importance to us, and Scale, again, is a key enabler for that. Some of the things we announced, like the KKR fund coming onto and issuing one of it. KKR, for those who don't know, it's a big asset manager with about $500 billion in assets. It's one of the biggest TradFi players. And they just decided to digitize a fund of theirs on a blockchain, and they chose the Avalanche blockchain, in no small part due to the rich and good DeFi ecosystem that we have built. We would like to bring more and more of these kinds of players into the space to break out of the crypto bubble and to expand into the world at large. So to that end, I think this partnership is going to play a crucial role.
Great, makes sense. Yes, it's absolutely our goal to provide even more great Oracle networks and services to great development environments. Avalanche, I think, can definitely continue to grow and have great developers build amazing applications, and I think that will attract additional large players like KKR, like others, as long as there's a robust environment to build good applications with good services and all that kind of composability eventually adds up to a very good development environment, which at the end of the day is what Scale offers. It's the ability to create a great ecosystem and development environment for people to build the next stage of their ecosystem's development. So really appreciate you working with us on that, and excited to help bring Avalanche to new heights with the help of even more oracles and oracle networks. In the time that we have left, I'd be thrilled to hear your views on where the industry is going. What do you think the next stages are for the industry, for DeFi, and for other categories of the blockchain industry?
Sure. I think I mentioned a couple of years ago that it was going to be a war of chains in terms of chains that scale. And that has played itself out mostly by now. So now you have the emergence of really fast chains like Avalanche, and then you have different takes on this. You have chains that actually trade off latency to try to get slightly more capacity. So that's going to be an interesting thing as it plays out after the Ethereum merge. We'll see how that pans out. But I called that one, and I would like some credit for having called it. I then called the bridge wars. I said about a year and a half ago that the coming year was going to be one of the war of bridges. That turned into a war of hackers on bridges, and a lot of bridges got hacked. So that was that, and that's also played itself out. The #1 bridge today is one that we built based on the secure enclave technology that we built. So what's next for the world at large, for blockchains at large? A couple of things. I think we're beginning to see TradFi actually take an interest for real. And that's really, really exciting to me. We're beginning to see real new assets come onto chains. And there were some bottlenecks, but with the subnet architecture, we can address their compliance needs, and we can allow people to bring in the 700 trillion of value that's off-chain onto blockchains. Another thing that I'm super excited about for those of you in the audience that might be interested in cool tech, this is something that we just unveiled. It's called a fully encrypted exchange, FEX, to complement CEXs, centralized exchanges, and decentralized exchanges. A fully encrypted exchange is kind of like a DEX, but not really like a DEX, in that it provides privacy. And so orders need not be public as they are with a DEX. And so you can actually build things where the trades themselves can take place in private. Information is not leaked. Even an insider working at an FEX, is unable to leak information. I think this is a new era because even on Wall Street, Wall Street ends up criticizing us quite a lot. But when you look at what they do, it's entirely trust-based. And the only way that trust is not misplaced is because there are inspectors who come in post facto and try to unveil crime. And occasionally they find something, and often they miss it. But with a FEX, with a fully encrypted exchange, compliance is built into the platform so that inspection is not necessary. Think of it as a secure smart contract operating with privacy. That's what it offers. I'm really, really excited about that technology. So we're going to see innovation of this kind take place. And I think as of this moment, I would say the last 6 months or so, we are ahead in terms of technology compared to Wall Street. And that's a fantastic place to be at, even in a bear market. I think that is one big technical achievement we've done as a space. And it's going to bear a lot of fruit because we will build layered solutions on top of this that are so far superior that they're going to have their own draw.
Makes sense. Yeah, that does sound exciting. I think I'm also seeing a lot of TradFi coming into the industry and starting to take it very seriously. I think they're seeing their institutional clients demand tokenization access and eventually also express an interest in DeFi. I think this is the thing that we're both seeing from different points of view. I think that'll require a good blockchain layer, and I think it'll require a good connectivity layer to make sure that those systems can function properly. And I think this encrypted side of the exchange question is very interesting as well. And in addition to the TradFi, I think a lot of TradFi will depend on both the ability to give them privacy and the ability to give them identity so that they can be compliant. So if we can provide the oracles that provide identity, and there can be different mechanisms to provide privacy to their activities, then they can kind of check all their boxes and bring hundreds of trillions of dollars into the blockchain ecosystem which is something that they are already starting to do basically because their clients are saying to them that this is what they want. And at the end of the day, these people do what their clients want. They don't really do anything else. They just listen to their clients, they service their clients, they keep their clients, and they're all very happy. So I think I completely agree with you. This is all going in that direction. And as long as we can provide identity and privacy through on-chain encryption or through Oracle-related encryption, we can really welcome this large influx of value into the blockchain industry and into DeFi. So it's been great chatting with you, Emin. You know, we have a lot of other stuff to cover in the conference, but it's been a real pleasure to have you here. It's always a pleasure to chat with you, and I know the immense amount of contributions you made to our space, which I always appreciate. It's always a pleasure to see you, and I want to thank you for being part of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, and thanks to the Chainlink community.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Emin and Sergey. So we are going to have a very special fireside in about 10 minutes. We'll be back at 2:05 p.m., so please grab a drink and come right back at 2:05 p.m. Thank you.
digital automation brought the world's business logic online in centralized systems that required brand trust from its customers. Smart contracts have ushered in a new generation in business logic automation that operates with cryptographic guarantees. However, due to inherent limitations in storage and compute of blockchains, business logic has only just begun to be written into smart contracts. Adoption requires familiar tools that allow enterprises and dApp developers to bridge blockchain technology with centrally controlled databases and complex business logic. Doing so requires space and time, processing both transactions and analytics in a single trustless environment, connecting data and business logic to and from major blockchains. We are partnering with the technology leaders of today's logic and tomorrow's automation to power the next wave of smart contract adoption in automating the business logic of the world.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Please settle down. Thank you, thank you. Our friend Ariana Huffington, the founder and CEO of Thrive and the founder of the Huffington Post, will be interviewing Nate Holiday, Space and Time, and also Rashmi Misra with Microsoft. They're on a mission to extend blockchain data capabilities and automate business logic and smart contracts using a decentralized data platform. Please welcome them to the stage.
Hello, everyone. It's so great to be here. Can all the women who are here please stand? We got to stick together. Are we still in single digits or are we in double digits? Wonderful. And can we all commit to having more women at next year's SmartCon? So I'm absolutely thrilled to be here to talk to two totally fascinating people. Rashmi Misra, who is the General Manager of AI and Emerging Technologies at Microsoft. But I want to tell you just a few of her qualifications. She owns 6 international patents for intelligent optimization, automated network health, and monetization of traffic on telecom networks. Just listening to that is completely intimidating. And she has a doctorate in artificial intelligence on multi-agent reasoning systems and an MBA from Warwick University in the UK. So Rashmi, so great to be with you. And to be with you, Nate, the co-founder and CEO of Space and Time, and also a strategic advisor to Bain & Company and to Chainlink. So Nate, let me start with you. Why do we need a Web.3 native data warehouse? And why are you partnering with Microsoft and Chainlink?
No, thank you, Ariana. And it's great to be on a panel with both of you. I really respect all the work that you've done for so many years. And Rashmi, thanks for joining as well. I think, look, there's really exciting applications that are being built all over the world, in different countries, people with different backgrounds, with different experiences. And these applications in a decentralized world, unfortunately today, are all being built on centralized databases, which means there's central points of control that are managing those databases. And you think about gaming, and you think about DeFi, and you think about the enterprise applications that are being built today. They all need a couple of things. One thing that they need is they need to be able to have on and off-chain data be able to be operated at scale with enterprise SLAs to power their businesses. And the other thing that they need is they need the ability to be able to connect that data directly to smart contracts, to have trustless business automation processes that don't require a central point of control to be able to verify or validate that something is accurate. And so if we think about it and where we're going as an industry, we're really excited to partner with both Chainlink and Microsoft. First of all, I think Chainlink's on the forefront of Web3 data ecosystems and enabling this with centralized databases and databases that are outside of the blockchain industry. And then Microsoft has been powering applications for decades. And they've really been automating businesses for decades. And so we're really excited about partnering with both.
And Rashmi, you know, you work for a company that's worth over $1 trillion, or at least was before the market crashed. What is the motivation for investing in Nate's company, and how do you see this investment benefiting your customers, your users?
Okay. Thank you for that question. So I guess Microsoft's long invested in world-class data systems. And so we've really driven that through understanding the industry, through leading with maturity, and then investing in innovation, especially where it comes with partners such as space and time. And as our customers and partners are exploring this space with their business use cases, we want to make sure that through a principled Web3 environment, we provide them with the right tools and the right applications and capabilities. And it's also worthwhile remembering that machine learning and AI sources data, and a lot of the data that our partners use come from data warehouses. And they're actually, developers are very comfortable using databases and data warehouses to access the data they need and to build value from the data that they source from it. And so space and time actually makes a very good entry point for where they're coming in to those applications from as well.
And Nate, why a trustless database? And we're talking backstage about the term trustless, because I'm sure you all understand what it means. But the average customer and consumer thinks of trustless as devoid of trust, as opposed to what it really is, which is beyond trust, as we perceive it right now. So could you explain, first of all, trustless in a way that people who are not as engaged as all of you here are would understand immediately? And also, how do you promise to be different for the internet constituents, to protect them and their data?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'll first start with trustless. And I love the term beyond trust, as we were talking about backstage. If we think about it today, data and privacy is the #1 concern that a lot of people have in the world today. And if you're talking in boardrooms, data and privacy is really, really important, and it's a top-of-mind conversation. And today, you have central services, you have centralized databases that are determining what to do with data. And they're determining how to use that data in the world today. And a lot of that data is data that we provide as individuals, that tell about us, that have unique kind of characteristics of who we are and how we interact with the world. And so as we think about a trustless database or a beyond trust database, you know, it does seem a little odd, because for literally a century, brands have been being built for us to trust them, to trust their brands, to trust that they're going to do the right thing with it. And in a trustless environment, and what Space and Time is building from a decentralized data warehouse perspective, we have community-operated nodes, which means myself, my co-founder Scott Dykstra, we don't, Space and Time in general, we don't own the servers. Anyone can participate in the decentralized network. Anyone in here can participate in that. But because we don't know necessarily who's participating in that network, we can't assume that they're always going to do the right thing. And this is where cryptographic proof and trustless analytics is so important, because the data that's being operated within the database, we need to be able to mathematically guarantee that when that data is being run and that data is being delivered to a smart contract, that it's not being tampered with. And where we're so excited around proof of SQL is businesses run on SQL all day, every day. Microsoft is a huge enabler for SQL to be run and to support businesses as well. And we want to be able to connect SQL statements and queries directly to smart contracts and have trustless analytics that are delivered to those.
Amazing. So are you now going to ask us a question?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Ariana, just wanted to ask you a quick question. Like, how have you seen trust and the ability to interact with business, media, and really human connections change over the last decade, and what challenges do you see ahead of all of us?
Well, I saw firsthand, you know, when I launched the Huffington Post, the paradox of having the opportunity for anybody really to start a media company and democratizing the participation in the world of media, while at the same time losing trust. Like every year since the Huffington Post was founded in 2005, people trust media less and less because we've seen so many bad actors, misrepresentation, we've seen algorithms with confirmation bias, which have exacerbated the problem. So I'm personally incredibly excited to have an objective proof point that brings transparency to the whole process so that we can actually see another paradox, which is we have the incredibly sophisticated technology of Web3, which is so complex at the back end, but which kind of humanizes reliability and trust, which ultimately are so essential for human connection and relationships.
Absolutely. No, thank you.
So, anything you want to say about that, Rashmi? Or?
Oh, that really resonates. I think I especially like the part about how trust is important there as well.
Yes, in any communication. So, how do Microsoft and your customers see the role of AI and data to improve business logic over the next decade? And how do we bring more trust to AI?
Interesting questions. So I think we're living in an age of disruptive change, and agility and innovation have become the hallmarks of a resilient business. And within that, it's become imperative to be able to connect customers and data, people and products, supply chain to storefronts, back office to front office, and all at the speed of the change that's actually happening, breaking down barriers and actually ensuring that there is a single view of the data across an organization and that the organization can also move at that speed of change as well, bringing together customer insights to where they can be most effectively used continuously. And so within that environment, being able to use AI and machine learning to be able to inform and to be able to reason on that data and provide those insights starts becoming really important. And when we look at the input to AI is that data, and the output we want is value, and sometimes disruptive value to a whole use case. And if I give you an example of business process transformation, what we're increasingly seeing is that some of our customers, some of our enterprise customers, are actually using some of our frontier models of AI that we provide through our Azure OpenAI service, but also through our first-party products like Dynamics. And they're using them sometimes with multiple models, so that they can use things like classification, natural language, segmentation, and other models as well, in order to be able to drive that speed within their business process transformation. And as an example, one of the enterprises that comes to mind actually takes customer responses input, customer feedback input, and then runs a set of AI on it that actually allows it to segment and classifies it according to the different products, understands which product that feedback was for, then applies some sentiment analysis and says, well, okay, let me really understand what that customer meant, and then auto-generating a response which their customer rep can then actually feedback in the most sensitive way. And meanwhile, they're also looking at how they can summarize the core data from the customer and then compare it to the CRM data that was input to then look at, well, how does that affect my process that I'm already running? So instead of doing this over months and days, they're now doing it in days and minutes in terms of how they can be agile and address and update their business processes in the time. And so, of course, all of this requires that it's built on a framework of responsible AI. As you can imagine, there's lots of AI there. And all the way from the data to the model and how that's used really does need to be driven in a principled manner. And at Microsoft, we have our responsible AI framework, which really brings together the attributes that we expect of operationalizing that AI. So with fairness, reliability, and security, privacy, but also inclusiveness, so everybody can use it. And all embedded on a foundation of transparency and accountability for that as well. So when we go into how people will be using these and how you want to be able to bring some of this together, the trust starts becoming really important there and how we build that as well. And that's why partnering with space and time also makes a lot of sense, as you can see.
Amazing.
I wanted to ask both of you just a question real fast. So we think about the Web3 space, and it's still very new, not always well understood. And how can Web3 developers and companies bring mainstream consumer confidence to blockchain and the technology?
So I think there are really two priorities. One is simplicity. How can you explain it to your grandmother, to your child, to people who are not as well versed in Web3 and the technology as the people in this room? And the other is, how do you ease the consumer's life? And you said something, Nate, that I love, which is that until you can walk into Starbucks and purchase a cup of coffee with Ethereum or Link, the Web3 world will remain a niche market. So I think it's simplicity and facilitating consumer transactions.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good response to that. I think Web3 and its use cases and scenarios are all evolving, right, as we've talked about quite extensively. And it's not just the use case that are still evolving and rapidly evolving, it's also the fundamental technology underneath it as well. So whilst we wait for that to evolve, you know, from our perspective, we look at how we can, as a platform and tool provider, how we can provide the right platforms and tools to enable our customers and partners to be able to explore that space, to be able to bring the business value that they're looking for. And we do that through, you know, certainly our Azure capabilities, including things like our managed confidential consortium framework, or ACC product, but we also do it through our Azure Ledger capability. And then there's a whole swathe of dev tools as well through GitHub and Visual Studio. And then, of course, our security and identity products as well. And some of you may have heard of our Entra validation capabilities in identity as well. And of course, finally, it's also by investing, right? So it's investing in Web3 specialist companies. So, you know, including people like Consensus, who are a existing stalwart in this space, but also startups like Palm and yourself as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let me just quickly end by asking you, if you look into your crystal ball, what do you want to achieve in the next 5 years?
Is that for me? I'll go first. Okay, so I would like to be able to see an environment where our customers and partners who are delving into this and able to find business value for the use cases that they're passionate about here, but also doing it in a very principled and structured framework. This is very important to us because we look at this space especially as wanting to have a few fundamental principles. One, that trust security is built into and is safe for all users, that it's compliant with all applicable laws, that the space is interoperable and open and thrives with that openness as well, and that we empower our users to create and have equal distribution of the economic value that comes out of this space. And really just, I guess, finally also making sure that it's a sustainable environment that we build as well. So within that framework, if I could actually see a future, then I would really like that our partners are able to access space and time technology from the cloud, but also built in and integrated well with our productivity tools, our data tools, and our developer environment as well, so that that would really democratize and speed up the access to these technologies, as well as really bring forward some of those new innovative business value use cases we're seeing.
Great. And for you, Nate?
And just real quick, we see a world where smart contracts are operating business process, and that we're extending current business process and automation to be driven through smart contracts. We want trustless analytics feeding smart contracts, and we want to take the world's logic that's sitting off-chain and be able to combine it with on-chain data. And look, like, we're really excited. Like, Chainlink enables us to do that. Being able to directly connect data to smart contracts, having everything go through Chainlink, and having this power, the generation of smart contract, is something we're really excited about, and partnering with Microsoft as well to ensure that we have the business process and the customers with their data that's all sitting off-chain to be able to come through. So we see a world where smart contracts is generating and processing the interactivities of data and individuals throughout the world, and that we're having trustless validation and verification through Chainlink with smart contracts.
Well, thank you so much, both. And I know I'm really excited to see what your partnership will bring about. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Ariana. Thank you, Nate. And thank you, Rashmi. So guys, we're going to have a bit of a break now, 20 minutes. We can be back at 2:50, 2:50. So, go write a smart contract, integrate with Chainlink, whatever you want. See you in 20. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. I see some people still getting caffeinated and sugared up. That's good. Has anybody had more than 10 cups of coffee yet? Anybody? Oh my gosh. All right. Wow. Hardcore. Someone give him a cup of soup. That's awesome. All right. Great. I'm glad you're all feeling refreshed. Grab a seat. You're not going to want to miss this next chat. It's really going to be interesting because our next talk is from Yorke Rhodes, the third co-founder of blockchain at Microsoft. Please welcome him to the stage. You're going to love this one. Go for it, man. Thank you.
Is the microphone on? There it is. Thank you. Where are all my Link Marines? Are they here? All right, okay. I'm going to take you through a little bit of history of sort of what we've been doing in the space. I figured it's a very new audience. I need to repeat myself occasionally. Let's get right into it. It's a quick presentation. I will be available for questions afterwards for all of the things you want to ask. And by the way, I don't know if anyone saw my socks. Okay. All right, so very quick, this is me, maybe the more colorful version of me, but I started this work in 2015 when I personally fell down the rabbit hole and decided that if I was going to stay at Microsoft, I would have to drag Microsoft down this rabbit hole with me. So done that over the years. I also have a very sort of long career in technology, so I come with a lot of different perspectives. Actually, I currently teach e-commerce, which was a really interesting moment when the NFT sort of thing happened in the past couple of years. It's like basically e-commerce on steroids. No supply chain issues. Really an interesting sort of variant when you're talking about e-commerce. So my main social is Yorke Rhodes on Twitter, which you'll see throughout this presentation. And here we go. Okay, so blockchain is alive and well at Microsoft. We've been a little bit quiet during the pandemic, but we've seen this change in market narrative, particularly from our brand customers asking us what's going on in this space, how do we think about this, how do we think about security, consumer protection, regulation, compliance, etc. How do we think about blockchains all up, right, and all of the different blockchains that are out there. You heard Gun earlier talk about the explosion of blockchains and the speed improvements, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a little history here I just want to take you through just to give you a sense of where we've been on this journey. This is about 5 months after I started this work in April 2016. We actually shipped Visual Studio developer kit for Solidity. At the time, we were very focused on Ethereum primarily. And so you can see here probably some people you recognize, including myself. The gentleman next to me is Satya Nadella, who's the CEO of Microsoft. Some of you might recognize the guy on the far side. That's Vitalik. And then between Vitalik and Satya is Andrew Keys, who is one of the first employees of Consensus, which was really where this partnership was born, and also what we're doing here from a developer tooling perspective. Michael Del Castillo, who's actually works for Forbes now, didn't correct this article, so I just corrected it. We had about 9 million developers at the time on our tooling at Microsoft. So that's sort of the long back history. We also co-founded the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance in 2017. I'm still a board member and treasurer of that. It's a very active group of both enterprises and startups and exchanges and consultancies that are really looking to help advance the story here around decentralization. And so we have, I just put some examples of some assets here that you can get from the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance online. We also co-founded the Decentralized Identity Foundation. This we knew would be a long journey, but basically this is where DIDs and verifiable claims come from. There's actually work today in a product available from Microsoft called Entra, which actually implements the specifications. It does not do it in a decentralized way. It's actually using the DID web protocol, if anyone knows these protocols. But it is an implementation that has followed those standards that we've been working on. In 2018, I helped launch the world's first blockchain bond. This was a bond that was a collaboration between the World Bank as well as the Royal Bank of Australia. And we built this, launched it together on both Google Cloud and on Microsoft's Azure Cloud. And so we had inter-cloud blockchain synchronization going on there. And we had to go through basically a full security audit in a treasury department of the World Bank because they were actually using it on terminals in the World Bank for trading and things like that. So very interesting project. That was 2018. This is work that I actually currently steward full-time at Microsoft. This is our supply chain work. We have currently, you can see a bunch of the supplier partners that were involved in this project from the beginning. We won a Gartner Award, which is there on the screen. And there's about 28 what we call commodities suppliers in our supply chain that are being onboarded over the next 12 months to be on the system. And that basically, from a high-tech ecosystem, are all the commodity suppliers in the high-tech ecosystem. So it actually creates sort of a center of excellence where we expect that to actually grow as more and more people seek to do similar work. This is a Web3 stack. It's basically running Ethereum plus IPFS with a whole application stack above it up through an API that allows you to connect to legacy systems like SAP and Dynamics and warehouse systems. These are the things you have to do in supply chains. And we're actually running an experiment right now to take that private implementation of a Web3 stack and port it over into public Ethereum and a layer 2 and basically validate that we can get the same privacy privileges that we have in this private context in public using obviously things like zero-knowledge rollups and layer 2s, et cetera, et cetera. We made a couple of investments. Rashmi, who was on earlier, talked a little bit about these. So we made an investment in 2021 with the Palm NFT Studio. If anyone knows this team, they came out of Consensus Protocol team, basically sort of joined up with some folks in the entertainment industry and were really focused on brands' usage of NFT, like DC Comics, Batman, The Matrix, et cetera, et cetera. So it was really what I would call our first real Web3 external investment through our venture studio, which is called M12. The Consensus investment, I mentioned before that we started this work actually with Consensus in 2015. We made a corp dev investment earlier this year. We actually started this discussions late last year, but participated in Consensus's fundraising round. There are a lot of things that we do with Consensus. We work very closely with MetaMask and Fura, what is it called? Codify. The Quorum blockchain service actually is the recommended place to go after the Microsoft blockchain service, which is a SaaS offering, was deprecated for various reasons around priorities. So that's a recent one. We just mentioned prior to this space and time investment, which is a really interesting database use case and something I've thought about for a long time. Basically, SQL Server with stored queries is essentially an engine with smart contracts, but it's obviously highly centralized. And so if you can decentralize that, it's a pretty interesting opportunity, and really excited about the work that's going on with the Space and Time team. So thank you to Nate and Scott, who are pictured there. And then we actually did some really interesting work that was published. I think it was actually published late last year, but nobody knew about it. So I announced it last week at Mainnet and re-announced it this week at SmartCon. This is work where our research team in Microsoft Research basically decomposed the EVM and figured out how we could pre-calculate speculative transactions. Basically, if you look at the bottom left of this chart here, if you go through all the permutations of what is the possible next instruction that will be executed through a smart contract language, if you can pre-execute it, then you basically do that before the window, while consensus is happening, essentially before the window of execution. And so we can speed up the execution time because we already know the answer. We've basically gone to predictive calculations about what the answer is, and then we choose the one that is done, and then we just plug it in during the execution window. So basically it speeds up execution of EVMs by 6 times. To me, that's not just a benefit to Ethereum mainnet, it's a benefit to anybody who's using an EVM. And as you know, that's 13 plus different chains, right? So that's a pretty massive opportunity and improvement in the ecosystem. What you can also see here is the 6x is a weighted average. There are cases where we've gotten 1,000 times speed improvements because we picked the right thing and things were happening in terms of the right block size and just a number of things coming together. So you can see here, by the way, that like there's a long thread actually on my Twitter This is basically where I interact with the crypto Twitter community, so it's definitely a place to go. If you didn't catch it, I've known Vitalik for a long time, so I can actually reply to his tweets. So some people congratulate you for that, but anyway. All right, so last couple of slides here. What am I concerned about? Obviously, a lot of things, right? There's a lot of noise going on in the market, both on the speculative side, on the macroeconomic conditions, but most importantly on the regulators starting to say, right, how do we exercise our muscles, right, for good or for bad, and sometimes overreaching, and we saw OFAC actually overreach, right, with the Tornado Cash example. Fortunately, they reversed some of that, and so that was actually positive. And by the way, if anyone didn't notice, GitHub did ban some accounts on GitHub related to Tornado Cash, but they've been restored. So this was, what I call this is sort of a knee-jerk reaction, not knowing anything really about what Tornado Cash was from a GitHub perspective. They had to make a rash decision and say, well, better to be safe than actually like know what we're doing, right? So basically my assumption is two things. One, knee-jerk reaction. Two, they went and did some research, figured out what was actually going on. And then three, OFAC actually clarified their statement. So it's been reestablished. So that's actually quite good. So a couple things here. Obviously, I mentioned regulatory overreach. Privacy. So I've been talking a lot about privacy. That's why I wore this particular shirt from Zcash. Privacy, and the Tornado Cash example is really a privacy problem. When we talk about regulatory overreach from a Microsoft perspective, we want to ensure that technology and developers are not the targets, right? It's usage and bad behavior that should be the targets, right? And so this is a distinction that outside of crypto, we've had as a company from our inception. Because if you target technology, then you are targeting the innovations that's happening in technology, right? And so that's the wrong thing to do. And that, again, this is not a crypto statement. This is just how we look at the world from the perspective of a company that built a business on software and software development, right? So those are my concerns. Let's talk about what I'm excited about, okay? Actually, irresponsible actors. We could name a few. I won't. But so what am I excited about? I'm excited about quite a few things. This was sort of a precursor to things that I'm excited about. Zero-knowledge proofs, to me, are essentially the next massive innovation in this space. What's also quite interesting about this is that the development work that's been going on in zero-knowledge proofs is so far ahead that anyone ever thought that it would be at this point in time. So it's amazing work by the community. For all of those developers out there who are doing zero-knowledge proof work, amazing. By the way, we have a team inside of Microsoft Research that is a zero-knowledge proof fundamental research team. They've also done some research, and they haven't published it yet. I'm trying to get them to publish it, where they've been able to speed up proving time with some techniques. So the landscape, this is one of the things I always say about the landscape of blockchain and crypto, it actually just crosses all these other academic sectors. And if you get those people interested, then you can actually get a lot of value out of what's going on in the space. Obviously, layer 2 rollups, ZK rollups, ZK sync, there's so many different examples. I mentioned scaling. Prover time is probably the critical thing here that will get us down the road. A nuance here, and actually Gun mentioned this in his talk earlier. If you think about scalability of an ecosystem and scalability of applications, you can run any number of zero-knowledge roll-up chains next to each other, right? So if you think about getting 10,000 transactions packed into a particular application's zero-knowledge roll-up chain, and then doing that with another one, well, your transaction speed's actually equivalent to 20,000, right? So like, you can just deploy a lot of different layer 2s to get scale. And actually, that's one of the things that we're thinking about in the supply chain work. Would it make sense to do a bunch of different layer 2s for privacy, or how would we think about doing that? So there's a number of things there. Also, obviously, the ZK EVM work that's going on at a number of different organizations, including Polygon, ZK Sync, and others, is phenomenal work. This is basically, if people are not aware of this, taking core recognition of zero-knowledge proofs directly into the EVM. And that's actually very powerful for so many different applications, and obviously improves the layer 2 approach as well. The bridging environment is obviously fraught with concerns and risk. So there's a lot of activity going on in this space as well. And there's also a lot of interesting, if you look across different startups, I just put these words down at the bottom, you can find ZK assets, ZK addresses, ZK bridges, ZK rollups. Literally, I think this is the way the world is going, and it is part of the scalability story. So I want to close for my Link Marines here with one more thing, which if you're watching my Twitter, you would have seen this already. But as you've seen today, like Sergey never smiles, right? And so a couple of years ago, I basically asked that question. And this is an opportunity where I got a little bit of a smile out of Sergey. So, but anyway, thank you, everyone.
Incredible, Yorke, incredible. Thank you for that. That was really enjoyable. As a developer, how many developers in the room? Hello, hello developers. Special shout out to all our developers out there in attendance here and on the live stream. Wave on the live stream, or at least hit the like and smash the subscribe button. But yeah, lovely to have you all here. Look, the day before SmartCon, so yesterday actually, we hosted a developer day. It was really full. Awesome fun. We built Solana apps. We got people to do their first tokens. A whole lot of stuff was done. So it was great. And on Friday, we have a hacker house as well. So as you know, there's tons on the agenda, both for developers and for non-developers. And we're glad you're all here participating with us. Now, next up, we have a very special fireside chat coming up for you. But before that, grab a break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Or 7 minutes, let's say. All right? So I'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. If you could all just take your seat. If you're eating something, great, no problems. Take your seat. And I can promise you a really, 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 really special fireside chat now with Stephen Goldfeder, the co-founder and CEO of Offchain Labs, the builders of Arbitrum, right? Joining him on stage with Sergey Nazarov of Chainlink. So welcome them on stage, come on.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. Good to see you again. I feel really privileged to be sitting here with Stephen. I've known Stephen for a number of years. He's one of the kind of younger computer scientists in our industry that's done impactful work, and in my experience has been extremely thoughtful about everything that he ever does, including how he's building Arbitrum. So very grateful to have him here, and even more excited to be working with him on providing oracles to Arbitrum and being a small part of the great things they're building there. So Stephen, thank you for joining us.
Absolutely, and likewise, really great to be here, and thank you for all the work you do helping make Arbitrum what it is, and really also excellent to work with you always.
Thank you. So, there's been a lot of developments at Arbitrum, and I think you guys have been doing great work moving forward at breakneck speed to bring, successful layer 2 expansion to Ethereum, which I think is very impressive and important. I've heard a lot of great things about Nitro, but want to give you the floor to let you explain, what Nitro is, how it's evolving, and, where it's going to go from here.
Absolutely. So Arbitrum Nitro is our new roll-up stack, our new software stack that powers Arbitrum 1 and Arbitrum Nova, our 2 chains today. And a few weeks ago, at the very last day of August, which was exactly a 1-year anniversary of the launch of Arbitrum 1, we migrated Arbitrum 1 to the Nitro stack. And the analogy I like to give is you imagine we have an airplane that's flying, that was Arbitrum 1. We took the engine, which is our classic stack, and we put the Nitro stack in. So you put a brand new engine in. And that's a feat in and of itself, but for the users and developers, what's so cool about this engine? It's a few things. But one is it does much better compression. That means it uses fewer layer 1 resources, layer 1 here being Ethereum. And what that means is that you can do a lot more transactions for a lot cheaper. And that's the thing that I think most users cared about a lot, and they noticed that immediately. We like to under-promise and over-deliver, and I think we did that with Nitro, and people were very, very happy with the reduced transaction costs, the increased throughput. We increased about 7x, so we are now running about 7x capacity where we were before. And also for developers, Arbitrum is as equivalent to the EVM as possible. There is nothing that you can do on the EVM that you can't do in Arbitrum. That's both on the API level at the surface and under the hood as well. So our Nitro was a big development project for us. But of course, even now that we've launched Nitro, it's not complete. To your point, what is the active development status of that? Nitro is amazing. It's a lot better than what we've done previously, but we still have a lot of things up our sleeves to make it even better and to 7x again and reduce the fees further, because ultimately, the thing that I know is the demand is not stopping to come. The demand is only increasing, and scaling is a bit of a cat and mouse game. You scale, and then more users come. and you need to scale again. So we're constantly staying one step ahead, and that's why the Nitro development started a year ago, just when we launched Arbitrum 1. We were already looking for the next thing, and you could see that in the public GitHub repository. And similarly today, there are many, many initiatives going on saying, how do we make sure we're able to keep up for the scale in a year from now?
Yeah, it makes sense. So not only did they successfully do this massive upgrade, but they did it literally a year later on time. So congratulations. That's great work, really.
Thank you.
I've also heard a lot of great things about Nova and your work with Reddit. There was a big process to choose the scaling and blockchain solution that Reddit wanted to use. And after doing a lot of diligence, they landed on Arbitrum, and as I understand, created Nova together with you guys. And really, Arbitrum is Nova. So I'm going to, before I explain it incorrectly, I'm going to let you kind of make sure we understand, how is it going with Reddit? How is Nova fitting in? How is that developing?
Yeah, absolutely. So it was about 2 years ago, a little more, July of 2020, Reddit put out what they call the Great Reddit Scaling Bake-Off. And basically what they said is we have this great idea of using blockchain technology in a way that's really, really additive and really important, but we don't know how to scale it to mass users. And what they did is they basically had a call for proposals and invited all different blockchain teams and scaling solutions in particular to propose how to scale community points. So what is Reddit community points? If you've used Reddit in the past, in certain communities, now it's in 2 subreddits, there's a community points feature. And what that is basically you participate in communities, so you comment, you like things, you basically take part in the community, and you get points. You get these credits for what you've done. But the key thing about the blockchain is self-sovereignty. The idea that users want to actually own their points. So users can spend years gathering these points, and they want to know that they're actually theirs. They actually sit in their wallets and no central service provider, even the issuer, so even in this case Reddit, can take those points away from them. And that's what Reddit put out their call for proposals on, their Great Reddit Scaling Bake-Off 2 years ago. 1 year ago, so July of 2021, just a year, 1 year after they did that, they announced a winner. So about 25 or so different projects proposed solutions, including Arbitrum. They chose Arbitrum, and then it was a year in the making of us working with them to say, okay, how do we actually bring this scale to user? Because Reddit has a lot of users, and even though Arbitrum 1 has fees that are quite cheap, we needed something that was even cheaper. Arbitrum Nova was the public chain that we launched that uses the Data Availability Committee to make fees even cheaper, but still giving Reddit the high security that they need. And one of the nice things is, again, users have self-sovereignty over their points. So now users are able to own those points, and they know that no matter what, nobody can take it away from them. Those points live in Arbitrum. But Arbitrum Nova is also EVM compatible, or EVM equivalent. And what that means is others can build applications. So you as a gamer can go ahead and say, I'm going to build a game in Arbitrum Nova, and the currency of my game is Reddit community points. You can actually build an ecosystem around these points, and that's one of the, to me, most underexplored but fascinating parts of this, and underexplored because it's very early. This chain only launched in August, but I think we'll see a massive ecosystem, a secondary ecosystem built around community points, and it's an opportunity for anyone who's interested.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and it shows the potential to how you can have multiple instances of Arbitrum, for specific use cases, scaling up to meet the demands of those use cases. Exactly. So that also makes a lot of sense. So just to kind of switch gears a little bit, how are you seeing oracles and oracle networks like Chainlink fitting into these systems like Nitro and Nova? What is the role you see them playing, and how do they contribute to the plans you have with this?
Oracles are one of the critical components of DeFi, but really blockchain technology more generally. And it's I don't want to lecture you on oracles, but as you know, the blockchains are really, really good at enforcing the data correctness inside the blockchain. But then the question is, in order to do interesting things, you often need data from outside the blockchain. And the question is, how do you ensure that the data is secure? And how do you ensure that the data is reliable? Right, 2 really, really critical questions. And without that, most blockchain functionalities are just not that interesting. The things that are limited to the blockchain, well, there are some. I shouldn't say there are none, but the richness of what we're able to do, particularly in DeFi, would not be possible without oracles. But oracles is a problem where you say, oh, so just bring the data, but that's not the way it works. Security is key, and reliability is key. And Chainlink has obviously demonstrated being the market leader here, and for good reason. And you'll see Chainlink fees that are reliable and secure, that no matter what the market is doing and what the cost of posting on chain, you always know that the Chainlink feeds are reliably there, and I have great partners obviously working with you posting these feeds. So there's a reliability of data, a distribution of the sources, and I think this is, again, I can't underscore how critical this is for the success of DeFi and the success of everything we're doing. And one of the things I'm excited about is I think there's so much that oracles can do in terms of making more and more data accessible, right? More than financial data, et cetera. And I know you are exploring a lot of those different opportunities and innovating there. And I think in a lot of ways, the innovation of what we do in the blockchain is limited by the richness of the data that oracles can give us. And we're very, very excited about the work you're doing. I think that it's critical to all of our success.
Great, makes sense. Yeah, we're thrilled to help Arbitrum support it in the best ways possible, make it a great developer ecosystem, providing data, randomness, compute, anything we can to make it a successful ecosystem. I think you folks are doing a great job. You were actually one of the authors on the original Flashboys 2.0 paper that started to formalize the first notions of minor extractable value. And now, we are working on fair sequencing services, and we've done, a number of posts discussing how, that might be useful to Arbitrum or how that might be interesting. Very eager to hear your views on where minor extractable value stands today, how you see, fair sequencing services possibly helping solve that problem for Arbitrum and the ecosystem there. What are your views on that?
Yeah, I think minor extractable value is one of the key interesting research problems, but also practical issues to be dealt with in the blockchain space. And it's funny because when we were writing that paper together with Phil, but also Juels, of course, was the advisor, chief scientist of Chainlink Labs, we had this question of, we realize how important this work is, but often you don't realize how things will be well received. I remember Ari saying, this is really, really important work. I don't know if the paper will be cited or not, but we know we're doing really important work here. And thankfully, it's taken off. A lot of people have appreciated the importance of this problem. And so the history is we worked on that paper, and then some of us, Ari included, and some others went ahead and worked on a second paper around fair sequencing. And I think we're very committed to fair sequencing as one of the key tenets of the solution to minimizing MEV. We won't get rid of MEV entirely, but our approach is let's minimize it as much as possible. Let's get rid of as much as possible, and then the rest we democratize access to. So critical, though, to minimizing MEV is a protocol that can provide fair sequencing services. And obviously, Chainlink is doing a lot of really, really important research, and we're collaborating closely on these initiatives of how to build fair sequencing, bring fair sequencing into production. And we're excited to continue to work with your team towards figuring out what that looks like in production, how we can work together on this. Because again, we are fully committed to bringing fair sequencing into Arbitrum because it's so critical to give users guarantees that that MEV extraction will be minimized.
Makes sense. Yep, completely agree with you. I think that the ability to reduce MEV as much as possible and to assure people that the trust that they have in blockchain systems and layer 2s and the places where they conduct their financial transactions will be at a completely different level from the traditional financial system is one of the main tenets of our industry. So I'm thrilled to hear you and other folks building these systems feel that way, and that we really need to find a way to get the world to a better place on this. In the upcoming talk later today, Juels will be discussing his views on fair sequencing services. He was one of the folks that helped author the Flashboys 2.0 paper with Steve and Phil and a number of other great co-authors. And really looking forward to his thoughts on it. As I know, Stephen is also, even though I'm sure he knows them pretty well at this point as well.
Yes, well, yeah, I definitely am going to be very curious what Ari says. I probably know a little bit more about it, but I always love to hear when Ari speaks. He shares a very interesting and new perspective on things, and I think here a critically important one.
Yeah, I think so. Great. Well, Stephen, we have a lot of the conference left, a lot of talks to give. I really appreciate you coming and speaking with us and sharing your views and all the progress you've made. Definitely excited to be working together on all this and helping take our Arbitrum and Nitro and Nova and all the other Arbitrum variants that would come out to new heights. Thank you very much, and looking forward to working together on all this. Thank you.
Likewise, thank you for having me.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. Thank you. Settle down. Great. Thank you, everyone. We will now have a talk by the one and only Ari Juels, advisor to Chainlink Labs. Professor Juels, he'll be talking about Fair Sequencing Services in Action, or FSS, and we'll be joined by Pawel. Thank you.
I'm going to talk today about transaction ordering in smart contract systems, why it's important, what can go wrong, and the approach that Chainlink is taking to solving the problems around transaction ordering using a system called Fair Sequencing Services, or FSS for short. I gave a talk on FSS last year, but at that time, it was still in an embryonic state. We'd sketched an architecture in the V2 white paper, but there were a lot of details to fill in and still significant research to be done. I'm pleased to say, however, that we've made very significant strides over the next year, and I'm going to tell you about some of those. Now, my presumption is that not everyone here is familiar with the problem of transaction ordering and with MEV, a phenomenon discussed in the Fireside chat that we just heard. And I assume that not everyone is familiar with the basic architecture of FSS. So I'm going to spend some time covering those things, either introducing them to you or refreshing your memory, as the case may be. And then, at the end of my talk, my colleague Pawel is going to do a demo of a complete FSS prototype. To begin with, let me explain the problem of transaction ordering. And it's helpful to recognize two inconvenient facts about the way that blockchain systems are designed today. The first inconvenient fact is that transactions are public. What do I mean by this? Well, as many of you know, if a user sends a transaction, our user Alice here, for instance, wants to buy some Bob's Bubble token, she wants to buy 1,000 ETH worth of BBT, she sends a transaction to a smart contract. It has to go through a mempool. While it's sitting in the mempool, it's visible to everyone. It's visible to the entire world, including potentially malicious actors. So this is inconvenient fact number one. Number two is the fact that transaction ordering is centralized, despite the fact that it's operating in what is supposed to be a decentralized system. What do I mean by this? Well, suppose a series of transactions enters the mempool. At some point, they're taken up by a validator or miner, and it's the job of the validator to encapsulate them in a block. The thing is, the validator gets to decide unilaterally how those transactions are ordered. It may have seen the transactions in the order 1, 2, 3 shown here, but it's not obligated to retain that ordering. It could, for instance, if it so chooses, reorder the last two transactions. OK, so two inconvenient facts. So what? In what respect are they inconvenient? Let me explain in terms of user interaction with a decentralized exchange, such as an AMM, automated market maker. So let's suppose, again, Alice wants to buy some Bob's Bubble token. And let's suppose that the prices of ETH and BBT are at parity at the moment, 1 ETH per BBT. Assuming no interference, then, our user Alice here is going to get 1,000 BBT for her 1,000 ETH. As a consequence of her making this purchase, the price of BBT is going to rise with respect to ETH. Right? She's buying the asset, so as in essentially any marketplace, the price is going to rise. All right. The issue here is that, remember, her transaction is public, so a validator will see it. And remember, the second inconvenient fact, the validator gets to decide how transactions are ordered. And in fact, it can insert its own transactions. Therefore, it can perform an attack that's known as front-running, or in this particular case, what's known as a sandwich attack. And here's how it works. The validator's first transaction involves having the validator buy some BBT. This causes the price of BBT to rise. Then Alice's transaction goes through. Well, because the validator just purchased some BBT, the price of BBT rose. So she's going to get less of the token, less of this asset, than she would have without interference, right? And then the price rises again. Well, the validator's now in a great position, right? The validator, after all, has bought some BBT, and then the price rose. So the validator can turn around and in this second transaction sell the BBT. What's the upshot? Alice loses money, or loses BBT here, and the validator makes money by taking advantage of its foreknowledge, essentially, of the transaction that Alice was going to perform. As was mentioned in the Fireside chat we just heard a moment ago, my group at Cornell Tech published a paper back in 2019 and 2020, spearheaded by my PhD student Phil Diane, in which we coined a term for the opportunities that validators have essentially to take money from users. We called it minor extractable value. Some now refer to it as maximal extractable value, but the acronym is the same, MEV. Right. One interesting thing about this paper, by the way, aside from the introduction of MEV, is that you'll notice 3 of the 8 authors are working at Chainlink Labs now, and another, Stephen Goldfeder, you just heard from. How serious is this problem? There are different ways to gauge its seriousness. There's a helpful dashboard published by a project called Flashbots that attempts to tally the total amount of MEV extracted from users over time. And according to this dashboard, we're approaching $700 million all told, basically taken from users. It's worth pointing out, however, that this is really just the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg in 2 senses. First, the dashboard only tallies certain types of MEV and not others. So this is a lower bound. And second, last I checked, something like 1/1000th of all transaction volume happens in DEXs as opposed to centralized exchanges. And we really have no idea what's going on in centralized exchanges. They're opaque. So it could be that there are all kinds of games happening in at least some of these centralized exchanges. We've heard from the community about how problematic MEV is in their view. And this is one of the reasons that we're working on it, the main reason we're working on it. What can we do about this? Well, we probably can't eliminate all bad MEV. In fact, what constitutes bad MEV as opposed to good MEV, believe it or not, there can be good MEV, is an open research problem. We haven't even yet characterized bad MEV. But what we can do is build tools that level the playing field for users. And that's precisely what we're trying to do with FSS. Let me now explain how. To summarize here, here's a simplified view of the current model of transaction ordering. Transactions come in, the validator decides how they're going to be ordered, and that's that. And this process is centralized. In practice today, validators are often colluding with other parties, sometimes called searchers. But this is the basic picture. Right? The point is it's centralized. To address the problem I described, what we can do, and it's natural to do this in a blockchain system, is decentralize the process of ordering transactions. And we can have a committee perform the ordering instead of leaving it up to an individual validator. A natural choice of committee is a DON, a decentralized Oracle network. Right? We plug in a DON instead of a validator in this process of ordering transactions. Right? Now, this may seem a little strange to do with an Oracle system, but I would actually argue that this is a very natural functionality for an Oracle system. After all, what is the DON doing? It's observing something off-chain, namely the ordering of transactions, and reporting it on-chain. And that's basically what oracles do. So as I said, this is quite a natural functionality for a DON. There are 2 ways we can enforce, broadly speaking, 2 ways we can enforce fair ordering. The first is a classic approach known as secure causal ordering, which is a fancy term for encrypting transactions before they're ordered. Okay, so the idea is no node, that's to say no node in the DON, sees a transaction payload, exactly what transaction is being performed, before transaction gets ordered. I've seen a number of groups believe that they discovered this independently, and they may have. But in fact, this technique, as I suggested, has been around for a while. It was first devised by Mike Ryder and Ken Berman back in 1993, and improved in certain ways by Christian Cashan and others. And here again, it's interesting to note that 2 of the 3 mentioned here are working with Chainlink now, in part on FSS. So as I said, the idea is transactions enter the system in encrypted form, as denoted by the locks there. Then the transactions get ordered by the Dawn. Only after they've been ordered does the Dawn decrypt the transactions. So at the time that the transactions are being ordered, none of the members of the Dawn know what the transactions are. This is the idea. Okay? And as I said, these 2 are now working with us to develop FSS. This is nice, right? It's hard to front run. It's hard to take advantage of a transaction you can't see. It works very well, but it has a couple of limitations, unfortunately. The first is that metadata can reveal a lot about a transaction. For instance, the address from which a transaction comes may give you a hint as to what the transaction is. And so this is one problem. Another is the problem of what I call blind front running. You can imagine maybe one node in the committee knows that there's going to be an NFT drop, say, in the block that's being formed. And it wants to get its own transaction into the block in pole position or in an early position in the block. Well, it can do that without knowing what other transactions are. Encryption hasn't helped us here. Okay. One note, and this will be important a little later, is that secure causal ordering doesn't actually tell you how to order transactions, right? It just tells you that transactions should be ordered while they're encrypted. So it doesn't tell you that transaction 1 needs to come before 2, needs to come before 3. And this will be relevant, as I said, a little later. That's approach number 1. Approach number 2 is an idea that we call temporal ordering. And the intuition here is very simple. I like to call this the Delhi model of transaction ordering. We will order transactions on a first-come, first-served basis, the way that customers are served in a deli. You take a ticket, and according to the number on your ticket, you are served while you're waiting in line. Right? This is the intuition. It turns out that things are actually a little bit more complicated. In fact, quite complicated. But I want to give you a taste of exactly why they're complicated so you can appreciate the research and engineering challenges behind FSS. The complication here is something known as the Condorcet paradox. Sorry, there we go. Something known as the Condorcet paradox. And I'll describe it by way of example. The Condorcet paradox actually comes from the theory of voting. It's called social choice theory. So let's suppose we've got 3 nodes in our Dawn here. We'll call them Alice, Bob, and Carol. And they observe 3 transactions. Right? Alice observes transaction 1, then transaction 2, then transaction 3. Bob observes the same 3 transactions, but because of network delays or something else, he sees them in a different order, slightly different. Transaction 2, then 3, then 1. Now, Carol also sees the same 3 transactions, but she sees them in a different order still. 3, then 1, then 2. Why is this a problem? Well, suppose that they vote on how pairs of transactions should be ordered. You'll see that the majority says that transaction 1 should come before transaction 2. Okay, that's all well and good. That's what the majority says. A majority, 2 out of 3, also say that transaction 2 should come before transaction 3. Okay, so transaction 2 should come before transaction 3. That's fine, but a majority also say that transaction 3 should come before transaction 1. It turns out, as you may have noticed, that you can't fulfill all of these pairwise ordering simultaneously. There is no ordering of the 3 transactions that will comply with the 3 majority votes. This is the essence of the challenge involved in fair ordering in a distributed setting. We refer to this situation, or the transactions in this situation, as a Condorcet cycle. We figured out back in 2020, in a theoretical sense, how to order transactions under these circumstances. But the protocol we initially came up with was not terribly practical. Thankfully, in late 2021, late last year, we were able to devise a very practical protocol to handle the situation and achieve fair temporal ordering in a strong sense. This is work spearheaded by my student Himne Kelkar. It turns out that the two approaches I just mentioned don't conflict with one another. They're actually nicely complementary. Remember I said that secure causal ordering, encryption of transactions, doesn't tell you how transactions actually get ordered. You can determine the ordering of transactions using Themis, using temporal ordering, and you can at the same time use encryption of transactions to prevent ordering with knowledge of the transaction payloads. That's the idea. Where can this be used? In a few different places. First, we can deploy FSS in a pre-processing stage, right? By which I mean that specific smart contracts can be instrumented to accept FSS-ordered transactions. Right? FSS basically acts as a contract-specific front end. And you can do this in such a way that validators can't reorder the transactions. That's important, of course. A second intriguing approach is use of FSS for block building. Right, I mentioned that validators today typically don't order transactions themselves under all circumstances. They'll work with other parties. And some systems have emerged, like MEV Boost, that facilitate the relationship between validators and arbitrageurs to do this. Well, this system can be instrumented with FSS. We can slot FSS in. So that FSS is used, in principle, to build entire blocks. And finally, as was mentioned during the Fireside chat, many transactions are being processed initially off-chain in rollups. And FSS can be deployed to ensure fair ordering as transactions get rolled up. Well, today, I'm pleased to say we have a fully functional prototype. We've worked out all the details. And my colleague Pawel is going to do a demo with a standard AMM, automated market maker, using FSS. I want to note that this prototype, the current architecture, involves some really clever innovations, recent innovations by my colleague Dalia and by Pawel as well. Okay, with that, let me turn the floor over to Pawel. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Ari, for the introduction. I'm Pawel. I'm with a research team at Chainlink Labs. And today I will demonstrate the FSS prototype we have. So I will start with an automated market maker service. So this is service you can know like Uniswap, or it's another version. So here we have like non-FSS swap, which is basically like Uniswap fork. Yeah, let me just turn on like console. So user would like to swap its ETH for some token. Okay, so user will put like input here. One token is worth roughly one ETH. So for like 100 ETH, basically user is expected to get like 98 tokens. So one thing you can notice here is the slippage tolerance parameter. So this is the parameter which means what price difference user is able to to accept. And in this demo, it's artificially set to a high value. But in normal usage, it's sometimes also set to quite a high value when there is some high volatility and the user would like to still buy the tokens. So in standard Uniswap, what will happen? The user will put input, get this estimate, then see, okay, 100 ETH goes to 98 tokens, will confirm the swap. MetaMask will basically ask to sign it and send this to the network. So what basically you can see here, the transaction went through, but there is actually one detail. So user got 65 tokens, okay? Asked for 98, this was what was displayed, but got 65. So you may think okay, what happened? Maybe the price of token went up, and now these 65 tokens are worth 100 ETH. But this is really unfortunate that these tokens are worth 66 ETH. Okay, so 1/3 of user ETH balance basically disappeared. So what happened here? We emulated a sandwich attack that Ari was talking about. So this is how it works in details. So first we have Alice, who is, who wants this 98 tokens for 100 ETH, and this transaction is being sent to the network. So here you see transaction details that, she wants to swap ETH for tokens. This is tokens she wants to get. This is timestamp and so on. And one important detail is that she's willing to accept tokens with higher price. Okay, so she can get minimally around 65 tokens. Okay, even though she should get 98. So when miner sees something like this, sees that, okay, Alice is willing to get 65 tokens, but the current price, with the current price, will get 98 tokens. What miner can do is basically launch a sandwich attack, and it works like this. So first, miner will front run the Alice transaction which buys a lot of tokens. Okay, so here in the first transaction, you can see that a miner is basically buying 1,000 ETH of this token, which basically increases the price of this token to quite high price. So then what will happen? This transaction is only inserted to make sure that Alice is buying these very expensive tokens. So here Alice will spend all this 100 ETH buying only 65 tokens, and her transaction will also increase the price of the tokens higher. So what now miner is doing is basically dumping this expensive tokens because this Alice transaction increased its price and can get 30 ETH of non-risk profit. Okay, and this operation is done atomically, so there is no risk for a miner to to have no profit. And you may think that it's difficult to be done because there is some calculation involved, and also, these two transactions have to be, Alice transaction has to be sandwiched between these two transactions. But actually, there is existing infrastructure which is very efficient at, extracting value from such cases. And if you send to the network, such a case, you can be sure that transaction with this high slippage, with this with this basically, which can be extracted with sandwich attack, will be extracted by sandwich attack. Okay, so there's existing infrastructure in place, and it's very efficient at extracting, at basically exploiting this kind of user transactions. So, yeah, also on the right you can see details how this transaction is being sent to the network. So this is exactly what everyone, right? Even you, if you connected to Ethereum network or any other network, you will be able to see in the mempool that Alice would like to swap this tokens for this ETH for these tokens. So how it will look in FSS swap? So we implemented automated market maker, which is clone of Uniswap, and here we added this whole FSS transaction lifetime to this application. Yeah, let me again. Developer tools. So okay, so user will input 100 ETH for the tokens. We'll get the same price as in the previous case. We'll click like swap. Let's confirm what we want to do. And let's just sign this message. Okay, so this message is being sent now to the FSS network. So the FSS network basically processes that. So first thing which is really important here on the right, maybe you can see it, but what is being sent to the network and how initially the FSS nodes see this transaction is basically like random blob. Okay, so this is like ciphertext and bunch of metadata. Okay, so here we can see that actually what user got is exactly 98 tokens, exactly as it was asked for. So what happened here? Alice is sending transaction, however minor, or any entity or quorum of entities which are going to order this, they have no clue what's inside this transaction. Okay, so they cannot like do this sandwich attack where they make some calculation which transaction to front run, which transaction to back run, because here they don't see the like input which user is setting till transaction is ordered. And if transaction is ordered, then they cannot change the order, so they cannot like front run transaction. Okay, so this is one very powerful property that the FSS service is giving. So another one is, as Ari described, this temporal ordering, which basically means that whatever is received first by our network of oracles should be output first. So in this case, we have Alice who keeps sending transactions, and remember that those transactions are encrypted. So even these nodes before ordering do not know like what's inside. However, for some reason, there is one malicious node which we implemented, which would like to front run this transaction. Okay, so whenever it gets transaction from this user, it will basically block this transaction, pretend it never seen this transaction, and send as fast as possible another transaction to other nodes. Okay, and then the goal of adversary is to just blindly front run this transaction, even he or she doesn't know what's inside. So here you can see basically some output from some random lock of the from one random node of the FSS service, which basically is waiting for those transactions. And on the bottom is applications just generating every 1 second a random transaction and send it to the network. So as you can see, like user's transaction is always before the front-running attempt transaction. Okay, so even though we have this like very strong adversary model where adversary is one oracle in our network, even then in this example, the adversary is not able to front-run user's transaction. Right? You can see that it's always after user's transaction, the front-running attempt. Okay, so the last thing I would like to talk about is about implementation and deployment details. Right, so we fully implemented like the FSS prototype with like front end, user side, this core infrastructure and smart contract. So in our example, what happens is the following. So first, user is like uses client, which is browser. So here we have like JavaScript library for encrypting and sending those transactions to the FSS network. This library is compatible with existing libraries, ecosystem, wallets, and so on. So you could see that I'm using MetaMask, but we also can use like hardware wallets. So this is one example. We sign FSS messages on Ledger. So then these transactions are being sent. We have the core infrastructure, which is basically implementation of this like temporal ordering protocol for like fair ordering and this threshold decryption protocol. So here the nodes collectively order encrypted transactions, okay, into batches, then decrypt them if the order is set, and then basically sign those decrypted batches and submit them to blockchain for processing. So one element we add here is basically this executor contract you can see here. So this executor contract is like gateway between the FSS infrastructure and like smart contracts. So what it does, it verifies authenticity of the transaction batch. It verifies order of the batches, just to make sure that they are not mixed. It then validates transactions within the batch, so it makes sure the transactions are authentic and fresh. And then it will execute these transactions by calling like target functions. And what is really nice about the system that the DApp developer, what they need to really do is just to add only one modifier to the existing code, which is like only executor, which basically tells given function that it can be only called by executor contract, which will ensure that the entire FSS workflow was done for a given transaction. Okay, so thank you very much. This will conclude my demonstration on our talk.
If you are staying for the fireside chat, please take your seats. If you are staying, please take your seat. Thank you.
Hello again, everybody. Hello. Wow, this is such an incredibly packed house. It's just so great to see you all here. And YouTube and Twitter going wild, going nuts. And those of you who are sort of active on Twitter, thank you for participating, both physically and online to all the people out there on the internet. So thank you for that. Our Fireside Chat, which I think is why all of you are here now, right? So our Fireside Chat will begin shortly. If you'd like to stay in this room for this session, please do take your seat, make yourself comfortable. If you'd prefer to stand, that's fine too. We just ask that you make your way over to Descartes or Plato, one of the other breakout rooms on the lower level. And of course, you can also stream this session on your mobile device. I say mobile, I'm Australian, so mobile device, I keep having to remember that. Yeah, so you can stream it in public spaces throughout this venue, no problems at all. So make yourself comfortable. It's going to take another few minutes for us to get set up for that. As you know, we've got some really great speakers coming up for you and a really fantastic fireside chat. So while we wait for them to arrive and get set up, enjoy yourself, talk amongst yourself, walk around, do whatever you need to do. But if you're sitting here, please just sit here, and we'll see you shortly, okay? Hello again. It's not been that long since you saw me. Thank you all for still being seated and ready for the next very special, very, very special Fireside Chat with none other than Eric Schmidt, co-founder of Schmidt Futures, former CEO of Google, and advisor to Chainlink Lab. And he's going to be speaking with Sergey Nazarov. Please welcome them to the stage.
The Web3 world has gotten big. Look at this. We're in person. It's excellent.
I'm truly honored to be joined here by Eric Schmidt, one of the people that has formed how the web has evolved and how our society uses the internet today. So very grateful to Eric for coming here to speak with us. Thank you very much for sharing your views and being part of helping us see how to make Web3 a bigger part of society. Thank you. I'm going to just kind of jump right into it to make sure we can make the most of our time together with you. You've seen a lot of things. You've seen how the world has evolved, and so I think you have a very astute view of patterns and how the world changes. What I really want to understand is how did you come to the idea that Web3 is attractive? What attracts you to Web3? What is the fundamental value that you see being provided by Web3?
Well, it's important to tell the truth, and I'm historically a skeptic. And I'm a skeptic because although I like the beliefs and the values and the technology, I think the marketing got a little ahead of reality, which is okay. It's not the first, in the waves I've been in, this has happened every time. And let's start with the basic principles that Web3 and the work that you're doing is essentially trustless, immutable, and distributed. And those principles are really powerful for computer systems. That's why many of you got involved. And I looked at it and I thought, I don't think this thing's going to scale. I frankly just don't think it'll become big enough. And then you and a couple of other people started talking to me, and I think you were one of the inventors of this, about this basically really crazy idea. Sorry, it's your idea.
It's fine. I'm crazy. I'm on board with it.
I think it's established. And so layer one I understood, but the concept of layer two, where you use tokens to incentivize behavior, was a really powerful development in the last, say, 3 years, 4 years, roughly when you started. And that changes the economics in some really fundamental ways. And I think this is a case where you all, people in the audience, are ahead of the academics, the economists who understand this. And a simple way to understand this is that, so you and I do, this is not going to happen because you're busy doing this company, you and I do a new company, and we decide to have a new coin. And the coin is initially relatively worthless. Maybe I'll seed it with some money. And its value increases directly with demand. Now, in my whole career, I have always had compensation tied to stock options, which was tied to corporate wealth and so forth. But the token, the fact that the token goes up in value based on network effects, is a real discovery. And I don't think people understand quite the economics of this. I was talking to one founder who curiously wouldn't tell me his actual name. He had a code name. God knows why. And you never know. And I said, well, how do we do, I'm used to investing things, and you get so much, and I get so much. How much do you want? And he said, oh, we already know the answer. And I said, well, how much do I get? And he said, 20% of the tokens. And I said, good. How much do you get? 18% of the tokens. What goes to everyone else? He said, well, we need 30% of the tokens to stake the necessary network, to get the network working, get the validators on. We need about 100 validators. You've heard this speech before. Many of your chains operate this. And I said, how do you, I'm used to negotiating this. And he goes, I said, how do you know this? He said, oh, there's a paper. This has been thoroughly studied. And he sends me the paper, right? So this economic structure is actually much more interesting than you all appreciate. It's a new way of tying compensation and incentives to network scale. That's a big deal.
Agree. I think it is a very big deal, and I think you're definitely getting to the core of the matter on that one. So how do you see?
But take some credit. I mean, this is actually like a big.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Come on.
So
come on.
I take a credit in a decade or two when everything's running on Web3. Then we'll. Until then, I'm going to.
Did I hear a forecast? Okay. So let me just continue.
Very good at this.
Let me just continue. So first you have the layer 1s, then you have the various layer 2s, and the layer 2 provides all the necessary services. And now you have a problem of cross-chain, right, which is something Chainlink works on pretty well. And you have all of the problems of centralized systems in a distributed context because of this new invention. So the way I approach this, just to really answer your question, is I say I've got these layer 1 systems, I've got layer 2 systems, and how am I going to build a real scalable business? Today, we're not there. And we're not there because, frankly, and I hope most of you know this, most of the services that you use, which I think are Web3, are really hosted on Web2 cloud services. So an article I was reading, I assume it's true, you never know, is that 2/3 of the Ethereum computations are done on the 3 cloud providers, including the one that I like the most, Google. That's not decentralization. I talked to another person who said, be careful about real decentralization. You want to understand where the control points are. And even the current decentralized systems have ways in which they are centralized. For a while, before China banned it, 51% of all the miners were 3 companies in China, and as you know, with Bitcoin and the protocol, they can basically take over the whole protocol with that level of concentration. Today, that's not true, but you get the point.
I do. I really do.
This is what you're working on.
Well, yeah, I would say that Chainlink Oracle networks create large committees of identified nodes where you can choose the decentralization that you want to achieve without having dynamic membership that creates 3 or 4 pools under the control of one mining pool operator. Yeah, I would say in that sense, yes, if you want a network of 100 nodes to do a very specific computation for you, you can choose the 100 nodes, you can choose the jurisdiction they're in, you can choose the trust assumptions you want to have with them, you can choose their commitment to you, and those are all choices you should be able to make and to create that type of decentralization in a very explicit way rather than a dynamic membership way that creates these large mining pools.
Yeah, and my overall point is I think that you've just described a whole new industrial system that's not very well understood outside of this room.
Once again, very much in agreement with you. Kind of uncanny how you're getting to the core of the issue, having that you've arrived very recently, but it's really quite, I mean, recently to the conference, not like to the industry. But
recently to the industry too.
Okay, well then it's very impressive and it's amazing. I mean, the guy's getting to the core of the issue and like.
So what are you going to do? What are you going to do to fix it?
Well, I actually see more and more computation moving into Oracle networks because blockchains don't fulfill the scalability or privacy properties. And if they fulfill those properties, then that's fine. That computation can go there. But I think there'll be an interim stage where they won't fulfill those requirements. And so there needs to be a bridge, just like blockchains couldn't fulfill the requirement of providing data. There are all these requirements that you have to build more advanced applications to really realize Web3. And all those requirements are really what Oracle networks seek to fulfill. Some of them will fall away and go into a blockchain, but many of them won't. It's just not very easy to predict which requirements will fall away and which won't. But we're building a pretty flexible system that, as you can tell, provides data, identity, randomness, cross-chain soon, all these things. So, I mean, that's my plan to solve it, is to basically plug all the holes, and then the holes that are left are probably very valuable holes to keep filled. And that's where I think the value will land in that decade, half-decade time series.
So in the spirit of full disclosure, I'm the chairman of a woman named Michelle Ritter founded a company called Steel Perlow, of which I'm now the chairman, and she's the CEO. And she designed a structure where you do fundraising for funds that generate cash that goes into startups, and the startups are going to go into global financial systems based on these principles. So I decided to put my money and other people's money, into this space. I think that your vision is correct. I'm a little bit more skeptical. I keep reading all of these claims that Web3 is going to take down Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and so forth. Having lived through that, I think that's pretty unlikely. And I think what you're going to ultimately see, and I want to be very clear, is you're going to see, let's use the generic term Web2, Web3, you're going to see Web2 used in cases where you don't need the trustlessness, but you can get the decentralization through centralization, and centralization of power, which is how those companies work. And so I think the more likely scenario is you're going to see the traditional Web2 stuff, but if you need something which is trustless, decentralized, right, and immutable, you're going to have very, very powerful systems. If you look at zero-knowledge proofs and the development of that, which is it's been under development for a very long time, that will enable a completely new way in which you validate financial transactions. And part of the Chainlink vision is basically cryptographic truth is always the right answer. So your religion, if I can say it, is don't trust the human, trust the protocol, right? So roughly what way to say it. Well, that is a scalable model if you can get the technology to scale. And that's likely a major contribution to the computer architecture going forward.
Yeah, I think so. I think at the end of the day, people's faith in mathematics is going to end up being stronger than their faith in institutions and brands and other people, because the tendency that mathematical guarantees will have to fail them will be an extremely low percentage, whereas the tendency that humans and institutions and brands run by humans, those things will continue to, unfortunately, very unfortunately, they will continue to fail. And there'll be periods where they fail very little, and there'll be periods where they fail in, very rapid succession in big ways, like in the 2008 financial crisis. And, I would rather be building a system that's going to reconstruct the world in a reliable, guaranteed way than contributing to that. Yeah.
The other thing that you have is you have an opportunity in addition to, so one way to think about what you're doing in Web3 is you're trying to recreate all the practices that exist in current cloud services, but in a decentralized platform. That's one way to think about your strategy. Mm-hmm. And to me, the most interesting question are what are the new services that are not easily done today in cloud? I mean, there's a straightforward list in cloud, right? Because the cloud stuff just replaced the stuff I used to do before cloud existed, right? So it's file services, scheduling invocation, figuring out how to run services and so forth and so on. There will eventually be some sort of Ethereum, zero-knowledge virtual machine. Today, the smart contracts are pretty, let me just say, poor in their capabilities. And that functionality should get there because of all the research that's being done in the industry. To me, the question is, what can you then do that you can't do today? And one of the most obvious things is doing distributed analytics over these kinds of decentralized systems. Because when you talk to the banks, they roughly, in some cases, know what's going on in their own banking system, but they have no idea what the other ones. And when you talk to the banking regulators, they have no visibility into anything. So imagine a system where you have extremely good analytics that are cross-chain, and these bankers can actually say, holy crap, we're just about to have a crisis.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is basically the world that we all want to be in, because the cyclical booms and busts that just keep getting bigger and bigger are basically based on people not having access to siloed information. Let's forget even about regulators. It's even the credit rating agencies and all these people that are supposed to be experts and supposed to get access to the siloed information. I mean, that's the fundamental reason for most of these big cyclical boom and busts in developed markets.
Yeah, well, we've also talked about where would AI approach, and I've mostly been working on AI stuff. Once you have the data, just think of the generative design, the sort of analytics, and we can talk about this if you're interested in it, but the eventual vision is a new set of apps that allow you to manage the system better. We were struck with, in 2008, 2009, that there were no uncorrelated assets, right? Well, that's something that should be easily discoverable, right, by your own technology running on the top of the things that you're building.
Yeah, makes sense. I personally don't know exactly how AI is going to interact with blockchains. My view on it is skeptical, as you put it. I actually think that I've watched a bunch of these sci-fi shows, like Westworld and all these things. I don't really think it's going to be that bad, frankly. But I think that private keys, the interesting thing about the Westworld show was actually that the whole show is about getting access to a private key that gives access to like this other system. So basically, even if you have AI, maybe you still have encryption as a limiting factor. And then guess what system does really complex programmatic encryption? All right, it's blockchains, right? So maybe that can be a kind of good guardrail or good limitation to whatever fears people have about AI, is they can institute certain private key measures that can't be surpassed. So I have that skeptical view on that side.
I think that's a fine belief system. We'll see if that actually happens. I think the most important thing to know is that you're going to be able to do computations on the equivalent of blockchains layer 1, layer 2, using homomorphic encryption and zero knowledge proofs. So you will be able to analyze these things without necessarily getting into trouble.
Absolutely. I can't wait till they make that efficient. That's going to be a big deal, very big deal. Absolutely.
Well, look, we made some progress with the shift from proof of work to proof of stake. So that's a long time coming and incredibly important. And I think these changes are really good signs that your industry is getting its act together from the standpoint of computer science, right? Because computer scientists have known about these limitations for a very long time, and we've all complained about them. Well, some people have actually worked hard to get those things fixed.
So how do you see Web2 systems interacting with Web3 systems? Are Web2 systems the trusted interfaces, and Web3 systems are the trustless state storage and transactional backends? How does Web2 interface with Web3 in the long term?
Well, let me give you another example. Let's assume for purposes of argument that you're going to use the Web3 system through Android and iPhone. And by the way, it's in that order, not the other way. Is the phone itself a Web2 system? And I think it is, because it has traditional authentication, traditional computation, traditional rules about access to apps, and so forth. So I could imagine a competitor to those two emerging, on bare hardware or other kinds of devices. But that barrier is a pretty high barrier. You have to really do something exceptional to replace the functionality of those two now very, very mature platforms. I went through the PC versus Mac basically fight, and then I did Android versus iPhone. I was conveniently on the board of both companies at the time. And these are the fights that define a generation of technology. So it's going to be hard to displace. So that's the first question. So assuming you can get through the stores, the app stores, and figure out some way to do that, either with a simple app that then goes into some other protocol service that's delivered to your phone without an intermediary, then I think you've got some possibilities. But I think for most consumer apps, the consumer is going to be going through what we would describe as a Web2 interface, and Web3 is essentially the service that is behind them. And remember that as excited as you are about the complexity of your product, the consumer actually just wants it to work. And they want it to work without any input. They want it to know. They want it to be immediate, and they want it to be, boom, 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 done. And if you think about just using digital cash as a vision, think about all the obstacles to using digital cash right now. You have to physically move a credit card. You have to physically open your phone, all that kind of stuff. This is in the Web2 world. The goal would be to make digital cash, broadly speaking, completely seamless, right? And that's a reasonable goal for the next 5 to 10 years. And it's clearly coming. And the regulators will, I mean, if you, just as a minute on regulators, you don't want, so be careful, for those of you who've not dealt with regulators, don't ask for regulation early, please. You want, I've done this now for 45 years. No, 47. Sorry, I was doing a little math. You don't want premature regulation. You want these systems to get built so people can understand what the really hard problems are, and then you want to figure out what problems they cause. Now, right now, it's important to understand that many of you would prefer not to have any regulation at all. Welcome to being a libertarian. And societies don't reward libertarian thinking very much because of all the issues around power and control and so forth and so on. It's highly unlikely that a purely libertarian view of how these things are going to emerge is going to work. What instead is going to happen is governments will assert their authority, partly because that's what they do, and you want to do it in such a way that it's rational. And today, for example, in the United States, it's not at all clear who the regulatory bodies are going to be, right? They're still thinking about it, they're still talking about it. Is it an asset that is regulated by the CFTC? How do we deal with AML, KYC issues, and so forth? And these are real issues. But my overall message is, for those of you that are working with regulators, take it slow, right? Get the regulation right, and it's very, very hard to get the regulation right in such that it prevents the bad things but allows all of the good things. It's really a difficult knife edge to be on.
Makes perfect sense.
And I have lived this. I have done this for the last 30 years, and I'm like, I don't want to have to do this again in Web3, so you do it.
Let's knock on, I'm going to knock on something wooden. Someone else can live through it. I'm just going to build all this stuff. People are going to build cool things. That's our plan.
Yeah, and likely story.
Yeah, we don't make financial products. We don't do any of that.
But understand that you're successful enough that you're on somebody's list.
I understand. So, in your thank you so much. In your experience, in the way that the Web2 infrastructure evolved, right, where it evolved from larger closed systems to smaller and smaller pieces being combined as service-oriented architecture and then microservices. Do you see a similar dynamic happening from the point of view of Web3, and that it'll end up becoming smaller and smaller pieces that get composed into those more complex Web2 applications? And by the way, on the point on Web2 and Web3, I personally don't think it matters if the user relationships are retained by a lot of Web2 applications necessarily, because the fundamental value will flow through those interfaces into Web3 backend systems.
Okay. I agree with you in an optimistic scenario. Mm-hmm. It's perfectly possible that the Web2 companies will decide that you're having too much fun and making too much money, and that they will actually put in regulations, right, of their own. Right, so it's trickier than it sounds. So a note of caution on Web2, and by the way, when we were doing this, we didn't call it Web2, we just called it the web. What happened, let's see if I can describe it. We all started with a notion of true decentralization, true empowerment of individuals. All of the things that I did 25 years ago involving Mosaic and the internet and HTML, all this kind of stuff was presumed of the fact that the world would become disaggregated, that everyone would have equal access, all the stuff, all that religion stuff. And we believed it, and I really believed it. And if you look at the structure today of what you think of as Web2, it's highly concentrated around relatively proprietary systems. And that's not what we started off in. So if you look at it in the arc of my career over 20 years, the same thing could happen to you. And you go, oh my God, that would be terrible. But let me tell you how it might happen. This is not a prediction. There are economic benefits and returns to scale. And you have really clever entrepreneurs who are very, very smart. They're moving quickly. They create value, and they can begin to merge and acquire things, right? And there are also technical benefits to centralization. Because of the Sybil effect, the truly distributed systems spend the vast majority, estimates are up to 90% of their time, making sure there isn't an interloper in the protocol, right? So and there are technical solutions to that. So you've got a system where it spends an awful lot of time making sure there aren't other people around. It's perfectly possible that that could lead to a small number of high-end, large players. So I don't think Web3 is immune from the kind of centralization that surprised me. Now, I was also one of the people who caused it, so I'm not trying to mislead you. But the economic incentives, the scale incentives, and the technology incentive itself tend to favor centralization. So one thing for you all to do is to make a map of what you think of Web3 will be, and then figure out which points will be centralized, which points will be regulated, and which ones will be wide open. The history of technology is they start completely wide open, and then there are centralizers, there are consolidators. There is probably a set of consolidators that will get either built, founded, or will come into the space and provide that to some of the infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, I completely understand what you're saying in terms of economies of scale and efficiency, and I think back to your earlier point of mining pools, that that's an example of the efficiency of a mining pool attracting a lot of hash power into a single entity that's then probably through some backroom social convention kept at 25% or something. But I really think that the difference in Web3 is that it's about creating open markets for those compute workloads, for all of that, right? So the success of a protocol for me isn't that it centralizes the value of the compute or the control in one group, like a mining pool. It's that it successfully creates a market where people efficiently bid against each other to create more efficiency, more security, often through some form of formalized reputation. So I think the real difference is that, yes, those big companies could get better deals on hardware, better deals on data centers, better deals on cooling, better deals on human capital, better deals on a bunch of things. But I think the real question is that if you make a market, how does that market evolve when all you need is very proven inputs, very proven uptime? And that's what I think Web3 reputation systems really do. There's actually a very poor name for them as reputation systems, because Web2 reputation systems fundamentally suck, because like the intern can make a 5-star review and everyone now has 5-star reviews. But Web3 reputation systems together with a market can become efficient. Does that make sense?
They do, until you have an evil actor. And so I'll give you an example. So I spent, I don't know, a decade of my life fighting Microsoft at the heyday of its consolidation, including antitrust, 1996, 1997, all this kind of stuff. And Microsoft's tactics at the time, they don't do this anymore, included not allowing competitor access to the platforms, various pricing strategies, all of which were subject to antitrust rules, and all of which has been discussed at length by my generation. So the internet comes along, and Cisco, for a while, had more than 50% of control over the net. But Cisco didn't use the same business tactics as Microsoft. And I kept wondering why. Now, partly it's because it's different people, different leadership, but also because it was a protocol network incentive as opposed to an app control incentive, if you see the distinction. So to the degree that your observation is about network scale and protocol, it won't end up being dominated or taken over by a proprietary player. In other words, your vision is correct. To the degree that somebody can come in with significant money, significant network power, and change the protocol to exclude competitors, right? Then you'll have trouble. And again, you have a model of Web3 as protocol network-based, and obviously I like that a lot. I would be very careful in the design of those future layer 2 or whatever is called layer 3 protocols to make sure that they fully affect and realize the vision you outlined.
Yeah, makes sense. That's definitely a challenge, but I think we can formalize that, and it's all going to happen pretty openly, and so that I think that can create those, bring us back to those positive market dynamics.
Yeah, it's interesting in your world, in the people that I talk with, I'll use my kind of language, which I must seem old to them. And my kind of language is, gaining market share, dominance, and so forth. And they say, well, that's not appropriate. So that's a different generation of leaders and a different set of language. So the question is, when it's not appropriate, but it's in someone's financial incentive to do it, will they change their mind? And I don't think we know yet.
I think it's appropriate. We are the standard for oracles, and we dominate that market because we make the best system. I'm totally comfortable with that. You guys good with that? I'm good with it.
But you've done it in such a way that you haven't excluded your competitors. You haven't killed anybody.
No, I haven't killed anybody. I'm not that crazy yet. I haven't got there yet. But we'll see. Talk to me in a few years. If it keeps going at this pace, who knows? I'm just kidding.
I think it's basically because you run the whole company on Zoom, and Zoom will kill you. Maybe you should have some in-person meetings.
I'll think about it.
We've had this conversation privately before.
I'll definitely think about it. We're not planning to kill anybody, just so we're on the same page. That's not the plan. Great. So this all adds up. In terms of infrastructure and how it needs to evolve, how do you see oracles fitting into that infrastructure? How do you see infrastructure in Web3 kind of evolving generally? Are there any lessons from Web2 that really explain how, at kind of the infrastructure level, not at the app layer, not at the interface layer, and I know we kind of already discussed this, but
at the end of the day, the companies that won in Web 2 were better technology, they put more capital to work, and they moved faster, and they scaled faster. And these are network businesses, so once you get a little bit ahead, it's very hard to catch up to the person ahead of you. And now in your case, because you were early and very smart, obviously, you got in there first. So you see it from the standpoint of the person who's ahead. So I think that in Web3, you're going to see the same dynamic, right, of new things entering. And the winners, and I think this is absolutely true of Chainlink, they have better technology, as you said, and it scales better. I'm now speaking as a computer scientist. You've got to get the architecture right so you can go from 10 users to 10 million users. And most of the systems that you all collectively, and this is not a comment about Chainlink, it's about others, seem to fall over reasonably quickly, right? That's my observation. They're just not built to scale yet. And it's just harder. You can't do it in 6 months. It takes real computer science, real planning, real platforms. I think Chainlink, because of the way you're going to provide compute services, and I'll just use the generic word trust services, will become a key component of that. But you'll only be one. There'll be a number of other players who will be important as well. I mean, an obvious one is storage services, et cetera.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think in every part of the stack, there will be a network effects efficient winner that as it gets more usage, gets more economic demand in its economic system, if it drives that economic demand into an efficient market, it'll just create both the most cost efficient and the most scalable. And ideally, if the protocol is built with real computer science, as you put it, which is how we try to do it, then it'll be built in a way that can meet all of those requirements and provide cost and scalability.
So I want to use an example of, remember I said earlier, I'm interested in the things that you can do that you couldn't do in Web 2. So one person I know is working on a model where you basically you find people by creating a token, and the token is both an incentive to find people, but also a disincentive to find them if they don't want to be found, right? And they figured out a way to do this. Now that's something that's very difficult to do in Web 2, right? So if you go back to what I said earlier, that the invention that you guys did, which is layer 2 plus tokens plus distributed plus immutable plus basically the trust is built into the protocol, there's a bunch of stuff that you can do that would be very hard to do on Web 2. And if I were smarter, I'd make the list. I can't quite make the list yet, but collectively you guys can. And what I would do is then found those companies, because those things are going to be really powerful, right? Because they solve a problem in a completely new way.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. I think there's actually these two layers of incentives, as you put it. What you mentioned is kind of a app level incentive or a user level incentive, and then there's infrastructure level incentives.
And I think one of the things for you all to think about is I have a simple rule, which is if you give me 100 million users, I can make money from them. Trust me, right? If they're doing something, I can find a way to monetize it using, again, traditional Web 2 techniques. What is the same answer on top of Web 3? Because in your vision, Web 3 will be universal across the globe. It'll be used in some form by almost everyone. So one way to, when we initially were doing Google, our goal was we want a little piece of Google in everyone's computation, right? So for example, the DNS that you use is almost certainly the Google DNS, right? Google, roughly a third of the world's internet traffic goes through, I think that's still the number, through Google Fiber. You would never know that. Now, are these gifts to the world? Yes, thank you very much. But they were also in our direct financial interest because it meant that we knew what was going on.
Yeah, having a piece of computation of every computation is a good idea. I'm on board.
Yeah.
I'm on board with that plan. It's a solid plan.
Yes. Is there any particular reason why you can't just announce that that's your plan right now to your customers? We want everyone here to have a piece of Chainlink in everything that you do. Right?
That's the plan. As long as we provide the security you need and the systems that you need, we should win on that basis. And if we provide the most secure, best system for you to build your application, then we should absolutely have the ability to provide that compute to Web3. I think that's exactly right. That's the standard we'll need to meet, and that's the standard Google met very, very impressively. And that's just kind of, at certain size and speed, the name of the game. So I think that's, once again, thank you for getting to the core of the issue, for telling everybody my plan.
Oh, I'm sorry, was that private?
No, it wasn't. Really, I was just talking about it for like an hour. No. Cool, so I think this makes a lot of sense. Is there anything in particular that attracted you to working with us, working on oracles, that you see oracles playing a particularly important role in infrastructure, separate from the other systems?
When we first were chatting, you were talking about Oracle, and I thought you were talking about a company. So I'm interested in creating a different Oracle.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Well, that's definitely what we're doing. That's definitely what we're doing, very much so. Okay, great. So I think a lot of this adds up. The final questions that I have are kind of just around how should people be thinking about joining the Web3 industry. There's been a lot of ups and downs in Web3. It's obviously a very cyclical market. People might be wondering, should they build applications in Web3? Should they take their career into Web3? Obviously, it's very cyclical. The cycles are also very rapid. They're about 2 to 3 times as rapid as Web 2 or traditional cycles. How do you think people should view?
Well, let me ask the audience, are we going to have a recession in the next 12 months in the US? The guys over here are in favor of it. Okay, over here you're in favor of it too. Do you know why a recession would be good for all of us? It would get labor prices down, right? So, and I'm not endorsing recessions, trust me. I would answer the question by saying, first, I think we make our own weather in our industry. We make our own economics. And the way you win is you build a product that solves a real problem, and you do it now, and it takes off. So if you're in a downturn, it's the same message as if you're going well, right? A downturn is easier to hire because people become more labor available, and their demands for compensation and so forth become more realistic. But it's the same rule, right? You're trying to build a product that's a breakout product, right? And I have historically ignored, as a matter of business, what was going on in the public markets. The tech industry has always had lots of capital because of software. There's infinite amounts of money to invest. The valuations that are being raised in this cycle are still high relative to normal metrics. If you look at AI, which again I've spent most of my time on, the next generation of startups are being raised at $200 million, billion kind of valuations with 10 people and no product. It's just insane stuff. Thank God the capital markets can provide that kind of capital for this generation of founders. So I'm not at all worried for us. I'm worried about the globe, I'm worried about the war, I'm worried about food, I'm worried about gas prices, I'm worried about all of that. But for our world, which remember is not normal, we're not normal. We have our own little ecosystem. Sorry, Sergey.
No, definitely not normal, that's for sure.
Yeah. So, and you and I especially.
Thank you.
We have our we have our own structure. So my advice would be, when I was, it'd be hard for you all to understand. When I was in college, there was an article that said we have too many engineers in our country, and we won't ever need any more. And I, of course, was majoring in electrical engineering because computer science didn't exist. And I remember thinking, well, that's a bummer. But I didn't change what I was doing. And of course, the article, as usual, was completely wrong. But my point here is, as a matter of your life's choice, right? Because life is short and it's over fairly quickly. Figure out what you really want to work on and do something which is exceptional. If you're doing something which is exceptional with a team that you love, what are you complaining about, right? That's the best of life. So.
Eric, I want to thank you for your inspirational ideas. It's been truly a pleasure speaking with you. It's always my immense pleasure to speak with you whenever I have a chance. I'm going to be contacting you ceaselessly to speak with you even more. And
let's just say congratulations to you all for ending up in the right spot in the Web3 space, working with Chainlink. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Eric.
Go on, before the crowd goes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Eric and Sergey. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone here today.
So guys, I know you're all in a rush to get out. Just want to let you know, we've concluded the presentations, the keynote presentations for day one. But day one is not over.
You can still make it out to SmartCon at sunset, happening tonight, after party sponsored by BNB Chain at Mr. Purple from 6 to 9 p.m.
And in celebration of our first ever in-person SmartCon, which you're all a part of, the team at Chainlink Labs has put together a special happy hour event for the Chainlink community.
You can expect exclusive swag, food, and refreshments. It's going to be an amazing party.
So please join us at Mr. Purple, the bar, for the after party that's exclusive to SmartCon ticket holders, featuring some majorly leading figures and founders in the Web3 and blockchain industry, so you got to be there.
All right, we'll see you tonight. Thank you, everyone.